Can we please have our seats, please? So I think we are ready, right? Hello everyone, welcome to our Blockchain Standardisation European Day by Blockstand and SEEBLOCKS. It's a pleasure to have you all here with us today. We have a packed day, so let me start by introducing myself. My name is Ricardo Simões. I'm the Executive Director of INAPA. INAPA is part of the Blockstand Consortium that is a project, a EU-funded project that is aimed to support standardization experts, European standardization experts, to deliver and accelerate the standardization activities on blockchain and DLT. I'll be emceeing here during the day. So as I mentioned, we have a packed day. We have people in person here in sunny Brussels. Yes, it's not a mistake, it's sunny Brussels, you heard me right. To give you an overall overview of what we'll be unpacking here today, I will call on stage Justina and Rita. Justina from the Blockstand Consortium and Rita from the SEEBLOCKS Consortium. Just wanted to say that starting with a thank you for standardization experts for their voluntary work. They aim, most of them voluntarily, to help to deliver the potential of blockchain technology in a safer way and in a better way. So we are here also today to push that forward. Okay? So without further ado, Justina, Rita, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, it works, great. So good morning and welcome once again to our European Blockchain Standards Day. Thank you, Ricardo, for your very kind introduction, and indeed, the morning that starts with name badge, with line, smell of coffee and blockchain standardization, it's bound to be unforgettable, isn't it? Jokes aside, I think that today is anything but routine. As you, Ricardo, well said, we have brought together over these 2 years through Blockstand and SEEBLOCKS projects a community of our partners in the project, of our selected experts, of EBSI community stakeholders, industry and academia, policymakers, all of you. And today is not only about discussing the achievements or the project itself, much more than that, it's about connecting the dots together. So it's about discussing, it's about aligning, and also about the questioning the work that has been done for 2 years. And most importantly, it's about reimagining the future and where we will go all together as a community. So Rita, you will not let me probably lie to colleagues here. Standardization, when we started 2 years ago, going to entrepreneurs, to blockchain communities and telling, well, we will do this great project on standards, you should absolutely join the work. It sounded like a task that is so technical and often boring, right? That was the immediate reaction. But with time passing by, with getting first experts and first work done, it was very easy to show that first and foremost, it's about being strategic, not only just technical. And indeed, for standards is where we go from very scattered pilots to common and joint approaches. For standards is where we can not just follow up what is happening internationally, follow up with the developments, but it's where Europe can lead on the top of innovation. And it's through standards that we can encourage the uptake of the most promising and successful use cases of blockchain. And that is all becomes even more the case if we look at the global perspective. So if we zoom out the picture a little bit, and we think of what is happening in the world today. What do we see? We see a digital ecosystem that is more fragmented than it has ever been. We hear on the news every day about trade tensions or even wars, and we do see a protectionism over technological ecosystems growing and creeping into the landscape of digital technology. As such, blockchain by its core stands as an alternative to this path. Blockchain is a technology that creates a connection between different sides, and it's the technology that does not divide. It's the technology that is open, that is trustworthy, that brings decentralization and democratization of technological ecosystem. So it's where our experts come in, because these all core principles, they do not sustain themselves. We need guardians, and this is through our European experts doing a great job through the standards to prevail and keep together the core ideas of the blockchain technology and make sure that it is also being used in the right way. So I'm sure that in your project too, but in Blockstand we heard a lot about what is happening in international standardization bodies, the challenges experts face, and the third country experts trying to perhaps take different paths and different takes on what's blockchain and how this can be used. And this is where we have to say that Europe should, and we have seen for our projects that Europe can lead. And through work of our experts, which we will also talk a lot about today, and we will see good practice examples and success stories, it's where we will see how blockchain standards allow not only innovation to foster, but also how this can allow Europe to remain sovereign and lead, and also how blockchain can be used for better businesses and society also through the standards. So, Rita, this is what it's today about, and tell us a little bit more practically how it looks like.
Yeah, so as Justina said, blockchain has lots of potential. There's a lot to be done in order to unlock the potential that the technology can have, not just in IT, but also in different kinds, also in different fields like health, retail, cybersecurity, and so on. And today, with the first European Blockchain Standardization Day, we have Blockstand, SEEBLOCKS, also some people from ISO, and also all the experts that we were able to create in this community during the last 2 years with Blockstand and SEEBLOCKS. So we will be here together to discuss different aspects of blockchain during the day to see what was done, but most important, what still needs to be done for the next years. And with this, we are going to have a full day ahead of us. Lots of people talk about different things, and so these will be organized. So we had Ricardo, who welcomed all of you. Very nice start with Justina. Now, let's do some housekeeping information. So we'll give the floor first to Pierre Marro from the European Commission to give us some insights from the policy point of view. It will happen here. After, we'll have on stage Knut and Serena from SEEBLOCKS and Blockstand to provide some more details of what both projects have been doing in the past 2 years. And then, very important, till lunchtime, we will split. So there are 2 sessions that take place here in the plenary room at 11:10, and then from midday, but at the same time, so some sessions have take place here while others take place downstairs. So after Serena and Knut's presentation, you will feel free to go to the sessions that take place down there, which are focused on different topics, and I'll go there, so feel free to follow me if you don't know the way how to get there. So in the morning, we'll focus here on the plenary, first on the digital wallets and the digital product passports downstairs. So digital wallets here, and the digital product passport downstairs. Then later on, we'll talk about other topics like the digital finance and assets will take place downstairs, and upstairs here at plenary we'll talk about, we'll have a session more focused on EBSI. Then we go for lunch, so catering, all the catering, lunch breaks, coffee will take place there. Some of you already noticed. Those who did not notice, the food is there, the drinks are there. I know you will, that part is very important, as well as the technical sessions. So lunch break there. Then later, what happens after lunch? We give the floor again to Pierre, who's very kind to come on stage twice. Now, Pierre is a nice person as well. Then we are not separated anymore. So in the morning we had 2 rooms, and everything happens here at the plenary. Okay, so we have a keynote from Pierre. Then we start talking about blockchain within the sustainability field. Then we go into a more formal point, which are auditing, DLTs. Then we have a coffee break. Then we have a session called Focus on Privacy and Security. And after all these sessions, we start looking into the future, what still needs to be done. So this topic may be addressing the other panels, but this one is only focused on that. And then at the end, me and Justine will be back again to make a quick recap of what was discussed in all these different rooms, technical discussion, so just kind of do a short briefing, and then we are all informed and inspired, and then we can go back to the balcony for the networking cocktail, and the day will be over. And that will be the work plan for today. But before finishing and give the floor to Pierre, one thing that we all like to highlight, which Justine already mentioned, there is this quote from Alexander Bell, and that's what we are going to do here. We have different people, SEEBLOCKS people, Blockstand people, people from ISO, people we met during the last 2 years at events, webinars, and so on. So we are trying to bring all these different people here to discuss something greater, which we are still discovering, and that's the purpose of this event with the first European Day of Blockchain, which we are very happy to organize during the same week that ISO plenary is taking place here in Brussels. Thank you for coming. Thank you, everyone, and maybe we'll give the floor again to Ricardo.
Thank you, Rita. Thank you, Justina. So without further ado, let's dive in, right? I have the pleasure and the honor to call on stage Pierre Marro, Senior Policymaker at European Commission and DG Connect E, Future Networks, that has been a strong supporter of our projects, of blockchain in general, and I have the pleasure to call him on stage. Thank you, Pierre.
Good morning, and thank you to all of you for welcoming me here, and thanks to you, Ricardo, to INATBA, but also to the two projects, SEEBLOCKS and Blockstand, for organizing this event during the week of ISO TC 307, Technical Committee 307, which is also held here in Brussels. And in a way, this week marks a milestone of the importance of standardization works in the area of blockchain and the relevance of this work for Europe. So it's a pleasure also to be here in this auto world. It's not the first time, and it's a very good practice that you have initiated, Ricardo, to organize this type of event in the auto world, and I hope that you can enjoy and have a walk and look at the beautiful cars which are presented today. As an introduction, I'm not going to, let's say, to give you what will be the future of digital, but I'm happy to share some views, my views or the views of the Commission, but I'm not alone in the Commission. I mean, I see that Joachim is already here. My colleagues also, I've seen Emilio who is dealing with standardization. I know that other colleagues will join us. And actually, I would say that I've been working for now almost 8 years with this file. At the beginning, it was amongst other files. Over the more recent period, it was the main file. And I'm still fascinated by the domain. And also, I'm still, to say, sorry not to see yet a large adoption of those technology beyond the crypto asset area. And the first thing that I would like to share with you is, but most of you knows it already, is the fact that it's a domain which is in constant evolution, constant innovation. And when we see now all the new solution, innovative technical solutions that have been proposed by different ecosystem working on blockchain, we see that the technology and the way to support different type of application have evolved very tremendously. And for standardization, it is a challenge also because we need to cope with all this innovation. But I think we are referring now to layer 2 technology, to zero knowledge proof. We have let's say, DeFi, decentralized finance, which is serving as a kind of labs for also innovating in a way you can identify yourself to access to different services. So we see a long list of new things, one of them being, of course, the stable coin, which could, let's say, disrupt, or I don't like the term disruption myself, but I mean, transform significantly the way a lot of financial services are provided, and enable to create a new kind of financial services, or to enable the transfer of value and the monetization of different new type of services. We have also a huge progress on tokenization. I mean, Joachim is a tireless, let's say, promoter of tokenization, so he will, during the day, be happy to share his view with you, but it's clear that we have a large number of actors, in particular of the financial service sector in Europe, but also outside Europe, and maybe outside Europe, let's say, the projects are even more numerous and impressive, are developing. It's not only about financial services, it's also about the tokenization of real-world assets. This, we see all the potential of those technology, and at the same time, it's not yet here. So what does it mean? I would say also that if we think in terms of evolution of digital services, or the digital world broadly speaking, because it's the title of the intervention, we see also that the future will need to have more and more need to identify different items, or to identify citizen, company, or let's say avatars, or AI agent, or whatever are those digital items or digital assets. We will need new technology in order to make this identification possible. We see also that the need to interconnect all those different heterogeneous let's say, digital agent will need a new type of services, and we can appraise that the role of decentralized technology will be growing in terms of importance. We have already today some challenges that can benefit for those decentralized technology. I mean, we have people who are acting, and this is one of the sessions that we have today on the digital product passport. We see that blockchain and the decentralized technology can help here, but other technology can also provide for it, and it's not, let's say, a large avenue which is open. It is an avenue full of opportunity, but we are not yet here. So all this evolution, let's convince me that there is a bright future for those technology, but if we have the potential, we have the vision, the path to go there is not so obvious. And this is where we need you, we need experts, we need standards, we need different initiatives in order to create this path in a way which also enable Europe to be, let's say, an important actor, and to reinforce the autonomy or sovereignty of Europe, which is some prefer autonomy, others prefer sovereignty, but this is one of two keywords of the new Commission in the current geopolitical context, which is, it was already the case for the past Commission, but it's, I think, reinforced now. And so it's important to be in this, for Europe to exist, and that's why we need to leverage on all the goodwill and all the actors and all the experts in order to progress in those fields. Now, just to remind you the different set of actions that have been launched by the Commission over the recent period, and that we expect that have helped creating something that can continue beyond the end of a project like SEEBLOCKS and Blockstand. We do hope that people will continue to work with NATBA and with other organizations in order to promote standardization, but also to reinforce the role of European players in international standardization activities. So we have, and again, DG Connect has been, I can say, at the forefront, but of course we are not the single one. I've made reference to DigiGrow and to Joachim. Digit has been, let's say, an important actor in this field too. And we have, of course, our colleague from FISMA, which have enabled the creation of, the adoption, sorry, of the first regulation of crypto asset at a significant level, at a continental level, which start to be implemented, fully implemented now, and also the DLT pilot regime for using DLT in financial services. So in a way, Europe was at the forefront. We are now at a time where colleagues draw the first lesson from the implementation. I'm sure that people like Ricardo and others can provide feedback. They provide already a feedback, and we'll see how those things can be refined. But on this area, the European Commission and Europe can be considered as a leader. We have also in Connect supported, let's say, a joint initiative with member states in order to create a blockchain-based infrastructure in order to support cross-public services. And this initiative is continued to evolve with last year the creation of a dedicated legal entity that will ensure the continuity of these activities. We have supported, let's say, skills development action with a CHASE project where INATBA and many of you maybe have been already associated. And I think it should continue. This project is not ended, but it should continue with the education network, which is going to be set up. And I would like to stress the fact that through the Digital Europe program, we can fund skills development action in relation to blockchain, which is one of the key technology which is identified for that. And there will be a call open by the end of beginning of 2026 for where additional funding could be done. In terms of funding, we regularly fund through the Horizon Europe program and in the past Horizon 20 program a bunch of projects using blockchain to innovate. We don't have so much projects which aim to innovate in blockchain, but many of those projects help to innovate in different fields like mobility, energy, agri-food, many other fields by using blockchain. And I think that we make a survey that over the last 7 past years, we have funded for 700 million for co-funding for projects where blockchain has a role. It doesn't mean that this amount, this global amount, went to blockchain explicitly, but for projects where the blockchain has a role. And of course, support to international dialogue through INATBA, but other associations also, and support to standardization. That is the core topic of today. So for standardization and interoperability, I would like to say that many thanks for the work which is already done, but as you say, Justina, we have still a lot of things in front of us, mainly the fact that we need to ensure interoperability also with other technology or with systems which are based on other technology or which are based on a legacy system. Just to take one example is now Europe is working on EUDI, the new EUDI framework and the EUDI wallet, which is not based on blockchain, while the work that we have done in particular on EBSI and that many other actors would like to say. So we need to work on this interoperability between what will be the future of EUDI for some specific activities and what could be the need for let's say, other services that will need to interact with EUDI, but maybe based on decentralized solution. So this needs to work on standardization in order to facilitate interoperation between different blockchain, okay, but also between blockchain and other technology. Sustainability is still one important element. So I know that in particular in ISO, there are actions concerning sustainability which are initiated. How to liaise between different standardization bodies at international level, it's also important. I'm always surprised myself to see all the experts working on something with overlaps, but in different contexts, and how we can reconcile all those things. there is, and I participated yesterday with Emilio in one of these liaison group where there are efforts for, at least in ISO, to coordinate or to inform about the different projects. But this is also a challenge. And of course, when we refer to standardization, what is obvious is we need to involve industry players, and we need experts from industry players to be involved, even if there are some cross-cutting aspects that can be addressed. We need to leverage on public initiative like the EBSI one in order also to facilitate the adoption of some standard, or maybe to accelerate the adoption of some standard. And as I said, and it was the purpose of the two projects that we celebrate today, we need also to ensure that Europe play its full role in this standardization organization, and the participation of experts is truly important, and that's what you will discover during the day, and how the two projects have helped for reinforcing this participation. So I could continue, but I prefer to stop, not to be too long. I will do my best to stay with you during all the day, maybe leaving a bit earlier for another celebration, which is a change of the fact that our director is changing. So I will maybe disappear a bit earlier, but I will try to stay with you. I wish you a very fruitful and pleasant day, and do not hesitate to come back to me if you have specific questions on our action. So many thanks, and have a good day.
Thank you, Pierre. Thank you so much. I would love to call on stage for the telling you a little bit about the outcomes and key findings of the two projects. I would love to call on stage Knut Blind and Serena. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. I think, can I use this? Can I use this? Okay. I need my slides. So thank you very much, first of all, to be here to celebrate our outcomes and findings. I will present the outcome of Blockstand. So many of you already know me. I'm Serena Dell'Agli, Senior Technology Manager at European Digital SME Alliance. So I will start, so we can move to the second slide, with our blockchain standardization facility and community tool, which is the one-stop shop that we have created on our website, and which gathers all the relevant resources and publications that both the consortium and the experts have produced in the last few years. So there you will find now, and we will keep updating the tool in the next few weeks. So far, you will find the report on blockchain inclusion to the rolling plan, the expert selection process, the online repository. I will go into more details about all these resources in my presentation. Then you will find also the standardization gaps and recommendations atlas, which gathers the recommendations and the gaps that the consortium has identified in the last few months, and which was published in August. Then you will find also the Blockstand Stakeholder Forum, which is the community of blockchain and DLT experts interested in standardization activities. The European Blockchain Standardization Roadmap that will be updated also in the next few weeks, which gathers main insights about how blockchain standardization will will evolve in the next years, and also our recommendations on that. And finally, the expert success stories. We have gathered all the best practices from our experts, and we will keep these resources also updated. Next slide. But these are not updated. Okay. Blockstand is is working on three main fields, which are policy and strategy, resources and publications, and community and expertise. So in the last 2 years, we have been working on producing policy and strategy updates and materials. We have gathered resources and publications that you will find on our website, and we worked on creating a community and expertise. The first point on policy and strategy that you find here in the slides is the work that we have been doing for the rolling plan for ICT standardization. So the rolling plan, as you may know, is updated annually through a collaborative process which involves European Commission, the multi-stakeholder platform on ICT standardization, and more specifically its subgroup, which works on updating the rolling plan, which is the task force rolling plan. We have kept in the last years a very strong alignment with the rolling plan priorities since the start of the project. In fact, you will find also references to the rolling plan in our application form. We have, since we started with our work with the supported experts, we have also participated in the drafting procedure of the rolling plan, especially for the edition of 2024-2025. We have produced a direct contribution to the development of the rolling plan 2024, leveraging in particular on internal expertise to provide input and recommendations based on the project early findings. So the project was just started, so we produced input within the consortium. Then we have participated in the MSP consultation process, offering detailed comments and suggestions to improve the draft update of the rolling plan. The same happened also for the rolling plan edition 2025, which has been recently published. The consultation process included the consultation of the experts. We have collected their feedback and inputs, and we have sent those feedbacks, those insights on the draft text. Blockstand will continue consulting and engaging with the supported experts and will continue to provide inputs also for the next edition of the rolling plan 2026. So this is an overview on the inputs that we have provided in the last two years. So for the 2024 edition, Blockstand submitted 15 comments across the following sections, which are data interoperability, blockchain and distributed ledger technology, e-invoicing, and circular economy. For 2025, we have provided 28 comments on data economy, electronic identification and trust services, including e-signature, blockchain and distributed ledger technology, technologies, circular economy and sustainability, and Web 4.0 and virtual worlds. We have provided different kind of comments regarding which were more substantial and also editorial comments, of course. We have also provided inputs on the actions that are listed in the rolling plan. So, always on policy and strategy, other milestones of the project are related to the contribution to the annual Union Work Program for the years 2024 and 2025. So Blockstand experts have contributed to both editions with specific suggestions on blockchain-based data governance framework and interoperable digital payment standards for a resilient EU market. So for the second one, we have just submitted this suggestion, so we will have the outcome in the next months. Regarding always policy, the policy part of our project, we have provided some recommendations through the standardization gaps and recommendations atlas. Some of the recommendations include the development of cross-industry, cross-sector blockchain standards to enhance interoperability and integration across various applications. We have also highlighted the growing need for clearer guidance and support regarding eIDAS-2 and the need of increasing funding through target grants and financial incentives. You will find everything on our website. There's resources uploaded there. Yeah, something is happening to the presentation. Good. So this is the updated one. Great. So this is how our resources and publications are presented on our website. You also find a QR code to access them directly. So we have both the resources produced by the consortium, as you can see, but also, and very importantly, we have the resources produced by our experts. So you will find their reports, their contributions, such as blog posts or detailed reports or articles, all there. Now, we have also produced within the consortium an online repository of blockchain and DLT standards. You find also here the QR code to access it, which is a main hub for community to consult useful information on numerous past and ongoing standards related to blockchain and DLTs. There is also the chance and the opportunity to contribute directly to this repository. So if you have any suggestions on standards currently in development, or if you have any suggestions related to that, feel free to reach out and we will be in touch to learn more. So, when it comes to community and expertise, these are the main findings and outcomes of our project. So so far we have 33 experts supported. As you can see from the map, they are basically everywhere in Europe. And the main topics covered are sustainability, privacy and security, smart contracts, finance and crypto, decentralized identity, interoperability. So there is a very big variety, I would say, of topics covered and studied on different perspectives, since all the experts are active in many working groups and technical committees in different European standardization organizations and also at international level. So this is a very brief overview, because we have many more success stories to tell. But this is it's a summary, let's say, about the success stories and key contributions from our experts related to different topics and different contributions, actually. So the experts have been working on in the development, contribution, and refinement of international standards and technical specifications, such as the development of ISO 23042 within ISO TC 307 Working Group 4, defining interoperability layers for different digital wallets, implementation to support cross-regional validity of credentials exchanged and stored by these systems. An expert has been working on the contribution on SAN technical specification policy and security requirements for trust services providing ledger services. Another expert, he's been working on the development of formal specification of the JSON format for verifiable credentials supporting EBSI, that will be discussed in EBSI TC. There is also the contribution to the development of ISO technical specification 18126, focusing on smart contract taxonomy and classification. The contribution to ISO TC 29496 on the requirements and guidance for improving, preserving, and assessing the privacy capability of DLT systems, and the development of a new working item for ISO TC 307 Working Group 6, so use cases. The participation in different technical committees and working groups has been ensured within, for instance, the SAN-SANELEC JTC 19, ISO 3 TC 307, IEEE, EBSI in different working groups. So, regarding always the community and expertise, we have the pleasure to have on board the 12 leading professionals helping us in shaping and setting strategic priorities and providing policy guidance. They are part of the Executive Management Board, which has a continuous exchange also with the Technical Coordination Board, which is composed by the 33 selected blockchain standardization experts, which are working more on technical knowledge. They provide technical knowledge and expertise. And within the meetings and all the exchanges that we have with them, we can coordinate and have technical discussions among members. So in this way, we ensure that our community and our stakeholders can keep a sustainable system where there is a continuous knowledge exchange, and we build a very knowledgeable community, and we really hope we will make everything possible to keep engaging with all of them and to make all the outcomes will continue in the future. My last point, is always on community and expertise. So this is a very brief overview of all the public events and workshops where we have been participating in the last few months. So overall, we attended more than 20 events, either attended or organized by Blockstand, with an audience of over 1,000 blockchain standardization experts and enthusiasts. So this is a very brief overview on the main events that we have been attending in the last 2 years. So such as the EU Industry Days 2023, the African Blockchain Incubator Program, SENTIC 465, Smart Cities and Communities. We also took part in the Nordic Blockchain Conference, EBSI Day, and INATBA joining forces for blockchain standardization. That's all. Thank you very much for your attention, and feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, are there questions? We will save the questions for the
Yes.
end. Okay. So, oops, no. Where I know? Where do I have to push the green one? This one? Yeah, before the slides are ready, also welcome from my side. Great thanks to the European Commission, DG Connect, for funding SEEBLOCKS. Many thanks to the consortium, which I will introduce briefly in a minute, but also to the many kind of contributors, the experts, to the different works which I'm going to present in a minute. Now. Okay. Yeah, here we are. Yeah, to the consortium, it was led by Trust IT, and here Rita, the coordinator, you already have seen on stage. Then we have, and Trust IT is a kind of very knowledgeable kind of company SME in organizing and developing platforms, especially in the context of ICT and ICT standardization. Then we have DCU from Dublin, and here Irina is with us today. We will see her later several times as moderator of different groups, who is also very active in standardization. I stand for Fraunhofer, or in detail for Fraunhofer ISI. We are working on R&D and the interface to standardization, also with a focus on education, as you will also see later a little bit in the slides, and also doing some work on impact assessment, but also having kind of kicked off in Germany, for example, the Mirror Committee of Blockchain already, I don't know, decades ago. That means, and here my colleague Simone is unfortunately not here today, but she's the expert. What's also important, also regarding a little bit related to the sustainability of SEEBLOCKS, is that the consortium members are also involved in other EU-funded projects. And I already mentioned education. There's Edu for Standards, where I'm the coordinator, and some work which has been done under SEEBLOCKS will find its home or the next step in this education focus project. The other big kind of initiative is Stand ICT, currently Stand ICT 26, which also provides grants for experts to represent European interests at international standardization.
And here again, Stand ICT 29 will start sometimes the end of the year for another 3 years. And here it might be also a great opportunity for the blockchain experts to then get involved by support via Stand ICT. I think this is very important. But this project is out, is Age Booster about the interface. Another one is Instar, which has a focus on aligning with like-minded countries, and in today's very turbulent times, this is really important to have friends also in standardization, international standardization, to align. Unfortunately, blockchain is not really in the focus of the 6 areas yet, not yet, but this might change maybe in the future, and that's also a very important initiative. Therefore, you see SEEBLOCKS is embedded in a kind of a system or network of other initiatives which should guarantee that what we have started here in the last 2 years will continue in these other ongoing and even starting initiatives. Why is blockchain so important? It has been already mentioned by Pierre and also Justina and Rita. It's about kind of a trust kind of generating infrastructure, and this is important. Then we have also an issue about sustainability, more a topic. Then we have in Europe kind of very clear understandings regarding data protection. We have GDPR, but we have also other legal initiatives like Data Act, etc., which are also kind of important for the development and guiding future blockchain development. Cybersecurity interoperability is also key, because this is not a national, it's really an international infrastructure which needs also international interoperable solutions and specifications. Also very important is that blockchain is like also other types of standards, kind of contributors of innovation, competitive, and at the end, economic growth. Within the EU, we have specific values which are important to defend. Nowadays, even more important than maybe in the past, and here also blockchain-related standardization activities have to consider these kind of framework conditions. In a nutshell, what we did in SEEBLOCKS, we supported experts more, again, like Blockstand 30 European experts, which contributed to different efforts at the international level, also following the principles and the priorities of the rolling plan. I will go into that in a moment. We contributed, or they contributed, to the development of standardization documents, deliverables, technical report specifications. Then we have also kind of a repository, we call it a visualization tool, which also goes beyond just a repository of existing standards. There is also other materials, scientific papers, white papers, and other kind of capacity building information. And this is then also kind of combined with the material we produce for training. I will come back to that also in a minute. We also did some landscaping and gap analysis, and also created and here some reports which also led to inputs into the rolling plan 25. Also, we developed a standardization policy roadmap, which will be also updated and published. And tomorrow we will have an exchange with Jochen Friedrich, the chairman of the task force of the rolling plan of the SME, also to kind of make sure that what we have produced finds kind of also its way to the rolling plan 26. In numbers, I don't know go here into details. There are videos, reports, newsletters, publications. Then we had 10 working group memberships. We have a strategy board. As I said, we have the input into the rolling plan. We had created a big kind of community, more than 700 followers on our LinkedIn group. That means overall the community is also similar to Blockchain, around 1,000 actors. Then we have more than 100 kind of items in the visualization tool. We have use cases, best practices. Then there were 4 open calls, which really gave the experts the opportunity to get funding. We have also events just recently also in the US on the topic, and then different webinars where at the end more than 600 people and experts joined. Then we have synergies with other kind of organizations. It's about the communication of material. It's an industry synergies with R&D organization, with the SDOs and also universities. Regarding the support of the experts, that's our map. I'm not going into details. That means here we also funded more than 30 experts in different SDOs from ISO, ITU, EBSI, etc. On the other side, you see also some examples like Paul Ferris, who is a convener of ISO, who really kind of contributed to a kind of very impressive list of standardization documents, or Belen Suarez, also convener both at ISO and Senelec, also with several contributions, or Marcus Zabadello, editor of the DID resolution specification at W3C, another more consortium type of organization. Regarding the projects funded, they can be kind of structured according to the following 4 headings: about DLT as a trust anchor infrastructure or trust services. Then another was on kind of cluster was on smart contracts, or DLT-based profile aligned with the EIDAS, and finally on blockchain and other kind of ICT-related trends. Means all these things have been funded and have been kind of conducted by the funded experts. Okay, this is Philips. That was. Then we have also addressed the aspect that there is some market reluctance to kind of implement non-standardized blockchain innovation, and we also addressed the topic of capacity building. I will come back to that in a minute. We did webinars, we did workshops, and we kind of developed this visualization tool, which is really a unique collection of material which is related to blockchain standards, but it's also going beyond. Then we also supported the community both with this visualization tool that they could really look what's already there. We created these different synergies with other organizations. And regarding the visualization tool, which you can access also by the QR code here. And if you have additional material which you think should be put there, please let me know. And the good news is that both SEN but also DIN in Germany guaranteed or promised that this tool will be kind of also further kind of be linked to their web pages. That means it makes sure that we have kind of a long-term perspective of what we have started there. Then we did produce some old material which was based on ICT, standardization channel, but then with a specific focus on blockchain. And I did different lectures in Copenhagen, in Dublin, and then next week also in Romania. That means in different universities where master students get some information about standardization in general, and then with a specific focus on blockchain. Because what will be a kind of a key bottleneck in the future will be certainly the experts. We see kind of a demographic challenge regarding the experts. We know from another study we did for DG research that the majority of these people is above 50, and a significant share is even above 60 and above 70. That means in the next few years they will disappear, and we have to get the young people into the topic. Otherwise, it will become difficult. Because at the end, also the presence in the standardization bodies and the technical committees in the working group is key. And if we have no European kind of young people with the blockchain knowledge in these committees, we have a problem. And that's important. A last aspect is the SME topic. Because SMEs are in general kind of handicapped, they have a disadvantage, also related to standardization in general and related to blockchain also. And therefore, we also funded experts which were coming from not only SMEs, but also startups, also an important target group for the future, because startups are per se not really into standardization from the very beginning, but it makes sense that they get into it. We did also kind of workshops where SMEs had the chance to become visible. We did these webinars, and several or a significant share of the attendance come from SMEs. Also, the use cases and best practices are showcases which can be used by SMEs, and partly they are provided by SMEs. Therefore, this is important, and we also are keen to collect feedback from SMEs in order to become better in the future. I think that's it, which leaves us a little bit time for questions and discussion. Thank you.
Indeed. So, any questions from the room? Steffen? Yes, please make me.
First of all, a recommendation before I give my question. In the context of the IDAS regulation and the other regulations in Europe, I recommend to not speak only about blockchain and DLT, because the European regulation call it electronic ledger. And an electronic ledger is not necessarily a blockchain or a DLT. It could be also a centralized one. We see it in the Data Act, we see it in the IDAS regulation, so I would recommend from a political point of view to use the term electronic ledger, because in this case you get more people, because blockchain is a bit, everybody thinks about Bitcoin, and then the people don't think further. My question to you is, you mentioned that DLT may support trust services. As I'm responsible for one of the tiers of trust service for Ledger, I would be interested in which added value for trust services according to EIDAS you see in terms of blockchain, DLT, and electronic ledger.
I'm not a technical.
Yeah, I think, Steffen, in a way, I think what Serena and Knut explained was the overall impact that the two projects, Blockstand and SEEBLOCKS, had on this. We were kind of coordinating this talent, this technical talent, including, of course, yourself on this, and people that will perhaps be more able to give you a straightforward answer to that. If you don't mind, I don't know if you want to add something to that. I'm sure that during today you'll be getting your answer. Okay. Any questions? Any question that is sorry for that. Any question that is specific to what you just heard? So Blockstand and SEEBLOCKS programs. Okay, let's go.
Knut, you mentioned that you did this overview on standards or standardization map. How is it possible to contribute to this subject? Because I looked at it and I found some subject where I think there could be something adjusted. That's why I ask.
No, you are able to come back to us, and you know also the lady beyond that is Simone Voster. You have kind of a very long relationship. That means we are still open to collect material for the repository and the visualization tool. That means everybody is invited, because that's a living document. It's a moving target, and in order to make it attractive or keep it attractive, it has to be updated in a quite continuous way.
Right. Any other questions? We have 2 minutes remaining, our time. Thank you.
Thanks, I'll make it quick. I was at the ENISA Cybersecurity Standardization Conference recently, and throughout the day there, they kept mentioning they want to get more young people into standardization, so I found it very interesting you said the same. I was wondering if you have any insights as to what the difficulties might be. Do you think standardization is inherently something that needs experience to be able to participate in, or is it more an administrative kind of interest, lack of understanding of how to get involved? The STOs are quite confusing if you're not experienced in the world already, and just wondering if you had any thoughts on the challenges and how they could be overcome.
There are different challenges. At the very beginning, for example, at universities, it's not so easy to sell the topic to the students. It means you have to make it attractive. For example, at TU Berlin, which is my other hat, here we combine standardization with sustainability, and this attracts students because standardization alone is really difficult to sell. That's at the very beginning. The other aspect is, now if you are in a company, for example, and get the young engineers into the topic, a career in standardization has an ambivalent kind of smell, because in general, and we see that in the figures, depending, kind of independent of the sources, that the relationship on the one hand between man and female is kind of 9-to-1 or 5-to-1. That means it's very male dominant. The other kind of hard fact is still it's very age biased. That means the average standards guy is white and above 50 or even. And this is really a serious image problem, and here also within companies, they have to really make this job profile more attractive to get people into the topic. That's really the next step, and both have to be addressed. And we kind of because as I said, I have also this university background. We want to start with the beginning, because if you get people at the very beginning, even at bachelor's level, kind of connected to the topic, then the chance is that when they are in a job, that they say, "Oh, I remember this course. That's interesting. I decide within the company also maybe to get involved and volunteer to serve as an expert in TC XYZ." Emilio has a comment on that.
Yeah, thanks, Knut. Emilio Dávila, European Commission. So this is definitely, and you say that it's not only the other day, but it's all over. There was 2 months ago also a meeting of the European and Social Committee where we were discussing about that. Knut knows very well about the issue. And this is really, if you look at the strategy on EU standardization that was approved in February 2022, this was one of the pillars. We need really new people and to mobilize more experts. We have seen that other regions, and the Chinese case is paramount. It's a clear example where they have invested millions in creating these training courses in the university. we may not be able to mobilize in the current situation as the same level of resources, but we are trying to do the high-level forum. Standardization has also a work stream to deal with that. We have all the activities that Knut has mentioned. We also provide material, for instance, on digital standardization together with EBSI in a previous contract. But now we need to do this in a coherent way. We are trying to also use the EDIs, the European Digital Innovation Hubs, in order to create more. And what we need now is really to go into the universities, to do it in a coherent way, and to stimulate. Justina was mentioning about how exciting is now standardization, but this in the careers may not be the case, and really we need to have, we are working on that, this is an important action.
Thank you, Emilio. Just a quick remark on that. I think exactly these two projects were ramps also to have young people joining that and being aware of that space and being aware of that role as well. I'm looking at Alvis because he's one of the youngest that we had as an expert in Blockstand. It's a great example of that. Someone that is young that wanted to be involved in, sorry always for putting it on the spot, but it is true. The two programs have been ramps to allowing for younger generations to come into the standardization space and coming in through blockchain. So thank you so much, Serena, Knut. Unfortunately, we don't have more time for questions. So now it's the time that we split, right? So we have two sessions, as Rita explained before, we have two sessions, one that is going on here that will be on digital wallets, and I will invite the moderator to come on stage afterwards, and Irina from Dublin City University, you are already here, so please take your seats. And we are going downstairs. On the room, you'll see a roll-up with our brand on it. That's the other room. We'll be discussing the application of digital product passports in global value chains. So both sessions will start at the same time. For a remark for the online participants, you also need to change Zoom links. So you have two Zoom links, one that is the one that you've been using so far that stays for this session, and a second link that you have received by email. Yes, you have. So please check your email. It's there, the second link that will drive you to the second session. Okay? So without further ado, Irina, I will let you, of course, and invite you to call on stage your guests for this digital wallets panel. Okay?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to call Paolo, Marco, Eugenio, and Miguel, and I think we have Marcus with us online. Okay, so thank you very much for joining and choosing our panel. As mentioned, we have here with us four wonderful panelists, Paolo, Eugenio, and Miguel, and Marcus is online, hopefully. Without further ado, I will ask our panelists to introduce themselves, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Paolo Campegiani. In my professional capacity, I'm the head of innovation of Anamirial, which is the biggest now qualified trust service provider in Europe. Regarding standardization activities, I've developed a technical report for ISO about the integration of digital identity and blockchain. And now I'm working on the ISO 23042, which is about interoperability of digital wallets. I'm also working on the digital product passport in the context of GTC 24. In fact, for me, it's a pity that we don't have the opportunity to discuss together with the people in the other breakout room about digital passport, which is now a hot topic in Europe.
Welcome, nice to meet you everyone. My name is Eugenio Reggianini. I am here representing the European Blockchain Association as a top growth. Other side of that, I am a researcher and contributor in more permissionless protocols and networks, more blockchain so-called networks, and aside, of course, freelance and advisor in different Web3 projects.
Okay, I think this works also. So I'm Miguel Calero. I'm leading the emerging technologies team at Icertis. That meaning research and development and new products on blockchain, AI, and quantum technologies. From Icertis, we have delivered the reference implementation for the enterprise wallet in the EBSI Vector project, but also contributing that the DC4EU, hopefully interest4EU, and the recent consortium we built. But also we've been contributing to a digital identity standard in Spain from Alastria. I'm also board member for Alastria and for another AI organization. That's all.
Thank you. And Marcos, can we hear Marcos?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, nice to attend remotely. So I'm Marcos Ovatello. I'm founder of a startup in Austria called Tech. We've been working on decentralized digital identity technologies for a long time. We're also part of EBSI Vector and EBSI Trace4EU projects and some other activities related to digital identity and digital wallets around the world. And in terms of standardization, I've been contributing to some standards in this digital identity community for a few years. So standards like decentralized identifiers, DIDs, and verifiable credentials. Mostly, I've a background in working groups in the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C. But a bit more recently, in the last few months, I also became a member of European standards groups, SEN, JTC 19 and JTC 24.
Thank you very much. So a warm-up question now in the beginning. What's happening in EU when it comes, to digital wallets and identity management, enabling blockchain and DLT? And if you could provide some examples.
Oh, there are happening a lot of things. As simple as that. Regarding the European Digital Identity Wallet, generally speaking, the IDAS 2, now we are in the phase of the implementing ads, developing the architectural reference framework, and by the end of next year, essentially every European citizen will be equipped with an European Digital Identity Wallet. Regarding the standardization, some of these things I've said you are happening in a specific committees that are intergovernmental agencies essentially working on that. The architectural reference framework is developed by representatives of the different EU member states. But there are things that we are doing in more typical, let's say, standardization bodies. As an example, in ISO, this week we are in the ISO meeting of TC47 in Brussels, a week that has been uncommonly warm for Brussels, I have to say, so quite enjoyable, I say that. In any case, in the ISO 307, I am the project leader for a new ISO standard, which is the 23042, which is going to develop a reference architecture for decentralized identity management using blockchain or distributed ledger technologies, and with the specific use case and the idea that we want to, a problem that we want to solve, that is about how two wallets from two different regions of the world could interact with each other. As an example, let's say that I'm European, I have my wallet 1.5 years from now, which will contain information about my diploma qualifications. The idea is how could use such information in a trustworthy manner if I'm using this wallet in North America, South America, China, Australia, whatever you want. Our idea is that a blockchain could be helpful to support the interoperability of the different trust frameworks, because clearly different worlds from different regions of the world are going to have to implement different trust models. This is our idea. And this could be particularly effective and useful from a European perspective of view, because Europe would be the first continent in the world to have such mass adoption of a wallet to support a decentralized identity system.
Well, on my side, I would like to focus on another aspect of let's say, a potential user experience, interacting with user in a digital wallet. If we see, maybe I'll share some more perspective more from a permissionless or decentralized approach. Okay, since the last 2 or 3 years, protocols have been doing a lot of efforts in trying to solve the adoption problem, to reduce the barrier to execute transaction on the blockchain, to barriers in terms of costs, and to putting data on the ledger, and barriers in terms of reducing the amount of data which physically is hashed on the ledger. So coming back to the point on what is happening interesting recently in EU, I think that, for instance, the interest for technologies like zero-knowledge cryptography, it's probably a combination of a process of, okay, looking at what is interesting in the decentralized space, because of course zero-knowledge rollup has been very instrumental in bringing the blockchain into much more massive institution adoption. And so starting process like in EBSI with the technical report, I think it's the 119.47.6, and the reference in the ARF are essentially evidence of the attention of the institutions on what's happening in more decentralized space, and how more innovative technology, cryptographic techniques, can help to reduce the friction of transacting with wallets for users, with wallets between different DLTs, and reducing the amount of data which is stored in it.
Okay, as Europeans, we have some values that leads us to build technology in a different way. Okay, just remember that Git is European technology, and Linux also, and they are probably the base of the internet right now, and to the way that we deploy code. So what we have done with eIDAS2 and wallets and digital identity is really impressive, because we have been building both the technology, the standards, and the regulation at the same time, and iterating, in the last like 5 years, something like that. And right now we have something that is really useful. Right now, I think the larger scale pilots alone are really a fantastic opportunity to prove that that technology is really useful and that can be deployed. Right now, the approach of having an enterprise wallet and a holder wallet, a citizen wallet, is something that probably is accepted, and everybody can, understand that. And right now we are running interoperability test. I think it's like 16 wallet providers in the EBSI Vector project, and also using the same technology across 3 larger scale pilots involving universities, and I think in the Vector we are more than 20 universities, social security organizations, business registries, at least 2 of them. One of them is the Spanish one that just on board recently. So what is happening right now is that we have a technology that came from the permissionless area, that is the same technology indeed, and we've been using it in a way that we are comfortable with. So also I think right now the companies are very comfortable, and we are reaching to the market right now as I said this, and they're really comfortable using that. Right now, we are deploying for, I think, 8,000 companies, enterprise wallets, to fight the business email compromise, cyber attacks, okay? Only for that. The impact of that attack is like 4.5 billion euros yearly, annually. So I think that what is happening is that we build in a different way technology, and that technology will reach the market probably in the next 2 years, aligned with our values as Europeans.
Thank you very much. Marcus, would you like to add something to?
Yes, maybe the question I think, or one of the questions I think, was the role of blockchain for digital wallets and decentralized identity, right? Thinking back a few years when we started to work initially on the early drafts and the early concepts for some of the technical building blocks, decentralized identifiers and verifiable credentials. At that time, it was clear to everybody that blockchain would be a key element, a very important building block for decentralized digital identity, right? We thought that, okay, we don't need a domain name system anymore. We don't need traditional X509 certificate authorities anymore, because now we can use blockchain for decentralized public key management, and we were even using the term blockchain identity in larger parts of the community. And over time, however, it became more clear that using blockchain too much for decentralized identity applications can also be problematic, right? Because some of the properties like immutability and full transparency are properties that you don't necessarily want for the digital identity, specifically personal data attributes, right? Today, nobody would actually write my first name, last name, date of birth to a blockchain. I think nobody would do that anymore because of GDPR and so on. But there was a time earlier in the community when that was being considered, right? When personal identifiers, personal data was also written to a blockchain. Even the EBSI documentation was talking about that at some point, European Blockchain Service Infrastructure. So what I'm trying to say is that nowadays it's the role of blockchain for decentralized identity is a little bit less clear and less well defined. If we look at the architecture reference framework and some of the standards groups like the OpenID Foundation and IETF, they work on certain specifications like SDJ, there tends to be quite some resistance, right, or skepticism about blockchain, use of blockchain, use of decentralized identifiers, and a lot of the thinking now seems to be quite traditional, right, where you have traditional trust lists, traditional DNS-based infrastructure. But personally, I agree. I think blockchain does have an important role, but we have to be clear what it is, right? Like organizational identity, legal entity identity, trust models, and like it's being done in EBSI and EBSI-related projects. So that's what I wanted to say. It's important to be clear on what the role of blockchain is exactly in these things that we're doing.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Actually, this brings us to an interesting point of the discussion. So you were talking about the role of blockchain in this context, and I would like to ask the panelists here, how do you see, the benefits of blockchain in this space, in digital wallets and identity management, and also, what are the challenges that we need to address? Marcus was saying about, being clear about the role and defining that role. So. Yeah. Please.
Okay, every time we talk about identity, I'm very happy because this is what my company does for a living. But now, seriously, for me, imagine that a few years from now, many countries in the world and many corporates are going to implement their own wallets, okay? And this is because if you look at the G20 Blue Digital digital blueprint, he states that providing digital identity is very important, clearly. This is not only in the context of G20, but also in the context of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and specifically 16.9. And the general approach that is now emerging for doing this in the world focuses on using decentralized identity systems. And such systems could be implemented with or without blockchain, clearly, but the paradigm is essentially the same. The point is that the day that we have these different wallets, each one sovereign in its state, in its country, clearly, if these two countries want to exchange data, they need some way to create a consensus from a legal point of view of what they're doing, because no one is going to lose part of his power, of his legal authority, saying, okay, please manage my wallet for me. That's the point. So we needed to create a federation where they exchange some kind of information. And from this point of view, a blockchain is the choice, the de facto choice. And it's not that we have many other systems that allow for doing this. Clearly, we are going to see this not only for wallets. I could make another example, the carbon emission and certificates for carbon emission. No one wants to give the key to the kingdom to someone that is saying you are a big polluter, so you have to pay more in terms of your country than this other subject, okay? So when you are at a state level, which means that there is no any higher authority, the only way to create a consensus is that you're working between peers. And this is exactly the blockchain paradigm. That's the point. Clearly, the blockchain paradigm includes other things about immutability, whatever, but the important point in terms of mass adoption, interoperability, and federation of digital wallets is this idea that everyone could have a view of the system and could know what's happening in the system and could decide how to interact with the system. This is the real important point, without any monopoly controlling the flow of data. Because otherwise there will be no country in the world saying, okay, I decided to give this, to renounce this part of my sovereignty because someone else is managing this for me. That's the point.
Well, I would actually take from your point to elaborate, taking also from some of the consideration they did in the contribution, because if we try to envision a forward-looking future, it's slightly like this, at least personally perspective. You will have wallets that will request you to provide data from different data sources, from your input, from digital container, credential, different type of digital inputs. And then you will essentially use DLT and blockchain to agree on, based on common rules, to establish a proof on the ledger of your intended action that you want to record on the blockchain. And then, using, of course, through smart contract, you will be able to enforce different market-based services for different purposes, through enforcing digital product passports, voting, different kind of things. So to sum up, maybe the role of identity is the process of, which we, at least in the blockchain-based service, we can describe it as a merkleization process. It's the process of representing in the ledger different form of data, which are stored in different data containers, credential, traditional AID system, and so on, user intention.
Yeah, regarding that, and being a little bit contrarian, yeah, on a business level, I don't see any infrastructure when you have a complex value chain that really makes sense, apart from a blockchain. And you can put different layers on top of that, or you can, modify at your will, but if you share information, trustable information with a value chain, there's no alternative, honestly. Alongside with a single provider, a single point of failure, it's okay, but even that requires off-chain consensus to build a company. So probably we will be moving to on-chain consensus. In the citizen space, I don't see how we're going to comply with the right to be forgotten with a blockchain. Because if somebody really, if I need to trust to someone else to really store my will to be forgotten, how is that enforceable? Okay, it's not really easy to comply with to give to the European citizen the right to be forgotten without a blockchain. Okay, that's my. I think the challenges. Okay, yeah.
No.
Anyway, the challenges is, I think that we have three challenges, main three challenges. One is confidentiality and privacy. Confidentiality for companies, privacy for citizens. Second one is interoperability, moving from documents to code and really enforce and implement interoperability, because there, when you have a standard on documents, it's okay, but moving from that to a real implementation, pose challenges, and we need to avoid vendor locking in standards. And the third one is ensuring security and a fantastic user experience, because right now we have, all the wallets are really, in terms of user experience.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if Marcus wants to add anything to this point. If not, I would just really concentrate now on the SEEBLOCKS and Blockstand experts and their work they did in the context of their funded projects. First, a question for all panel. Do you think the standardization is key in defining the role of blockchain in digital wallet identity management and so on? And for the SEEBLOCK and Blockstand experts to maybe, tell us more about their efforts, how they map their efforts in this context.
Well, a short answer to the first question, yes, of course, because DLT implies coordination at even a more deeper level across many actors which are connected through this DLT. So standardization of processes is even more important when you apply to this public infrastructure. When it comes to the contribution of the project, yes, taking back maybe from my previous answer, I was trying to firstly standardize a process of establishing some sort of data attestation on chain, on your ledger, and then based on this, combining this with different cryptographic techniques, allow you the interaction with private market services, which are taking different capabilities to try to address some of the things that you, of course, were raising in terms of confidentiality, in terms of data erasing, in terms of private computation of services. This is to say that, in my mind, the process is always the same. Look at where the innovation starts and try, of course, to harmonize the technology so that technology becomes mature, so that the technology maybe can become ready to address the needs of multiple stakeholders, not just the stakeholders where the technology was created. There are, again, there are cryptographic techniques that minimize the data exposure. There are transactions which are supposed to erase 80% of data after 14 days, which is, if we try to make a regulatory alignment, it's quite similar to some GDPR provision for consumer protection. There are technologies which enable private sensitive computation only on client side, even on public infrastructure. So if you look at the innovation, there are possible solutions. Then, of course, the harmonization of the technology, it requires time.
Marcus?
Not sure I have much to add to that. I think we would all agree that standardization is important. I agree with what the others have said about interoperability and global value chain, and sort of having the ability to have a global view or global interoperability, right, of these solutions. If I have my European digital identity wallet, if I travel to Canada or to Korea or elsewhere, will it work there? That I think will be one of the most important questions. And there will be multiple standards, right? So we're not going to have one standard for how digital wallets will work globally. Some will use blockchain, some will not use blockchains, and they will use different protocols and different formats for the digital credentials. So when we think about standards, we also have to build standards that enable interoperability, but we also have to enable interoperability between different standards, right? And think a little bit about mapping or translating or gateways or proxies or these kind of infrastructures that connect different systems built with different standards, because that will be the reality, I think.
Yeah, so Marcus is bringing us to the future. So this is where we are going to focus now, to the future, what future holds for blockchain and DLT enabled digital wallets.
To answer this question at large, I just want to repeat what is written in the China Digital Silk Road strategy. China has a strategy to sell physical products in Europe and the world, which is we call it the Silk Road, it's the Belt and Road Initiative, and they have the digital counterpart of it. And they say that third-tier companies are developing products, second-tier companies are developing technologies, first-tier companies are developing standards. So you could choose which kind of company you want to work for. And this applies to digital wallets, blockchain, digital identity, smart grids, whatever you want to consider. That's the point. And the same, you see the same now happening with the new North American administration, because they are following this radical plan to reform the state, the federal state. This is called the Project 2025. They are closing, you see, many federal agencies because they want to reduce the workforce. But regarding the National Institute of Standards and Technology and the role of standards, they say that they want to have a more position in the world to control the development of standards. They consider China an adversary, clear, and they say they want to develop standards written black and white, okay? And they say that they want to develop standards with countries that have open markets. So this is the point. If we want to create something that is also adopted outside of Europe, including blockchain, according to our approach, okay, or digital wallets, according to our approach, we have to invest a lot of standards, because standards will be in the next 5-10 years one of the field of the global competition, if not the most important one. That's the point, for sure. It will be very simple to stop a product from entering a country because it's not following some regulations, some standards, whatever. Think about the digital passport to make another example, okay? So this is what I see, and this means that we need a lot of people, a lot of energies, and a lot of political willingness and support from the society to develop such standards in every field, including digital wallets, that's for sure. Otherwise, we could create something very good in Europe that will to remain confined in Europe, while on the contrary, we have always been capable of leveraging the so-called Brussels effect, the fact that we have some regulation in Europe that are somehow applied outside of Europe for many reasons that now don't have time to discuss in more detail. And we have to do the same when it comes to the digital world. That's the point.
Yeah. Sure. You want now or at the end?
I don't know if it's more, you work for NIST and you are interested. No, I don't know if it's more money, they say more role, a bigger role. In Project 2025, if you look at the website, it says that USA have to lead the standardization efforts in the world, working with the allies that for them are countries with open markets to contrast China. So they envision a bigger role for NIST in general for all the standardization organizations in the United States of America, but this is focused on the part of NIST. If you look at the Project 25, the part about Department of Commerce, because NIST works for the Department of Commerce, is an agency inside the department, you see this part. It's It's in their website, okay. Clearly, understanding what Trump is going to do is difficult, I think, for Trump himself. So I'm not in the position, I'm not a psychiatrist. So, but if you look at what is written, say that.
Maybe tomorrow they say they can erase all that standards. So. No, but I just I think I can share more or less the same approach, maybe from a slightly different perspective. Like Europe has been reconsidering a lot of things since what has been happening in the last few months, and we hear many times to talk about strategic autonomy and so on, and competitiveness. And for me, at least, the personal view is like look at where and how is used the technology to further innovation and try to harmonize it with the process effect, with the regulatory requirements that we can provide to essentially efficient the services on the market. So I can give you a very personal example. Like in the Ethereum blockchain has been launched a solution called the privacy pool just a few weeks ago. This solution allows to withdraw and deposit money, leveraging zero knowledge proof to validate that the source of money comes from legit sources. This can be easily used to verify the compliance of requirement which underpin a deposit or a withdrawal function. So this applied in institutional environment could position Europe as a great hub for attracting trades and operation globally, specifically in a moment of geopolitical tension. So the opportunities are there to be studied and evaluated and potentially taken. Then it's up to human to take it and bring it to reality.
That's good news.
Yeah. I think that I see, I was attending to the first Open Wallet Foundation, meetings. Then I realized how that's what wanna work, and then we are not anymore involved. But there was a quote that was really envisioning for me, that the wallet is the new browser. All the internet technologies really are, we have been stacking solutions on top of them. Right now, JavaScript, we have HTML that was least reliable. Then JavaScript is all over there. That technology is really, inefficient. It's really complex. It's really chaotic, and probably doesn't really give any reliability on how it works. Okay. So we need to, right now that we are moving from the internet of data or interactions to a real building or moving assets to the internet, we need a reliable way to really exchange identity information, assets information, and so on. I think the wallet is that technology. So the same developments that we saw in the browser becoming more and more complex, and the way the window to interact to all your administration, organizations, individuals, I see that that'll become the wallet in a near future. In 2 years, probably all the European citizens will have a wallet to interact with administration. Most of us has a wallet to interact with our assets, digital assets, and probably most of the companies will have a wallet to interact with their employees or other companies for their assets, so I see that will be a strong pillar of the digital future.
Thank you very much, Marcus.
I liked very much what has been said about NIST in the US and the strategy in China related to standardization. I think the standards translate to a certain type of power, right? So controlling standards translates to political power, economic power. So it is in the interest of course, of countries and continents to participate and to have the necessary resources in standardization. In addition to that, I would also argue that standards sometimes carry within themselves certain worldviews and certain assumptions of how societies should work, right? So standards are not only a technical thing, but there are certain ways of organizing social interactions, of organizing power relationships are sometimes built into standards, right? So when we talk about digital wallets and we for example, we see at least 5 different standards for how a verifiable credential can be expressed, right? For the data model, or what's also called the electronic attestation of attributes. There are standards in W3C, there's something in IETF, there's the ISO mobile driver's license, and there are several more. There are also multiple protocols for how wallets can talk to each other, for how these credentials are exchanged. And so when we look at these different options and the different choices, then at first it usually looks like it's some technical details. It's something that the technical engineers argue about or discuss how certain features should work in certain standards, and then you end up with a number of different ones. But if you look closer, I think also sometimes we realize that some standards are maybe a bit more decentralized than the others. Some standards are maybe a bit more privacy preserving than others. Some standards have within themselves hidden power asymmetries, and whereas some others are more have more egalitarian peer-to-peer approaches, right? When it comes to building wallets, when it comes to modeling digital identity. So let's keep that in mind. Maybe also that standards mean influence, but the standards in the case of Europe, for example, it's also an opportunity to promote our European values, right, and build them into the standard.
Thank you very much. And on that note, the European values and the thoughts on, the facts on the focus on standardization in North America, what do you think Europe should do in terms of, what should be the standardization strategy to make sure that remains as a major player in the standardization world?
First, we need more people working on standards, because really, I've reached my limits some months ago, and now I have to do even more than that, and it's not possible. But seriously, we need more people, younger people, because standards should not be considered something that people are doing in their late stage of careers, but the beginning, first point. And this means that we have to teach standardization at universities. As an example, from my understanding, I would say in Italy, but probably not only in Italy, there are no universities that are teaching anything about how a standardization process works. They study how the European Union works in the Faculty of Law. They are studying the effects of open markets in economy. They're studying how to understand the request for comments from IETF in engineering, but they don't know how to develop these kind of things. And this means that when they start working in one company, no one knows that this is needed. While every company knows that they need to have a legal office, an accounting, and a function, and administration, whatever. It's not strange, but they don't know that they need a standardization function in the company. That's the point. And this exacerbates and reiterates the problem, and this means that when we are working in standardization, we are all the same people, and we are all getting older. I started working on blockchain standardization 8 years ago. We are almost all the same people now. We are just 8 years older. Okay, that's a problem. We cannot continue. This is not sustainable long term. Sometimes someone else is going to retire, and we continue to be the same people. That's the problem.
Well, I would like to start to say that I'm 34, so.
But you're not in ISO. Not yet.
No, joking aside, I think that it's very, very important, at least from my experience and my perspective, to build more opportunities for open environment. This is because, in my mind, blockchain networks evolve in such a rapid way from monolithic to modular to address the needs of stakeholders, which may be the normal user, the institution, the government, that you need to, if you want to be competitive, you need to create an environment where different kind of people from different standardization body and different more free organization can talk to each other and exchange view. So only in that way you can create value, by exchange ideas, and by exchanging ideas maybe you can come to balances and compromises, and the technology in the concept of its idea evolve to a maturity, into an harmonized process, which is then right to become a standard.
Thank you.
Okay, I were contributing to Perl when I was 20, and that was like really long time ago, but didn't have the urgency to contribute to standards. So right now, I think as technology evolves and becomes more complex, I think that documents are not enough. And we need to move from documents to code for two reasons. One, in a new age of vibe coding and generative AI, probably if we need to move and onboard the new builders of technology, we need to do it in another way, okay? Yeah, that is one. Second one, we need to prove standards value. Probably without code right now, we have been implementing W3C, verifier credentials, as Marcus said. You know, indeed in the EBSI pilot, we really an OpenID verifier credentials, open standards, and we realized that 16 companies were doing in a different way. So we only really reach to a real standard where we can interoperate when we start to compare code and really made an interoperability test bed. So I think that we need to move from, regarding technology, okay? Moving from documents to code, yeah, and that's, I think it's urgent.
Yeah, I think that was music to Marcus' ears.
Yeah, sure. I also really agree with what has been said about open environments, right? I think some standards bodies where you have to pay for standards, where you can just look at them, where you have to go through a process of being accredited and delegated by your national standards body, as it is in CEN, and you have to be approved all the time. That makes it a bit hard maybe to participate for some young and innovative people who just want to get some work done, right? Who just have some ideas, but then if in some of the current standards processes, I think there are certain barriers, right? That sometimes makes it not so easy to get involved.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have any more time to take questions, but feel free to reach out to our panelists during the event today. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Irina. Thank you so much to the panelists. Thank you. And look, we are good on time, but of course, to keep being good on time, we need to move along. So to the next panel, and just for the sake of, so we are still having two sessions, parallel sessions, one happening here and one happening downstairs. The one that will be happening downstairs is digital finance, and in here we will, in the main room, we will have the session on DLTs supporting key European initiatives, such, and the focus to be on EBSI, European Blockchain Service Infrastructure.
And to lead that discussion, I would love to welcome on stage Andrea Caccia from Uninfo and a Blockstand partner. Thank you, Andrea. Please. Please, I invite you to invite your...
Thank you. Thank you, Ricardo. Now, took some note. Now, so I invite Steffen Schwalm, and I hope he's...
Steffen is there?
Yeah, Steffen is there, but okay. Jose Manuel is out there. That was my doubt. Okay, we have also Jose Manuel here. Thank you. So, this session is about how distributed ledger technologies are... Okay, how distributed ledger technologies can support the implementation of key European policy initiatives, and especially with the focus on EBSI, the European Blockchain Structure infrastructure. So, in the previous panels, we had the two parallel sections dealing with policy initiatives. One is on the wallet, the other one on digital product passport, and there are two key use cases. But now we try to broaden a bit our focus. We have with the two distinguished speakers here, we have a very important view on foundational enablers of the European digital public infrastructure, or the Eurostack DPI. That is one of the topics where EBSI is going. On the other hand, to reflect about standardization, about how standardization can help sustainability and interoperability of EBSI, and with Steffen, that is strictly involved, very involved in different fields, and as a Blockstand expert in leading two specific standards. So we can hear both the views that I think will help us to ensure we have a very interesting panel. So, Jose Manuel, we can start with him. He's the lead team, is leading the EBSI initiative at DigiDigit, at the European Commission, and is, of course, involved actively in the strategic evolution of EBSI. And so, where EBSI stands today? So that's my question is: how can support, especially, of course, how it's supporting the European policy initiatives, and how is so it's a specific technology, but as we heard, for example, I have been in the DPP panel, there is also an important, we can say, it's a technology that can be very supportive for many initiatives. So please, I will be here, eager to hear your views.
Is it working? Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Andrea, for the nice presentation, and thank you also to Blockstand and SEEBLOCKS to invite me to this event. I see here some family faces of. They are part of the technical committee 307, that they were part of the delegation that went 2 days ago to the EBSI Experience Center, and they saw a hands-on demonstration of what we are doing in the Commission. So thanks a lot also for coming. I'm, as you said, I'm the EBSI team leader, so I'm working in Digit. I'm leading and coordinating a fantastic team that is making this ball rolling. And yes, and coming back to your question, I think we can mention a quote that says that there are decades where nothing happens, and there are weeks where decades happens. And I think that now we are in those weeks. Now that the expectations are so high, I can say that I know that you are aware of the concern that we have in Europe to be digitally sovereign, to be technologically independent in Europe. Probably you know the Eurostat report that has been recently published. But also, I mean, in the European Commission, it's a concern, and it's part of our main priorities all these years, based on policy endorsements, based on concrete actions, based on initiative. We consider that EBSI perfectly fits into this vision because it's a network that is managed by the public sector, today by the European Commission, and we are in the transition that these services will be exploited by the European EDIC. It's an initiative that is supported by code that is managed by the public sector. This code is deployed in the infrastructure of the member state. And also what is important, and I will spend a couple of minutes explaining this, we are encouraging the balance between the supply and the demand side. I mean, to foster and to create a sustainable and a competitive digital market, we need to balance the supply and the demand. Supply, we need IT providers that are providing technology aligned with what we are doing. And the demand, we need customers that are using EBSI today. So to achieve this, we are following the similar initiative that we are doing in different building blocks. So we have technical specifications, we have a support office, we have conformance services for IT providers, and what is more important, we have to communicate. We have to communicate with stakeholders, we have to communicate through social media, and what we are doing, we are executing campaigns of early adopters that are aligning these two sides from the market, the supply and the demand, to get customers that are using today EBSI, and what is more important, to provide a competitive and sustainable market. And coming back to your question regarding the European Union policy initiatives, EBSI is not supported by a regulation behind, but we have received the interest from different policy initiatives to use EBSI. For example, we can mention that one of the UDI LSPs, DC4U, they are piloting the use of EBSI for the non-qualified attestations in the context of the UDI regulation. We have also received the interest from colleagues from taxations and also from CLIMA to explore the use of EBSI, for example, to store the certificates of compliance for carbon removals. We can mention also that in the context of taxations, we have received the interest of our colleagues to explore the use of verified credentials to protect the one-stop single window identifier. And also we are exploring the use of Web3 technologies, mainly in EBSI, to support the protection of IP rights. This is what is ongoing, but thinking on more regulations, EBSI is today providing a framework based on decentralized identifiers, verified credentials, and a trust model. I mean, we have identifiers, meaningless identifiers like DADs that are supported by a blockchain. We have verified credentials that can represent any type of attestations. And what is more important, the added value that we consider that EBSI has is the trust model. So we have a flexible trust model that is implementing the trust that we have been building in Europe all these years. So we have some actors that can do something, for example, trusted issuers, and we have other actors that are accrediting these actors to do these things. We have the accreditation organizations. So we have a flexible trust model that can be used to implement any regulation in Europe. For example, previously we mentioned the DPP. So the DPP has a complex access management. For example, they have to define if a recycler can change a concrete DPP. So EBSI is an opportunity to define this complex access management that can be needed in the different regulations.
Yeah, I really believe that in digital product passport, blockchain can be really important because now we are facing also with the different global initiatives. So having a technology that allows to have a better exchange of trust also outside Europe is an important element. And I think that I believe that in a global context there could be a role especially after the first round of standards that are going to be published around the end of this year. So, going to standards, Steffen, I know you are working on topics that are closely related with this, and so how you think, so of course, we are interested to know about some internals of your work, but also how this can support key initiatives in Europe and EBSI also. We heard about specifications, so I think that there are complementarities, a lot of complementarities. So,
let's start with the last part of the question. So, what's the role of EBSI in this ecosystem? Because coming from there, it's clear what we need in the standardization. So basically, you can say EBSI is a public good, as EBSI is owned by the member states. The nodes, the main nodes, are provided by the member states. This means that EBSI contains a value which no other infrastructure, especially in the EIDAS world, contains. Governmental trust anchor per default. Yeah, so a government democratically elected, democratically legitimated, so there is no interest to cheat because there's no economical interest behind. And this is something we need to take into account in the EIDAS ecosystem. And if we then speak about the trust model, we have 3 different categories we have to look on. One category is exactly so trusted registries, means according to EIDAS, the list of the certified UDI wallets, the list of the trust services, so trust list. On the other hand, the list of the relying parties according to Article 5b. Basically, EBSI contains for everything a solution. So we have the trust model, which can be easily mapped to EIDAS. We did this work in EBSI Vector, so this is one hat I put on my hat, where we discussed how to move EBSI into the EIDAS. Same we have for a list of certified wallets already exists. We have the registration of relying parties, which is called TAOs, a Trusted Accreditation Organization, which accredits somebody to issue something, yeah, or to be allowed to get attestation of attributes. Nothing more is defined in Article 5b. Now my question, why do we reinvent the wheel in Europe if we have an infrastructure for this? Don't understand. The implementing act on Article 5a requests that the registrar issuing the certificates for the relying party to be able to interact with the UDI wallet have to ensure certificate transparency. EBSI is a public permission DLT. What means public? We have certificate transparency by design. EBSI is an infrastructure issuing attestation of attributes. We call it verifiable credentials, and EIDAS is attestation of attributes. So again, the question, why do we reinvent the wheel if we have an infrastructure for this? If we then go to the already wallet and the framework, if we go in the protocols, if we go in the formats already exists in the EBSI in the public infrastructure, why do we reinvent the wheel with a separate solution? As a taxpayer, I don't really understand this. On the other hand, we go to the trust services, and there EIDAS contains section 11. So special thanks going out to Spain, knowing who drafted the section in this subject. So we have a dedicated trust service for electronic ledger, DLT, and blockchain, which can be used as a personal way, we call it trust service components, so as an infrastructure also for other trust services. So this means the role EBSI can play is exactly all subjects the EIDAS contains, and where we do many effort to build parallel structures, which I don't really understand if we have an infrastructure for this. This means EBSI could play, in terms of trust services, the role of a decentralized PKI, just to issue attestation of attributes and just to correct the commission. It can be also qualified attestation of attributes if it's the infrastructure and if it's certified by a CAP. It could be the infrastructure as a trust layer for the or integrity layer for trust service, or it could be a trust service itself. And then we come to the standardization. This is exactly what I do in SEN, to lead the specification for defining the policy and security requirements for trust services providing ledger services. So exactly the technical requirements a conformity assessment body will check to qualify a ledger, which then might be used as a trust service itself, but might be used as a trust service component. So basically, the decentralized PKI to issue attestation of attributes. What is EBSI practically doing? Decentralized PKI to issue attestation of attributes. So basically, it's a bit the specification maybe to qualify EDIC or somebody else in future, providing based on EBSI at the end of the day. And the other specification I'm working on is function and interoperability requirements for decentralized identifiers. So just to solve this SO of 200 DIT methods to ensure the interoperability on this subject, because with DIT we can really achieve decentralization instead of going back with the OID stack to centralize everything. So why did we discuss about SSI if we centralize now anything again in the AIF? Maybe somebody can explain it in future. The other subject is with DITs, we can combine transaction and identity. Because I can give the organization an identity, I can give an identity to the person which acts, I can give an identity to the product, and I can execute the transaction in the ledger. And this is exactly, for example, what I'm doing in another project, putting another hat on my head, co-coordinator of Trace4U project, where we exactly pilot supply chain and digital product passport, and the combination of product passport and supply chain, exactly in the combination of organizational identity, organizational wallets, and DITs on the EBSI. So basically, my job is a bit, what I'm doing is to bring all those pillars together to a whole picture, so to what we pilot in the EU projects, to underpin it with a current technical framework in Europe, also worldwide, because there's a pendant to the CENTIAS for policy and security requirements. It's called auditing guidelines, it's an ISO spec. Security requirements, it's an ISO spec defining the measures on according to ISO 27002. So and the DIT specification is completely aligned with DIF to ensure the worldwide interoperability, so that we have at the end of the day a current framework. And EBSI is basically the key.
Thank you. If I may add one comment here, sure. Steffen mentioned reinventing the wheel, and we can provide example of the certificate transparency, which is a distributed registry that today is key to detect rogue certificates. So every time that a certificate authority is issuing a certificate, they are sending a log to this distributed registry. This is working today, and this is key. For example, if we see that a certificate authority, the key is compromised and they are issuing google.com certificate, we can check it immediately. If you look in Google for an article that was drafted by Let's Encrypt, they were explaining how difficult and which are the efforts. I think they have to provide between 50 and 60 different services. You should check it at the right name, but they are expressing the difficulty of providing this registry. They have to provide some features that today are provided out of the box by blockchain. So we have in Europe one infrastructure that is providing these capabilities, is in place, so let's reuse it.
Yeah, blockchain is really, I would say that it's a key use case for the blockchain technology. If I may take another key point from Steffen's words about the component model behind the new, especially the new EIDAS regulation. We saw really a trend here from the old signature directive in the previous century, let me say, to the EIDAS regulation that really broadened the number of trust services, to the newer one, the one that has been approved almost 1 year ago, that really build on complementarity of the different trust services, so component-based, and again, blockchain, so electronic ledgers in the neutral terminology of the EIDAS, but blockchain as, I guess, the only technology that fully covers what is behind the trust service, because we should not, in my opinion, with the excuse of neutrality, to avoid to see where there is a clear technology that can support so the regulation is there to last for years, so maybe in 100 years, blockchain will be just something on the history books, but today is the only technology that really implements. So it's not the only use case, because there are others, but for sure it's the most reusable in the different components of the EIDAS. So, and indeed, reinventing the wheel is not only a waste of money, but also waste of interoperability sometimes, because you are inventing a different way the wheel, and so you have a car with different, so we are here in the good place to have this example, a car with different wheels is not really doing the job so somehow, you somehow are already stating that standardization is useful for EBSI. So can you elaborate a bit on how you see standards can help EBSI, can help the sustainability also of EBSI?
Yes, indeed. I can mention here that I think it was like 1.5 years ago, we presented to Blockstand and to SEEBLOCKS the different topics that we consider that should be covered by standardization activities. We focused this presentation mostly in the 3 different areas that are part of the EBSI framework. So we mentioned DIDs, we mentioned verifiable credentials, and we mentioned the trust model. Taking this into account, and thanks to the support of this project, we are advancing on the standardization activities of these topics. Regarding decentralized identifiers, we have been aware that in other initiatives not located in Europe, they are going to work on standards for DIDs that are web-based, so they are not going to cover blockchain-based DIDs. So for us, it makes totally sense that is, for example, EBSI, we are working with a DID method that is made in Europe, for Europe, and by Europe. That is, the standards are done in the context of Sensenelec GTC 19. There is already a work item proposal that is going to cover this. Regarding the verifiable credentials profile, we are in contact with the authors of the EBSI 119472. This is mainly led by Juan Carlos Curellas. They are going to define the different profiles that are going to be included in the electronic attestation of attributes in this concrete standard, and we are in communication and in contact with them to ensure that the EBSI verifiable credential profile will be included in this standard. And finally, to mention the trust model, recently I was aware also that one of the initiatives of Blockstand is going to cover an initial proposal to write a standard based on the EBSI trust model, so we appreciate all of your support. Now we have mentioned like the 3 topics of EBSI. We should mention also the regulation. So as you know, the context of EIDAS 2, they are including the electronic ledgers as a new qualified trust service. So here it makes sense also to reduce the work done in EBSI to define the security and policy requirements of this concrete trust service. So we are also in contact with GTC 19 that they have started a work item proposal to cover this policy requirement.
Great, thank you. So now, GTC 19 is a European technical committee, and of course, when we have European regulation, it's mainly a matter of European standardization committees to work on these kinds of specific topics. But okay, it's not a chance. We are here in a context of international standardization. So do you see any friction between, or synergies, or where there could be frictions between the international level, so TC307, and the European one? Are European standards aligned? Where are they aligned? When there is need not maybe to align? So what's your experience in this relationship? Because I had a strong question, and in JTC 24, there is another potential issue related to some friction between EIDAS and the user outside Europe. And I had to elaborate a long answer to explain this relationship. Is a very tricky part. So,
personally, I can say, especially for this ledger stuff, I don't really see an issue because it's pretty much the same people. Yeah, so the people working in JTC 19 are pretty much the same working on the subjects in ISO TC 07. So let's take this CENTS on the policy and security requirements for the qualified trust services providing ledger services. What we are doing, this TS is basically following the reference architecture defined in ISO 23257 coming from TC 07. We just follow in the governance the ISO TS 23635 coming from ISO TS 07. The idea was to avoid any contradiction, this first one. On the other hand, we were a bit lazy. So why should we reinvent the wheel if ISO defined something? Yeah, if ISO defined an umbrella, it's only necessary to define the specifics for Europe coming out of the EIDAS regulation. The same, for example, for EBSI. So on the core security requirements, we follow the structure from the EBSI EN 319-401, which is the main standard for any trust service. If you want to become trust service, you know you have to do it first, the certification against the 401, you have a BCM, you have secure ISMS there, you have crypto measures and so on, and then we look into specific standards. And the same we do for this auditing guideline. Yeah, so in the TC 07 working group 5, there's the ISO 23353 auditing guidelines under development. And the idea was always that we do not contradict there. Yes, so, okay, I'm part of the editing committee, it makes it a bit easier, but also to contribute in these 25126 on the security requirements, so that at the end of the day, we are not alone in the world in Europe. So we need to comply with what's done in ISO TC 307. So in terms of the blockchain standardization, I see no issue. In terms of the standardization on documentation and burden of proof, I also see no issue. We have the ISO TR 24332, which was published in May, April this year, they did the final version. We now plan a standard on this. What we did, we follow pretty much a bit Europe. Where I see a bit of risk is the standardization on identity subjects. If I look what Open Identity Foundation is doing, what IETF is doing, they, especially in the revocation subject, especially also in the credential formats, they not really follow the interests of European needs, like micro-credentials, like organizational identities, like interoperability subjects, interoperability with existing ecosystems. On one hand, on the other hand, in the certificate transparency subject, there's a focus on the web PKI. Great, but it's not European infrastructure. Yeah, so I think in this subject I really see an issue because there, if we adopt standards which were not developed in Europe, from my perspective, we go a bit in a dependency on non-European technology, on American technology, on American companies, and I'm pretty sure this was not the idea of European regulation. The idea of European regulation is European digital sovereignty. So we should focus on European standards which serve the interests of Europe. We need the interoperability, but if we need to decide, we should always focus on European interests. And blockchain, just to summarize, in the blockchain I see no issue. In the identity stuff, I see the issue that standards are developed which are a bit on the green field without taking into account existing ecosystem and existing needs.
Yeah, I agree. And maybe the identity, even in the, now it's a bit relaxed with the new version of the IADAS, but in the first part it's evident that member states would not lose the control on their identity. This is understandable, like in the Italian constitution, but I think in many places the identification of citizens is a matter of a constitutional level, not even part of a potential part of harmonization of legislation in Europe. But this has been relaxed, so there was space for doing this, and probably the more it's understandable that technology can help to avoid to lose the control. So distribution in public authorities sometimes is a strange, strange animal, we can say, but it's a matter of getting trust on technology, in my opinion. So I see a trend, a positive trend here, and I hope that...
to be honest, there is no trust in technology. Trust is not falling from the sky because there's a great technology provided by great companies or something like this. Trust we always achieve only by proof by a trusted third party. If an independent third party looks on the technology and just certify it, and if we can prove it with independent tools, like we prove a signature, for example, with the DSS tool from the Commission, something like this. But trust is never fallen from the sky. This is what we believed a bit in blockchain, and I think it was really a mistake in the development of DLT, but this is what we should always keep in mind. There is never trust by default. Trust is achieved only by proof by a trusted independent third party.
Yeah, I fully agree. And now, trying to go into another important matter, that is interoperability. Okay, trust is the basis, let me say, to create a building, but if you don't interoperate, the building risks to not be so useful as it could. So, so to both of you, maybe on the EBSI side, how interoperability is not a closed word, I guess. So how you plan to ensure interoperability and how standardization can, of course, support interoperability. I think that when somebody thinks to a standard, the first thing coming in mind is interoperability. So a standard is mandatory if you want to interoperate. It's not the only topic that is covered, but let me say, for whoever is not really into standardization, interoperability is probably the first word that comes in mind. So I think that we can try to give some message also about this point, and then ask to the audience if there is any question.
Okay, so regarding interoperability, I mean, I'm working in Digit, and one of the key initiatives that we have in Digit is the interoperable portal that we have here in Digit. To collaborate with this, not with initiative, I mean to promote interoperability from the side of EBSI, we have recently finished the track of open sourcing EBSI. So the code is available in open source, it's in GitLab, it's in the platform of code.europe.eu. We have finished all the tracks that are required by our colleagues of GRC to finish this track, to have an IP clearance, to have all the required security audits, and the code is here. So if any project wants to explore EBSI and wants to check the code, it's already there. I think it's a great contribution to the interoperability. I mentioned this portal because we are going to make this accessible, this code, not only in the platform, also through the catalog that this portal is providing. And yes, and also I mentioned before the different standards that we are collaborating is something that will be key also to achieve the interoperability.
Thank you. Steffen, your view?
Yeah, my view, as mentioned, European standards aim for this interoperability, as we do, for example, for the DIT stuff concerning the credential formats. We just do it in this other European projects where we explicitly develop an interoperability profile between the technical framework given by EBSI or via the ETSI standards on attestation of attributes to international developments, just to ensure a technical interoperability, but also to ensure the adoption for key initiatives like product passport, where we need a bit, not a combination of identity and transaction, but we need micro-credential because it's developed in stages or diplomas, applications, but also to ensure that an easy adoption in a way that we have the credential on one hand, which references existing exchange formats established in the industry, which is easily possible with WCC VCDM, which might lack of some other subject, easy selective disclosure, for example, as defined in the EIDAS. And so combine the work in European projects like EBSI Vector, for example, with the standardization to take the experiences from those projects into the standardization and adjust the standardization framework that we achieve a broad adoption of the EIDAS and related subject, but also the international interoperability, because especially in supply chain, the supply chain won't stop at the borders of Europe.
Thank you. So now we have a couple of questions coming from online people. The first question is about how blockchain identity and blockchain signature will disrupt existing EIDAS notified electronic IDs and ES, QAS, and the signatures and their trust anchors. So maybe more on you, but also.
Maybe I can start. First of all, for Germany, nothing, because you know DLT is forbidden for our EID by a political decision of our government. Maybe that's the reason why I work in DLT, because always was the rebel. Concerning the other subject, on notified EID, personally, I don't really see that there were some changes in the hands of the member states. They won't give the control give away the control for the notified EID subject, and you need to give a bit of control away for if you use a blockchain decentralized system. For the signature subject, the blockchain could be a decentralized PKI on this subject, and I think it's more the blockchain DLT who will push this attestation subject. Blockchain signature, yeah, to be honest, if it's a signature according to the EIDAS regulation, which means the certificate is issued by a qualified trust service, it could be a qualified signature, also if you use a blockchain as the PKI. If not, it's a quite interesting encrypted hash, but not a qualified signature or an advanced one within EIDAS. So basically, in my opinion, it won't really change something in this subject. In the trust anchors, I refer to José Manuel and the trust model of EIDAS, because there, in my opinion, will be the biggest change.
Thank you. So talking about EIDAS, EIDAS is descriptive and normative for the trust anchor for the QTSPs, and this will be enhanced and included for the qualified electronic of attestations. As far as I know, maybe I'm wrong, EIDAS is not including in this trust list the non-qualified, and this is also something that is today is being piloted by one of the EU DILSPs. This is for you, as I mentioned before, so there is an opportunity. I see here that they are saying disrupt. I don't like this word. I would say collaborate or contribute to the current ecosystem. We are mentioning here identity, and for the Commission, identity is EIDAS. So in EBSI, we are completely agnostic from this. We are not covering the identity. The identity is covered by our colleagues of EIDAS. But this is true that if we, following, for example, the model that we have in the EBSI verified credentials, if we are able to link an EIDAS identity with a blockchain identity, we are unlocking a lot of possibilities. In EBSI, we have a set of use cases, but we see that the private actors today, they have thousands of use cases that are working. The technology is there, the technology is working. And this, if we are able to link easily through a verified credentials these two identities, we are unlocking many opportunities. We can, for example, provide an example of copyrights. No? Imagine that an author has an IP asset So if this author is able to link the blockchain identity with the EIDAS identity, we can first of all tokenize the copyright, and we can quickly distribute royalties using smart contract.
Yeah, is somehow closely related to the Data Act use of smart contract, in my opinion, because in the end it's very close. And if I can give also my opinion, I don't think it will be a disruption of electronic IDs, but maybe some kind of disruption of the mutual recognition mechanism of all the IDAs that probably became less useful when you have attestations and we have good electronic IDs and wallet linked to the electronic ID. So I think that the electronic IDs will become even more important, but the other technology will help to use as much as possible electronic IDs. So I see more complementarities than disruptions here.
Just to add, Andrea, for the Data Act, we should keep in mind that the Data Act defines smart contracts for the agreements on data sharing. And as both of us know, the regulation says for those smart contracts, electronic ledger can be used. And taking into account that the STF 655 and EBSI defines the technical report and technical specification on this, which directly references for the electronic ledger to the mentioned CENTIAs, we have the big picture. So again, electronic ledger supports key initiatives. In this case, the Data Act, which could be exactly a role for the public good we have called EBSI.
Okay, second question is any requirement to build all new projects with new post-quantum? So this is a recurring question because quantum computing, everybody knows, is somehow challenging the old PKI technology, especially the algorithms behind the old PKI technologies. So indeed, when you have and with blockchain, it can the issue can be seen as even more because you have it's heavily based on algorithms. So it's something we have to think before something bad happens.
Yes, I mean, no doubt on that. So, for example, in EBSI, we are following the requirements and the recommendation from the cybersecurity agencies. We are following SOGIs. The most use case are in the context of blockchain are COBLIS, but also NIST, which is part of the keys that are recommended. And for sure, we will follow with these recommendations.
Yeah, I think two answers on this. Before we think about post-quantum, we should think about the longevity of the cryptographic algorithm of the blockchain fundamentally. Yes, so currently we have this hash chain, so block 2 hash block 1 and 3 hash block 2 and so on. What we do not have in Ledger is a rehashing. So independently from post-quantum, if there's a new algorithm, I have time. I just wait for 10 years. 10 years ago, we had the good old MD5 values, which can be recalculated by any student in the 3rd semester. Maybe it means I can attack the EBSI. I can, if I know the hash algorithm, I can do changes in the blocks or in the transactions, and the EBSI will still have a valid consensus. They will still say everything is fine. Because we do not have a rehashing, we currently do not have in any blockchains a standardized way of proof of existence, which means an external qualified timestamp. And what we do not have currently is this preservation of hash algorithm. Yeah, so lucky you, the CENTIAs just covers this subject, as we have a preservation service for this in EIDA, so combine Ledger with preservation service and URSU. So this subject can be solved, but it needs to be implemented first of all for any DLT system in Europe. And when we implemented this, I'm not in fear, so I'm not afraid about post-quantum, because then it's only what we do with preservation services, since we have digital signatures and algorithm, rehashing, resigning, as long as you need those data. This is the first answer. And the second answer, First of all, we need some standards for post-quantum algorithm, and if we have those standards, I come back to Jose Manuel, they will be covered by CTS 19312, covered by SOGIS, and covered by preservation services ensuring the longevity of the cryptographic algorithm.
Okay, so any question here from, we are getting close, I think, to the, we have still a few minutes. Yeah. Any question? Please.
A very, I would say, generic question maybe to Jose. I mean, from industry perspective, a lot of companies in the blockchain space are making business by managing smart contracts, because by managing smart contracts, they manage the transaction process, and so they extract fees that they can make business out of it. Would it be possible, do you think that would be possible for private companies to host a smart contract on EBSI in the future? And would EBSI open to maybe multiple different types of smart contracts built on different EVM machine?
Thank you for the question. So for the time being, we are in the transition to a new legal entity that will exploit the services of EBSI in production. This question should be replied by this new legal entity, but yes, there are, until now, the governance of EBSI, governed by member state, the Commission has been deploying this smart contract. Yes, but nothing, in my opinion, it can be considered as part of the strategy of the European ethic to work in business models, exploiting EBSI at the different layers, like offering an infrastructure, for example, offering the use of a multi-purpose ledger, offering the registration of a smart contract, or offering services at the API level. No? So there are like 4 or 5 layers that can be exploited in a business model, indeed.
Okay, thank you. A bit in conjunction with that question, actually, I'm partially into blockchain performance, so I would be very wary of anybody coming with such ideas from the engineering point of view. But is there any thinking or strategy about possibly making EBSI, transforming it into a layered model? Because in the blockchain space as a whole, with the whole layer 0, layer 2 stuff happening, there could be very interesting propositions for something like that in the public sphere in Europe. Anything on that already, or
yes,
just rough ideas?
Until now, we have not explored the possibility of the layer 2, so we are working this layer 1. Thanks to the open source track, it's possible to have the vision of the layer 3, so having a layer dedicated to a use case and keeping the layer 1 in EBSI, but indeed, it's a possibility.
Yeah, one more. Just over there.
Yeah, just one quick question maybe for Jose. We've talked a little bit about digital sovereignty. So in the EBSI technological stack, how much reliance is there on non-European tech providers at the moment?
So today's EBSI is a project that is managed by the Commission. So we are using infrastructure in the Commission. We are working in a, let's say, in a 3-layer model. We have APIs that they have been deployed by and developed by us. We have a smart contract that has been deployed by us. We are using today Hyperledger Besu as the blockchain client that is compatible with Ethereum, with the EVM. We are agnostic from the blockchain in the sense that our smart contracts are developing Solidity, so it's agnostic for blockchain. So we'll need, if we want to switch to other blockchain, we can do it. It's a matter of just moving the code to a new EVM compatible machine. And the infrastructure itself, so with the commissions providing the code, the EBSI virtual image, the EBSI code, we are managing the network, and the member states, on their facilities, they are deploying this code, the EBSI node. So we are using an infrastructure that is directly provided by the member states.
Okay, thank you so much. I think you gained the ticket for the lunch here. I think that it was quite interesting, at least it was for me. I hope it was, of course, especially for you. And so see you at the next section at 2.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Thank you so much. Thank you so
Ricardo,
much, Andrea.
please.
Handful of applause. Thank you so much, Andrea. Thank you so much to Steffen and to José Manuel. Thank you. I think it was a very interesting session on the EBSI. You're right. It's time to lunch, so we will invite everyone to go to the outside terrace and enjoy, of course, connect and socialize. And we will be back here, the full group concentrated here for ESG standards on blockchain session. But before of that, a keynote address from Pierre Marro. Thank you so much. Enjoy lunch. Thank you.
Announcing your intentions, easier said than done. Announcing your intentions. Easier said than done. But is it better to say nothing than say something wrong? When you only want someone, when that someone's gone. Announcing your intentions. It's easier said than done. You can't own me. Don't let that be a reason to stay. Hey, you can't own me. Don't let that be a reason to run away. Announcing your intentions. It's easier said than done. spending too much time lying low, living through the day, staring holes into the ceiling by the phone, not in the mood to stay, but be sure I never disappoint you, not knowing where we go, put aside whatever may concern you. When the whistle blows, I will get up and try. For the better, giving you all you want, whatever you wanna. Get up and fight. For the better, giving you all you want, whatever you wanna have. Look into the mirror, see a face of someone I knew. From now I go through hell to find a place, 'cause you make me move, but be sure I never disappoint you, not knowing where we go, put aside whatever may concern you. When the whistle blows, I will get up and try. For the better, giving you all you want, whatever you wanna have tonight. For the better, giving you all you want, whatever you wanna have and try. For the better, giving you all you want, whatever you wanna have tonight. For the better, giving you all you want, whatever you wanna have.
because of you, my life is upside down. I love you anyhow, but this is much to bear. You don't believe in me, sometimes you disappear. And when I think you're near, you are so far away, far away, far away, far away. So tell me please, what is it I can do? I have my hopes it's true, and if it's my mistake to love you, please don't take me wrong. You know I'm not that strong. Make up your mind, do please. I cannot live like this. Now it's your turn to show me you also have some feelings, some feelings. All I want is just another chance to love you. And then you see me flying so high up in the sky. So be what you are, but please let me believe you are mine. And then you see me flying so high up in the sky. So be what you are, but please let me believe you are mine. Because of you, my life is upside down. I love you anyhow, but this is much to bear. You don't believe in me, sometimes you disappear. And when I think you're near, you are so far away, far away, far away, far away. So tell me please, what is it I can do? I have my hopes it's true, and if it's my mistake to love you, please don't take me wrong. You know I'm not that strong. Make up your mind, do please. I cannot live like this. Now it's your turn to show me you also have some feelings, some feelings. All I want is just another chance to love you. And then you see me flying so high up in the sky. So be what you are, but please let me believe you are mine. And then you see me flying so high up in the sky. So be what you are, but please let me believe you are mine. And then you see me flying so high up in the sky. So be what you are, but please let me believe you are mine. And then you see me flying so high up in the sky. So be what you are, but please let me believe you are Let's groove tonight, share the spice of life. Baby, slice is right. We're gonna groove tonight. Let this groove get you to move, it's alright. Alright. Let this groove set in your shoes, stand up. Alright, gonna tell you what you can do with my love. Alright, let you know, boy, you're looking good out of sight. And alright, move yourself and glide like a 747. Lose yourself in the sky, among the clouds in the heaven. Let this groove light up your fuse. Alright, alright. Let this groove set in your shoes. Stand up. Alright, let me tell you what you can do
get you to move. It's alright, alright. Let this groove set in your shoes. Stand up, alright. Let this groove get you to move. Alright, alright. Let this groove set in your shoes. Stand up and alright. You'll find peace of mind on the floor. Take a little time. Come and see you and me. Make a little sign. I'll be back after a while. If you want my love, we can boogie down, 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 down. We can boogie down, down, down. We can boogie, we can boogie down, down. We can boogie down, boogie down, down. We can boogie down, boogie down. We can boogie, we can boogie down, we can boogie down, we can boogie down, down, down. We can boogie down.
Oh, yeah. I see the wonder in your eyes. Let the rhythm hypnotize. Let it take your mind away. Ooh, let's get closer than before. Let's imagine something more. Then we'll make it real today. And don't say goodbye tonight. Save that kiss for the morning light. Till the sun comes up, we'll be lost in us. Don't say goodbye, the night was made for love, love. Oh, maybe you should lose your keys and your responsibilities. They can wait another day. Baby, the streets are danger zone. Don't go out there all alone. You'll feel better if you stay. And don't say goodbye tonight. Save that kiss for the morning light. Till the sun comes up, we'll be lost in us. Don't say goodbye, the night was made for love, love. And don't say goodbye tonight. Till the sun comes up, we'll be lost in us. Ba, ba-dee-ya, ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-dee-ya, ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-dee-ba. Yeah, don't say goodbye tonight. Save that kiss for the morning light. Till the sun comes up, we'll be lost in us. Don't say goodbye, the night was made for love, love. Oh, if this night was made for two, you know what we need to do. Let me spend it all with you. Yeah, let me spend it all with you.
Look at me, my name is Lucky Red. Twisting and shouting you all. Love to me could be another dance. I'm landing on Rio de Janeiro, fevereiro. Attention please, my name is Lucky Red. Rocking and rolling you all. Love to me must be another dance. I'm landing on Rio de Janeiro, fevereiro. I give another dance a new chance. I give another dance. I give another dance a new chance.
When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently that when she passes, each one she passes goes tall and thin and young and lovely. The girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each one she passes goes When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently that when she passes, each one she
I see the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun comes shining through to make those rainbows in my mind. When I think of you sometime, and I wanna spend some time with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Oh, just the two of us, building castles in the sky, just the two of us, you and I. We look for love, no time for tears. Wasting water's all that is, and it don't make no flowers grow. Good things might come to those who wait, not for those who wait too late. We gotta go for all we know, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Oh, just the two of us, building castles in the sky, just the two of us, you and I. Day da da day, day da da day, day da da day, da 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 day, day da da day, day da da day, day da da day, day da day, day da way, but away, better da da. Do you want to do that? Do you do that? I hear the crystal raindrops falling on the window down the hall, and it becomes the morning dew. And darling, when the morning comes and I see the morning sun, I want to be the one with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us, just the two of us, building castles in the sky, just the two of us, you and I, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Oh, just the two of us, building castles in the sky, just the two of us, you and I. Day da da day, day da da day, day da da day, da da day, day da da day, day da da day, da da day, that away, that away, day da da day. Romance aléatoire, un scénario sans histoire, mon corps en plan séquence s'évapore sur l'écran noir. Romance aléatoire, un scénario sans histoire, mon corps en plan séquence s'évapore sur l'écran noir. Romance aléatoire, un scénario sans histoire, mon corps en plan séquence s'évapore sur l'écran noir. Silence.
Fly me to the moon. Let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, baby, kiss me. Oh, fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. Fly me to the moon. Fly me to the moon. Fly. You fill my heart with song. Let me sing forevermore. 'Cause you are all I long for, all I worship and adore. Oh, in other words, in other words, ooh, in other words, I love you. Oh yeah. I see a flame and I feel the heat. You set a fire burning deep in me. I got this feeling like I'm falling in love. You take me places I used to only dream of. You got a hold of my mind. You got a hold of my body. Don't let me go. I don't want this to be over. I don't want this to
shaking. The room has a groove and the floor, it's almost earthquaking. Look what we're making. History out on the floor and it's just awakening. So get that needle in the core, scratch that back and give me more. You know exactly what I came here for. Back it up and do it again. From the middle to the top to the end. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Back to the middle to the front to the end. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Everybody da-da-da-da. I don't care if he's the friend from the front to the middle to the back to the end. Back, back, back it up and do it again. Give me some of that funky, the kind that the Duke used to play and make it more swingy. And then give me some horny, you know the bubble, 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 babe. Come on, give it to me. Slam that bass and make it sing. Get those strings that rip and sing. You know exactly what I came here for. Back it up and do it again. From the middle to the top to the end. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Back to the middle to the front to the end. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Everybody da-da-da-da. I don't care if he's the friend from the front to the middle to the back to the end. Back, 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 back it up and do it again. Get that needle in the core, scratch that back and give me more. You know exactly what I came here for. Back it up and do it again. From the middle to the top to the end. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Back to the middle to the front to the end. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Everybody ba-da-da-da. I don't care if he's the friend from the front to the middle to the back to the end. Back, back, back it up and do it again.
giving it. I'm not getting it, whoa, stop, I'm not getting it. Another clock, it's upsetting it. It's upsetting my soul. Hope I won't back again. I don't mind it. I'm not taking it on. Love, it gets imminent. Fuck, I'm kicking in doors. I show a little remorse. Now you're not wishing it. There's no wishing it was. Oh, you don't listen no more. Time will wait for you when it's all been done. But we're all too young. Time we've taken to let it all be done as an open song. Time will wait for you.
Now you can tell by the way I use my work. I'm a woman's man, no time to talk. Music loud and women's warm. I've been kicking it around since I was born. Now it's alright, it's okay. You may look the other way. We can try to understand the New York Times effect on men. Well, now I get low and I get high, and if I can get enough, I really try. Got the wheels of heaven on my shoes. I'm a dancing man, I just can't lose. Now it's alright, it's okay. I live to see the other day. We can try to understand the New York Times effect on man. Whether you're a mother or whether you're a brother, you're staying alive, staying alive. Feel the saddle breaking and everybody shaking. You're staying alive, staying alive. Ah, 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 ah. Staying alive, staying alive. Ah, 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 ah. Staying alive. I'm not being cranky. I just hate this party. Think I might as well spend a night in hell reading Torture magazine than pretending I'm one of you. They move wild and carefree, as hip can be. I think I should split, but wait a minute, I feel something in my knees. Is it music or new voodoo? Can I resist this? My head was shaking my hips. Can I resist this? It's the kind of beat I just can't dismiss. It's too early for me. I can't set myself free. Can we sit aside? I'm not qualified. I'm the worst you've ever seen. I'm as groovy as a bamboo. Now crawling in Elsie. I feel all eyes on me. They have so much grace and I'm out of place. When I'm feeling like a queen. Is it music or new voodoo? Can I resist this? My head was shaking my hips. Can I resist this? It's the kind of beat I just can't dismiss.
She said, if you dare, come a little closer. All around and around and around and around we go. Oh, now, tell me now, tell me now, tell me now, you know. Not really sure how I feel about it. Something in the way you move makes me feel like I can't live without you. takes me all the way. I want you to stay, stay. I want you to stay, stay. Oh, na, na. It's not much of a life you live in. It's not just something you take, it's given. Ooh, the reason I hold on. Ooh, 'cause I need this hold on, hold on. And around and around and around we go. Oh, now, tell me now, tell me now, tell me now, you know. Not really sure how I feel about it. Something in the way you move makes me feel like I can't live without you. It takes me all the way. I want you to stay. I want you to stay. Yeah, yeah. I want you to stay. Stay, stay. I want you to stay. Stay, stay. I want you to stay. Stay, stay. Ooh, the reason I hold on. Ooh, 'cause I need this hold on, hold on. Ooh, the reason I hold on, hold on. Ooh, 'cause I need this hold on, hold on. Yeah. All along it was a fever. I want you to stay. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, the reason I hold on, hold on. Ooh, 'cause I need this hold on. I need this hold on. Yeah.
Hiding out in the city when the lights go out. She had a black dress with a cigarette, drop dead from her lips to her legs. Remind me of someone that I once knew, but I can't place it. Not trying to chase it, just wanna get close to you. Just wanna get close to you. Just wanna get close to you. Close to you. Close to you. Close to you. Her lips like sugar, her eyes are locked on mine. Locked and loaded, look at her go, looking like I'ma make her mine. You're the reason I'm not going home tonight. Don't fight, turn around and baby just drop down. Even though this old city's so cold, for a moment we'll see so clear, so clear, so clear, so clear, so clear. It's so clear, it's so clear, it's so clear, it's so clear,
So, welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the lunch break. And we have the group together again. So we'll be continuing this day, this afternoon here with a very special mention to, and a thank you to all the ISO TC 307 experts that have joined us meanwhile. I just wanted to share a few words on and to congratulate and to thank Sen and Senelec for being able to accommodate the ISO TC 307 experts plenary week, the 16th meeting of ISO. To thank also the Belgium National Mirror Committee for ISO TC 307, Agoria, in the person of Yele. I think Yele is not here, but at least it stays for the record. And that I thank him and for his engagement and his help on definitely a process that started last summer at the 14th ISO TC 307 meeting in Valladolid, where Blockstand was present and involved, Blockstand and INATBA, and that conducted to the ISO TC 307 to decide on coming to Brussels to have this meeting, and of course providing all these talents in terms of standardization and blockchain to be on the same place at the same time. So without further ado, I want to thank also the European Commission for the support, as I did already this morning, and I wanted to also congratulate and provide a keynote to all the participants and also the ISO TC 307 that join us. Meanwhile, I would like to call on stage Pierre Marro, Senior Policymaker at the European Commission, DG Connect, Future of Networks. Pierre, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo, and good afternoon, and hi again for those who were already there this morning. So first, I apologize for Fabrizia Benini, who is my boss and is now at the council and she cannot be with us. So I'm sorry for her because she's probably missing a good conference. And well, I have a shorter time, more or less, to say the same thing as this morning. But since we have new participants from the ISO TC 307 committee, I will dare to repeat a little bit the things. My main message for today is at the European Commission level, we are supporting blockchain, or we have started to regulate some activities implemented with those technology. I'm referring here to the MiCA regulation, Market in Crypto Asset Regulation, which concern the platform, the regulation of the platform trading crypto asset, but also the stable coins. We have also what is called the DLT regime, which aims to facilitate the start of tokenization for financial services. Those two initiatives are two major ones in terms of regulation, where Europe, even if it is not the first country to regulate this type of things, is the first, I would say, large region of the world having proposed this regulation. So that's something important. In parallel, I am working for DG Connect, which is in charge of the digital agenda, main part of the digital agenda. And our initiative, we have started to support the best use of blockchain technology in order to enhance the trust in digital services. And in this context, we have launched a different set of action that more or less they all come to a kind of turning point or inflection point, in the sense that some project will be ended very soon, others will have an evolution. But I would like to quickly share with you the fact that we have supported cooperation between all the member states and the European Commission for developing blockchain-based infrastructure in order to help to ensure better cross-border digital services. This is the famous EBSI initiative that for those who were present this morning, we have a dedicated session about it. This project is now evolving with the creation of a specific legal entity, which is already supported by 11 member states, and other may join in future steps. This is something which is expected, which is called the European EDIC. So if you heard about this initiative, it is the evolution of this project. And this initiative can be extremely helpful in order also to progress on adoption of standard or technological solution which concern the use of decentralized technology for providing better services. And I would say, yes, by decentralized technology, I involve blockchain, but also I involve decentralized identifier or verified credential or wallet. And the challenge is to make now this infrastructure a key contribution to the EUDI, let's say, framework, which is the major initiative of the European Commission to provide for digital identity. And we see, we are convinced that the EBSI work can be a way to reinforce the EUDI initiative and also to open those solutions to decentralize system. In parallel of that, we have also launched a sandbox, a regulatory sandbox, and some of you present in this room have been or will be associated to this sandbox. It is to establish regulatory dialogue between innovators, between projects, and between regulatory representative of member states and also at the European institution level, with people, for instance, from ESMA, EBA, and this type of organization which operate at European level. It's quite a successful initiative, and we do hope that it helps a lot of people to innovate. But for sure, it helps all the different regulators to understand better what are the challenges introduced by decentralized technology. Then we support regularly research and innovation projects which aim to innovate in a given field like mobility or agri-food, traceability with blockchain. We also support skills development action, and last but not least, we support dialogue with the industry player represented today by NADBA and by Ricardo, but also we support works to develop interoperability and standardization, which is the reason why we are here today. And for that, we are building this, we are supporting this action through the annual ICT rolling plan, which was presented this morning by Justina and Serena, and also with specific projects like SEEBLOCKS and Blockstand, with the specific objective to contribute to the implementation of this rolling plan, to prepare for future action, but mainly also to reinforce the participation of European experts in standardization activities, in particular through international standardization organization. So that's it. What I said also this morning, but I don't want to be too long, is that all this decentralized technology is fascinating when we look at the number of innovations that we have seen during the past few years with multi-layer blockchain, with zero knowledge proof, with tokenization, with an NFT. We see a huge number of innovation, which is a challenge also for standardization, people working on standardization, because how to integrate all those new things is a challenge. We see, if we think about what will be the future of digital, we see the place that should be occupied by those technology when we think about the future of digital, that will be to interconnect a car with a loading system, but also facilitating different transaction or payment issue, investment. So all the capabilities of blockchain technology to reduce the fragmentation, the friction, to enable a new business model, or to lower the cost related to those different models. Also to better manage data, which are super important in the context of artificial intelligence. So we see a fantastic opportunity for those technology. What is challenging between the potential of the technology and this vision is to organize the path. And to organize the path, we need to rely on a good standard or very good standard. And that's what keeps us busy today. And many thanks not only to be with us today, but for your participation in the ISO TC 307 week, which is held in Brussels. So it's a good week for standardization in Europe with the presence of European actors. And many thanks for your participation in this afternoon.
Thank you so much, Pierre. And so, the first panel of this afternoon is on standardizing ESG frameworks with blockchain, enabling global alignment and accountability. And to lead this discussion, I would welcome again on stage Irina Tal from Dublin City University to moderate and to invite her guests, our guests. Right.
Thank you. Can I please ask the panelists to come over? We have Paul, Jerome, Grzegorz, Michal, and I believe Monica Martinez is joining us online. It's the first time actually we meet in person, so. Okay. Okay, so yes, please. I would like to welcome them all and to ask them to introduce themselves. We can start from here. Yeah.
Hello there. I'm Paul Ferris. I'm part of TC307. I think you've just heard about what we're doing in TC307 with blockchain and ledgers. And I'm a convener. I actually have the wonderful job of putting together a strategy for TC307 in the next 3 years. So we're publishing a report, hopefully very soon, that lays out what exactly we are going to be tackling and why.
Grzegorz here. I'm working as well for ITC. TC307, ISO TC307, and I am involved in project which we are talking mostly today about interoperability. And this project is almost finished and will be, we hope to publish in August this year. So the problem of interoperability will be soon solved, I guess, on paper, of course, as a standard. In reality, we'll see what will happen. Okay, that's my introduction.
Hello, good afternoon. So I'm Jérôme Ponce. I'm a French delegate from representing AFNOR in France. And I'm involved in the TC307 for, I would say, since 2017. Working on the fundamental standards for blockchain, I mean vocabulary, reference architecture, and classification of terms as well. And besides that, I'm the CEO of a company which is called Music Won't Stop, and I specialize in the application domains of blockchain in the entertainment and in the media. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Michał Kit. I'm representing here Blockchain and Climate Institute, and we focus in terms of the standardization more on the use cases and supporting the industry with use cases and how they can use distributed ledger technology, blockchain, within their particular context. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will just ask you to open up this panel session, why employ blockchain for ESG frameworks? What are the challenges and what are the benefits? And how it can help Europe meet its sustainability goals? Whoever wants to start?
I will start. I will start for the sentence. I am not a camel, believe me, because I thought that that's because many of my friends who are working for the ITC industry said always, oh, blockchain, what it is? It's only energy power consumption, huge, and there is, very slow system. So not to be a camel. I don't feel a camel. I do not have hump, maybe small one, but anyway. So I got always data. So I can present you some data for this who are not convinced to this. That, for example, if you see the use of energy, proof of work, which is not the best solution, handle around 5 to 7 transactions per second, which costs you 830 kilowatts per hour, and per transaction, of course. Proof of stakes, much better, about 15 to 30 transactions per second, which costs you 50 kilowatts per transaction. But as you compare with, for example, the latest solution, Solana, which is the very, very powerful tool, it supports 50,000 transactions per second with over 200 nodes, so it's not a peanuts anyway, making the most performant blockchain at the worst on this scale. If you compare, for example, Solana with the MasterCard system of PayPal, it's much, much faster, which means using much more less energy than any others system. So this is the one, so it's not energy. It depends only, of course, of the consensus algorithm. This is one stuff which is very, very good for us. So that's my initial information, the rest to my colleagues.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe to complete, so when people think about using blockchain and distributed ledger technologies for sustainable development, you have to address three stakes. The first one is sustainability. And the good news, as mentioned before, is that we have new architectures in blockchain that are now sustainable. We have also to address scalability, the number of transactions per second. And the good news is that we have new architecture and new blockchain. We can do that. And we have also, and especially in Europe, to address sovereignty, having some European sovereignty in terms of blockchain technology. So we have this blockchain today. So this is a prerequisite to have these three proofs brought on the table to say, now we have sustainable, scalable, and sovereign blockchain. We can use them for sustainable development goals.
Yeah, just to follow up on this, I think also blockchain technology as it stands, I think it got enough time to mature to the point that it can be used in so many different contexts, and those contexts involve all kinds of aspects: finance, energy, which comes down to the sustainable development as well. And I think the technology is mature enough to be applied in many cases. However, when we talk about the challenges, it is just a tool, right? And it shows its power when it is combined in the broader context with another technologies. Like we have at the moment AI, artificial intelligence, we have data, IoT, sensors, developing as well. So we can combine all those three aspects and create very strong and powerful use cases application that will be addressing the sustainable goals for European Union. Yeah, so for me, the blockchain power lies in this integration between the data that comes, unstructured, dirty, and unclean, and then you apply artificial intelligence on top of that, and then you have blockchain that concludes to the entire picture and creates this powerful, statement where when blockchain can address those SDGs.
Yes, well, I think I'm talking to a lot of colleagues here because I can recognize quite a few people in the audience. But look, I'm an engineer. When I build things, I like to do big things and I like to make an impact. And then so people say, well, why standardize at all? And especially in ESG. Well, doing big things requires some cooperation with other people. And the standards process is based on getting consensus and actually having an idea, and then everybody else saying that's a good idea, and they can bring their ideas along and make it better anyway. So we've talked already about the energy usage. It's obviously a sort of raw point in blockchain, energy, how much energy we're using. Well, that was mostly the Bitcoin blockchain. And there's been a lot of developments, as we already covered, big improvements on state of work. And there are other things coming as well. One of the things that standards allows you to do is do those big things. You might have an idea, but before it actually can take off, especially if you're going to involve governments and regulations, you have to have some standards. Most regulations, most law starts at a standard, right? So standard isn't something that everybody has to conform to. It's like a set of suggestions put together by experts, and like these guys. So what I'm working on at the moment, I think it's up on the screen, so I can see one back there, is one of the solutions that we're working on right now. There's a lot of work being done in standards before you actually get into the room with a standards committee, though I've been in that committee since it was first formed, when TC 307 was formed. What we're going to do is actually take the processing, not just of a blockchain, not just of Bitcoin, but do you realize how much power is being used right now? Total energy produced, electrical energy produced in the world, about 14% has already been used for processing. So when you search on your mobile, especially now with it's an exploding situation with AI. We're growing very, very fast, and the amount of energy used for processing is growing exponentially. To the extent that it's using public infrastructure for the ends of data. So the people who are owning those data centers aren't actually paying the full price of the infrastructure they're taking up because of the sheer volume of electricity being used. So one of the solutions we're working on, which requires standards to actually even tackle, is to put the processing in low Earth orbit. So take the actual processing machines, put it into low Earth orbit, and then just have data coming back and forth. Now, if you can imagine the potential, and I know this is completely theoretical, but if you took all the processing that's been done at the moment on Earth, in the big process, I don't mean your own PC, but in the big processing centers, and put it in low orbit spacecraft or devices, and then the latency between your search request and the answer coming back is basically 30 miles away. It's not under a mountain in Utah. So there are other benefits from doing this, to put the data processing out of our atmosphere. The energy gets gathered from the sun. Cooling is a solved problem as well, and then just data gets passed back and forth to Earth. So is it blockchain? Well, yes, it's one of the main drivers. In fact, there's a lot of investment to make sure that blockchain and in particular Bitcoin and the cryptocurrencies solve this problem that we're all obviously aware of, wanting to explain what blockchain can do. Sorry, it was a bit long, wasn't it?
I can just few more words on what Paul said. If you will check on the recent news in the newspapers, for the big tech companies knows the problem about energy use, and they are trying to buy nuclear power plants in the United States. Amazon, Google, and Microsoft. Because they know that they are trying to preserve some energy for their use. But please consider, we are talking about the use of energy by blockchain. But do anybody talk about use of energy by AI, which is much higher, but nobody cares. Why is that? It's of course each one opinion about that, but I can tell you that the problem is the big companies. This is the problem, because making profit on blockchain is very difficult from business point of view, because most of the software is open source, like Hyperledger or some other stuff. And where is the margin for the big tech companies?
Thank you very much. We've seen a bit of a glimpse from their work. So Gregor is working on a very interesting piece in his SEEBLOCKS project on the energy efficiencies of consensus algorithms. And we've seen some of Paul's work displayed there. So now that we kind of address the stigma of blockchain around energy consumption, it will be interesting to see some of the best use cases that are there for blockchain and DLT within the ESG context. And then I will have a follow-up question for Michal.
Okay. Yeah, so as mentioned before, for me, personally, I think the most interesting use cases are those combining those different elements, because as I said, blockchain is just one of the, let's say, cogs in this whole big machine that just helps with, ensuring the data is immutable. We can trust the data that we see, that we use. But now is the question how we get the data, right? We need to have other kind of tech that work together with blockchain, and they create this strong and powerful, let's say, machine, abstract machine that can deliver the solution that is automated, that can address the challenges as mentioned by the ESGs. So for me, the use cases involve crossing I can give you the example, crossing the scenarios from climate prevention, for instance, or disaster recovery, when you have farmers, and parametric insurance, where you have Internet of Things devices, sensors deployed in the field, when you have data gathered and analyzed and potentially by the machine learning techniques, and the data that is cleared, that is aggregated, then ingested on the blockchain and made the use in terms of the contractual agreements between the stakeholders. So for me, those are the most interesting use cases that we see at the moment, especially from the perspective of my organization, Blockchain and Climate Institute. But yeah, talking to a few colleagues here today, I learned about so many use cases that are so in its base also simple, but at the same clever, like integrate. I was talking today to Paolo that talked to me about his scenario, integrating blockchain and email, so you can have notarized email on the blockchain, which is on itself brilliant, very simple idea. Does not involve much effort, development effort, dedicated to develop the software, but on its own, it's quite powerful. And yeah, so I think we are at the stage at the moment where those use case scenarios are coming up quite often, and I think EU is quite strong in supporting those. Especially in agriculture, there is a project called Prima project that focuses on the agriculture issues, and blockchain is heavily used in different use cases to help farmers, to support them with supply chain scenarios. So it's nice to see that those new applications are being developed, and yeah, blockchain is gaining quite of traction at the moment, when it should be, because as I said earlier, it's quite mature technology and ready to be adopted. There are some still challenges, but yeah, I think it's a good time to see. Thank you.
Agreed, Jerome?
Thank you. So I think that blockchain technology has to be seen as a Swiss Army knife, something that can bring many solutions with only one technology. So it's very interesting to bet on one technology instead of 10 or thousands. Last year I did an exercise. I took the 17 Sustainable Development Goals proposed by the United Nations, and for each of them I tried to find the use cases with real solutions which were based on blockchain technology, and I discovered that all the goals were covered by some solutions, and I have identified already more than 200 solutions, and it's not exhaustive, so it's starting now. So there are many solutions, many technologies to address all the Sustainable Development Goals. But peculiarly, I focused on some of them, and especially climate action. So today we can see many solutions to address the carbon credit management. We can find also other very interesting use cases with a circular economy, and especially to address the digital product passport. So we have some solutions for that. And a third one would be there are two goals in Sustainable Development Goals for biodiversity conservation. And we have also some tools for managing biodiversity credits. So we could both address this with blockchain technology. So we have some solutions like DLT oracles or data oracles, which are able to make the bridge between MRV tool, so measurement, reporting, and verifications, which is used in credits for carbon and biodiversity. And we can plug that to smart contracts and tokens, fungible tokens, non-fungible tokens with blockchain. And blockchain may be seen also as an interoperability solution to plug many proprietary registries and to make them interconnect.
Thank you, that was very interesting. Would you like to add something, Paul and Jim?
Yes, I used to be the director of a company called SGS, which is one of those worldwide companies that nobody really knows much about, but it's based in Switzerland. I used to check things all around, check the quality of wheat, how big the pile of coal was. Absolutely, it's about 6% of world trade. That's a job, just to check things. Pardon me. And one of the things that blockchain, the Swiss Army knife of technology does, is help people check things. And in this world of less trust, I think it's going to become far more important that we have some technology that can absolutely be relied on to speak the truth. So I've been part of the use case working group within TC307, well, since it started, which I think was only a couple of years after the TC itself started. And we've come out with reports, I think 22 different use cases in the first report. I think everybody should download it, of course. And there's another one in production now, and we're going to have a faster turnaround of those use cases. I'm going to choke in a minute, so excuse me if I just give you a quick overview.
Would you like some water? Would you like some water?
Oh, no. I just need a good coffee.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm back. So, the range of different things that blockchain can be applied to is massive. And bizarrely, as a TC, we've hardly touched any of the cryptocurrencies, which is probably what most of the general public know of blockchain. If they know blockchain at all, they probably know it through cryptocurrencies, I suggest. But actually, the application of that underlying technology that helps cryptocurrencies work is a fascinating area. As an engineer, I think anybody who's curious, I think should actually get to understand it because of the range of places that can be applied, especially where there's more than one actor in a system. So if there's more than one actor and they've got no reason to trust each other, I'm not saying that they don't trust each other, but they've got no reason to trust each other, a blockchain can be a very, very powerful tool. For instance, if there's a mining company that digs the coal in Australia and then ships it to a Chinese power station, it's a big business, I can tell you. Then you need something in the middle to say how much coal got sent, what sort of quality the coal was, how much moisture's in it, because that depends on how much the Chinese company will pay the big mining company. And actually transferring that data is a big job, believe it or not, because there's millions of pounds, dollars, wherever you are, involved in making that transfer. Anyway, I think that's...
Thank you very much. So we are in the context of use cases, and I know that you are doing some interesting work with the Blockstand. So I guess my question is, do we need a standardized framework to decide upon which blockchain/DLT is best for a certain use case, whether it's in the ESG framework or ESG context or beyond?
Yeah, so maybe I can give you the example. It was, I think, 2016. I was working for the IoT company, and then the blockchain was kind of a new thing, and I was talking with my managers, and they asked me, how can you check whether we can use blockchain somehow? So it was completely, inverted approach to the technology. They tried to use it without even, understanding how it can help the business because it was there. So I think it is still the case that lots of companies, they heard, like, especially if you are on the maybe not very much on the technical level, but you heard about the blockchain and have a brief understanding what it can do. sometimes struggle to understand whether the use case scenario and the business that they are building is kind of relevant to the blockchain technology. So what we did with help of Blockstand, we developed a systematic approach. It is a framework, decision tree. Together here, there was my colleague, Dr. Riley as well. So we work on the DLT decision tree framework, which leads you through a few questions initially that you need to answer and give you the outcome at the end, saying whether you need the DLT blockchain technology, and if so, what kind of flavor of it. So we can have public permission, public permissionless, private permission. So then the framework leads you through other, questions and criteria that you can select, and helps you to select the candidate that is the most applicable for your scenario. So yeah, with this work under the Blockstand umbrella, we managed to create a technical report, and we had few use cases there written and demonstrated the applicability of the framework itself. And yeah, the next step for us is to try to make it transform it into the potentially working item for the standardized standards, and we'll see how it goes from there.
That's very interesting. Thank you very much. Another stigma kind of solved. Like it was quite common in the beginning to use blockchain for the sake of using blockchain, because it was just exactly blockchain hype, and then we got those awful statistics about how many pilots were actually failing. Yes. So
exactly, and I think also with blockchain technology itself, we could see for the period of time iterations. The companies building blockchain technology, they didn't know what is the demand of the market. So they have the first iterations. We can perceive them as a kind of proof of concept, and then they got the feedback from the market. Oh, we are missing this. We are missing support for multiple identities in a single node. All those kinds of requests, and then the new sort of versions of iterations of blockchain came in. And that's why I'm saying that after those years of development of blockchain technologies and coming up with the businesses that are successful around the blockchain technology, I think we can now say that the blockchain itself is quite mature.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I agree. Thank you very much. So let's come back a bit more closer to the ESG. And I would like to ask you all, what are the key standardization initiatives that are kind of shaping the role of blockchain and DLT technology in this space, and how can we ensure global alignment? And to kind of try to map your SEEBLOCKS / Blockstand kind of contribution in this context.
Okay, so let me start. The mapping of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals with blockchain technology was done last year with the first Blockstand support, and this year with a new Blockstand support to specifically address carbon and biodiversity credit management. That said, last year I also checked what were at ISO the technical committees which could work together to address these topics. For example, at ISO, you have the Technical Committee 207 about environmental management, dealing with carbon, climate, and so on. You have another one which is TC 323, it's about a circular economy. You have the TC 307 about blockchain and distributed ledger technology. And there is a new one which is TC 331 about biodiversity. So what are these groups doing? They are making some liaisons between all of them to work on some topics. And for example, this morning I was attending a session at ISO TC 307 with another group which is TC 322. I didn't know it before today. It's about carbon storage and so on. So people will work together. You take the best expert of one field, climate, carbon, the best expert of blockchain, and you make them work together on a common architecture. And we will need an architecture with boxes and relation between boxes to make these things work all together. So it's an element of answer.
Thank you.
I can add at Senelec, in the project JTC19, we've got a subgroup, working group, which is devoted only to the environmental protection. And unfortunately, our convener of this group is not right now with us, so I'm not able to talk with replacing her. But she was today, as you know, Belen Suarez, she was here and she was responsible for this project, and we hope to finish this project very soon, I guess. I don't know if we will be able to finish it by the end of this year. It could not be promised, but the project is well advanced. So we are still working, and have a look, as today was mentioned before, the same people are working for Senelec and ISO. So there is no any difficulties, you know, because there is no counterparts votes on that same time, because they are the same people. So I don't think so that somebody could have one opinion on that group and another on another. No, it's always the same position. So I guess the project which we are trying to finalize will be, and to be honest, right now is a meeting of these groups. I'm here instead of them, but I am in touch with them, so I'm just replying on some questions important.
Thank you. Would you like to add?
Yeah, maybe just to back what you just said, I completely agree. I think we will achieve this alignment by basically driving the standardization efforts. Like I can give you the example in terms of the global alignment and regional efforts that we have yesterday. Sorry, not yesterday, it was on Monday. We had the working group 3 ISO meeting, and we were going through one of the proposals comments, and there was a comment that in our proposal we use GDPR regulation, and even though the proposal we created is, was targeted for the global audience, you can still use regional regulation to drive the conversation, right? And you at the end you make it abstract in terms of the of the standards to make them interoperable across different regions. But I think, in general, what has been said, that there is no isolated work happening, in the EU and, for instance, on the ISO standards, because we are all here working in both areas. That is, I think, the strongest contribution and what we can do to align everything. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so in the standards world, there's something called the Vienna Convention, which means that there's a default position for European Senelec, the standards within Europe, to adopt ISO standards. And that's not always the case. We can reject them as a European bloc, but there's an expected default that we would adopt them. What does that mean to my work? Well, there are only so many people who are experts and willing to give their expertise and time to develop these standards, and it's very well worthwhile. If you think about how standards caused the explosion in the utility of your mobile phone, for instance, it was only when standards were mature enough that people would not have to recreate a mobile phone. I'm old enough to remember the first mobile phones being over your shoulder and in a little leather case, and you picked up something looked just like a home telephone. Now it's rather different. In fact, you buy a mobile phone, it's hardly a phone. In fact, the phone is the worst part of it. But the enabling technology was standards, and as soon as standards became accepted across the world, you could then add more things to it, and that's why these mobile phones are have so much utility to everybody. Standards is like that. If we can take, in particular, our own center of focus, which is the blockchain and DLT, and get it to a stage where it's accepted how things are used, how the utility works, and have those use cases to show those working, and then have the standards in place, then that's when you can get the most utility out of it, and that's the basis of the work I'm doing, to try and make it a more efficient process to get to that point.
But one remark, please remember, standards are only voluntary. It's not a must.
Yeah, so on that note, looking at the future, what should, not only standardization bodies, but also regulators and industry and maybe academia do next to advance this state-of-the-art of blockchain and DLT for ESG frameworks?
Okay, I will start. Today was mentioned, we are facing the post-quantum technology, That's mandatory, we have to take care on that. And there is a fact, however, it was not mentioned today, that there is some cryptography algorithms who are
Quantum ready, you want to say?
Yes.
Yep.
So it published by NIST, so you can use them. So it's not true that it's not standard. There are some, 3 or 4, I don't remember exactly, and one specially designed for the PKI.
Yes.
So we can do this, introduce this into our work in the ISO or whatever, sense and leg, because it's quite important. Because the problem is that everybody thinks that post-quantum quantum computers will be somewhere. And somehow, and nobody knows. Not true. There is right now, as I know, about the 1,000 installation of quantum computer in the world. So this is the question of time when they will have an impact on the whole market. Because you can consider, for example, try to consider, if one of those computers will break the all security assessment on the stock exchange in New York, for example, and take over the power of the stock exchange, which is possible right now. As you know, the Shor algorithm allows you to break all down some right now existing algorithms to code. So we should do this because it's a question, from my opinion, I talked to Professor Short a couple of weeks ago, and he said it's not so close future, about 2-3 years. 2-3 years, but for standardization, it's not a long time. It's a very short time, as you know. So it should be included anyway.
Absolutely, I agree.
Yeah, maybe to add some ideas on the future. We have the CSRD in Europe, so that companies report non-financial information about carbon dioxide emissions, biodiversity, for example, the surface of land they artificialize. These reports are reported to governments for each country in Europe, and then these reports, for example, for the climate and the carbon worldwide, are reported to the United Nations FCCC in charge of climate change. So every country reports some NDC contribution, its national contributions. What we could do, because there is a United Nations worldwide registry, we could make a blockchain beyond that, because we could track CSRD reporting and national NDC's contributions worldwide. And this is this agglomeration of all the reports which make us know today that worldwide the carbon dioxide equivalent emissions are 50 billion tons of CO2. So this is thanks to this report. So it's a powerful tool, blockchain. It's available worldwide to collect all this information.
Very nice.
Yeah. For me, I think also what could be maybe accelerating the development, of the blockchain technology and supporting all those efforts, I think, is creating support for industries. I think Pierre mentioned here about the regulatory sandboxes being now developed and used. I think acceleration in that area to, for instance, if I'm a small industry and I would like to start using blockchain for, legal purposes, it is very difficult nowadays to find whether I'm compliant with certain regulations, etc. So support, I think, with that respect to the companies would be something that probably would speed up the development of the new use cases and the blockchain overall.
Thank you. Would you like to?
I haven't got much more to add. It's just that regulation and then law really starts from standards. So I wouldn't presume to talk to regulators and say this is what we want from you, because they're really calling on us to get out a standard so they can base good regulation on it. Because that's what comes from good standardization, is good regulations, not just any regulations. If you think back in the history of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in particular, New York came out with some rather crazy regulations about anybody that has dealt with cryptocurrency was going to get prosecuted. And that meant, well, where exactly did I have to be to deal with cryptocurrency? Was the node in the New York region, or was it that you actually had to be there? So this was regulation as a knee-jerk reaction to public perception of a problem. Now we have the American president actually dealing in sort of pseudo coins. So things move very quickly. Society moves a lot faster than people perceive. Regulations try to keep up, and standards are way behind that. So if we can make that more efficient, then that's my job in TC 307.
Thank you very much. We have, for a change, time for a question. 5 minutes. So if there are any questions for our panelists.
Here or online?
We've answered all the questions.
We addressed everything.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Yves Leboucher. I'm the project manager for JTC 19 in Senelec. You were talking quite a lot also of use cases. Use cases are quite familiar and best practice tool in standardization. What I haven't heard from you so far is maybe the idea, how do you work from the use cases to the standards? Is there any kind of gap analysis? How do you deal with the findings from a use case, and how do you implement them to the standards projects, some kind of?
Mm-hmm. That's a good question, thanks. I think the use cases themselves, they drive the requirements for standards. This is how I feel it, see it. This is, when you have, just to give you the example, energy trading company as a use case that would like to tokenize energy on the blockchain. I think it creates demand for certain, regulatory mechanisms being present to be deployed in the real life scenario. And this, I think, altogether closes kind of the loop that creates the demand for the standard to be present in order to drive the regulatory actions. So in ISO, there is a separate working group that focuses purely on the use cases, working group 6, and those even though the working groups are separate, they are kind of intertwined together to work to the common goal of creating the standards for the blockchain as overall. Not sure if you want to add something.
Yeah, JTC 17, did you say?
JTC 19.
19, sorry. Well, have we got news for you? Because we've been working on these use cases now for 7 years, and we've come out with a great methodology and a template. We've been using it. The UN's asked to be able to use that as well. And by the end of this plenary, we might have a bit more news about how we're going to socialize that so that it becomes pretty well a standard. Because use cases, I suppose some people think a use case is like a shoe of fruit is actually fruit, or that there's no horse meat in your pie. That, if you like, is a use case. But actually, to make it useful, you have to have a lot more information. And we've put together a process. It involves the actual way we go about producing it, as well as just a template. And it's proven very resilient. It also analyzes different use cases so that we know what sector we're dealing with, what sort of technologies we're dealing with, what the basic use is. For instance, identity seems to be pretty well across the board is needed. And then that informs us on what sort of standards we need to concentrate on within our standardization process. Well, I think if that was applied right across ISO, across all standards bodies, the world would be a simpler place.
That's good to hear, because we had I was participating in the process with IEC TC 65. They had a lot of big collection of use cases for the repository, and it sounds a pretty similar one by defining viewpoints and so. But the main outcome was to have common understanding what is a use case, and especially to have the right understanding what should be in those templates. So working on the same.
Because comparing use cases is where the real value comes out. Just having stories is one thing, but actually then saying, well, this is how this was done, and how that was done. You have to have some comparisons to actually make a lot of the learnings from, the huge effort to bring these together. And we also should be aware that, commercial companies don't necessarily want to tell everybody exactly what they're doing, but actually in blockchain, it's a little bit of an exception, because you use blockchain between organizations, I've mentioned before. If you just have an organization, then there really is every reason to trust the rest of your organization. If you've got cross-border or cross-organizational boundaries, that's a good reason to use use cases. So publishing those, how they made things work, if, for instance, in the supply chain, actually having that one method of using it, it's got huge potential. If it's your method, your standard, the one that you've been working on, you're most familiar with, becomes the de facto standard or even the regulatory standard across country borders, then that's a powerful thing, just not for your business, but to make everything very much more efficient.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the time. So thank you very much again.
Thank you, Rita. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, panelists. Please do. Okay. Let me pause here for a second. So let's proceed with another panel, and then we will have a short coffee break. This panel is on auditing of DLTs, ledgers as trust enablers, and interoperability of blockchains. I would love to welcome on stage to moderate this panel Tonia. Tonia is a member of the Executive Management Board of Blockstand, and formerly was the coordinator, director of the European Blockchain Observatory and Forum. Thank you, Tony, for accepting our invitation to moderate this panel, and please invite the rest of the panelists.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. I'll just need to work with that. Okay. So I'd like to invite my fellow panelists to join me on the couch. Yeah, you will have to reintroduce yourself. Paolo is first. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us for this session. I would like to ask my colleagues to briefly introduce themselves, and because Jerome has already introduced himself, I would like everyone to give an initial statement about the importance of trust and interoperability for their own line of work. Why is it important? But start with the introduction and then please continue.
Thank you. Petko Kremochev here. Hi, everyone. Great to be in such a fantastic company and such a great place. I don't know who picked it up, but it's a fantastic venue location. To put a long story short, I work with two of my feet in standardization, one in blockchain, the other is in artificial intelligence. Besides, I'm a manager of a company called Industria.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me to this event. My name is Paolo Agnelli. I'm the CEO of a company in Italy called Alaptotech. we develop a solution to notarize any kind of email using any kind of blockchain.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you again for the invitation to this wonderful antique car museum. My name is Bryn. I'm European Business Development Manager at Hacken. We are one of the biggest cybersecurity companies in blockchain. We've done over 1,500 audits, over 7 years of operations. And where we're up to right now in the crypto world, the crypto side, we've just seen one of the biggest hacks of a centralized exchange, $1.5 billion 4 weeks ago in Bybit. And yeah, this quarter for cybersecurity in the blockchain space has been incredible. We had $300 million presidential rug pull in Argentina as well. So I would say that trustless doesn't mean trustworthy. We have to make sure that the code is doing what it's intended, and this is most of our work at Hacken. We've also done this.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Kyu Myung Lee at Liverpool John Moores University in the UK. I am a professor and I am in charge of a network information security group for research. For international standardization, I am a representative of the Korean government to ITUT activities, particularly for interoperability of blockchain and DLT technologies. I am in charge of question 4 of Circle 20 for IoT and various kind of AI-related solutions with blockchain and various kind of other issues, including privacy matters, etc. Thank you.
Okay, quick. So Jérôme Ponce from Music Won't Stop. I'm coming from a company which is in the music industry. So it's an industry where you need transparency because there is a lot of opacity. And it's important when you discover technology which brings trust between actors that do not trust each other a priori. So it's really good. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. I will start with a question that is relevant to what we have discussed before, mainly regarding standardization. So how are international standardization efforts influencing blockchain interoperability and security? Can global standards help establish trust across diverse ledgers? And what kind of challenges remain in order to achieve widespread industry adoption for these standards? Anyone who would like to take the question, please feel free to start.
Okay, so let me start from an ITUT perspectives. Long time ago, I was the chair of a focus group DPM. DPM stands for Data Processing and Management. When we considered data issues, there were strong initiative to use blockchain DLT technology as a trust enablers. So at that time, we have well-identified very important use cases regarding data exchange and sharing. So when we share data, lots of privacy matters, certain particular trust matters. So in this regard, we well-identified what are the important challenges to use various kind of candidate technologies. Among them, blockchain is really baseline technology. Based on the blockchain technologies, we have established various kind of additional solutions on top of blockchain. For example, various kind of smart contract or some regulatory concerns, such as regulatory sandbox, etc. Various kind of new technical enablers need to be deployed based on blockchain technology. Now I am thinking about how we support blockchain interoperability. Instead of just considering one single domain, we are considering how we support interoperability across multiple sectors. For example, instead of just the energy issues, we need to think about how we support interoperability between energy and healthcare. this kind of matters, if we wanted to consider cross-sector interoperability solutions, instead of just a single domain blockchain technologies, we need to integrate multiple blockchain networking solutions. In this context, one of the important key enablers is connector as an adaptation of multiple key functional blocks. So there are lots of ongoing initiatives how we specify key functionalities for the adapter. So that's the current situations, how we will address blockchain interoperability. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think just going over what you were saying about interoperability, these points where blockchains communicate with each other can often make for the most fragile areas of the product. In 2022 and 2023, we saw lots of attacks on bridges where funds are being transferred between blockchain or data is being transferred between different blockchains. How the hackers have evolved over the last year, we saw that 78% of the successful attacks were actually on individuals within organizations. So access control theft, key theft, or phishing attacks are now the biggest attack vector in the blockchain space. And this is also one of the areas that was vulnerable in the Bybit attack as well. So I think good standardization is needed across, not just the code level. So you're having auditing done, having penetration testing done, but also on the team and organizational structure as well. So, ISO 27001 and these kind of existing frameworks is absolutely essential for blockchain organizations now.
Thank you. Just a comment. Standardization is absolutely important. Interoperability is important. But then at the local national government, the rules I was hearing before need to be acceptable for the private business, for the public administration. Otherwise, companies will always use technology that are coming from non-European states. Currently, the biggest blockchain, the biggest solution are made outside Europe. I was hearing before someone telling why we need to reinvent the wheel if we have already the wheel. So I think that the standardization is a very important process that needs to be taken on because it could bring interoperability and several solutions. But on the other side, this needs to be reflected into rules that could be applicable.
Thank you. Jerome?
Okay, I can compliment. The question we could ask is why somebody is adopting blockchain technology. The first reason is technical. The blockchain technology has some inherent characteristics of immutability, transparency, traceability, which are very useful. But then, when you are a service provider, you can ask yourself, why should I use a blockchain standard? And just to say, there is not only one standardization body for blockchain. It's not only ISO TC07. ITU is doing some things as well, EBSI in Europe as well. So it's important to remind it also. And why people want to use ISO TC07 standard, it's because if you look at the working group 6, which is designing some use cases, any industry can find its use cases in the standard. Then you can find a standard, a working group working on governance. So governance is a strong asset of TC07 because it allows also creating trust. And the last one was just mentioned is interoperability with the working group 7, which is addressing interoperability. We have more than 1,000 blockchain systems in the world. So the question is, what is the common things between all these systems? And it is exactly what we are putting in the standard, these common things, to make people understand what blockchain systems have in common and how far they could interoperate. And it's not only interoperability between blockchain systems, it's interoperability between, for example, smart contracts, or maybe portability of smart contracts, and so on.
Thank you. Paolo, would you like to add?
Yeah, I would like to add the story how I got into the standardization world. Obviously, for a small business owner, it was a tough choice because we have plenty of things to do, not just to be with you guys on these fantastic guys in these fantastic places at conferences, but provide some value. But anyway, at the same time, I bought a new robotic cleaner at home, and it was fantastic until it reached a sofa, which was produced by a phenomenally good designer, but it didn't want to go under the sofa for some bizarre reason. And then I realized that this sofa was not interoperable with the vacuum cleaner. You might be laughing, but it's not funny. The sofa wasn't designed against the standards because this vacuum cleaner went everywhere in the house, but not below this sofa. Then I realized how to me, it's now very expensive to think about new vacuum cleaner or a new this, new that. Think about standards in a small business. It's a very, very similar situation. So it's very, very difficult to implement a system, a blockchain system or any other system, and then suddenly realize that it's not interoperable, not working with anything else, that you suddenly you felt a victim of something we call in the industry a vendor lock-in. It's quite visible in the blockchain space as well, although not that much as in many other places. So to me, what I wrote as a cheat sheet before the session is that with the DLT, trust doesn't vanish, as some people might think. Trust is not coming automatic. It shifts towards other places instead of course, trusting central institutions. The trust goes to more or less to systems, to code, and this is perhaps why we need a new profession, a certified auditor of blockchain systems, because we in this room are all experts, but we won't be there when the new byte-to-bit issue happens, and this might mean that someone will take responsibility or should take responsibility about the distributed ledger system. But if the system is not against the standards that we've created, it is very likely that it's against the standards, because the guy who created it was so rapidly doing it without thinking of any standards whatsoever, including cybersecurity standards in first place. But the result is of a huge magnitude, 1.5 billion. It might be smaller, it might be bigger. It doesn't matter the size. What matters is that we need guys who are out of our industry, but we can sort of educate them, learn them. This is my second point. Tell them what to do, perhaps through various institutions, including TC307 or governmental bodies or other institutions like Knut, but train them, educate them, make them understand distributed systems and trust those systems.
Thank you very much, Petko. This pretty much answers also my second question, which is about the importance of interoperability between different blockchain platforms. So I'd like to ask if the rest of you have an opinion about that. So if you would like to, Jerome, maybe start?
Yes, so maybe I can bring a good use case in the music industry about an interesting interoperability which works and another one which doesn't work. In 2017, we have 3 copyright management organizations, the one from France, SACEM, the one from UK, PRS for music, and another one from the USA, ASCAP. They decided to use the Hyperledger Fabric, which is a blockchain system, to reconciliate 2 databases. There was a database for the identifiers of recorded songs, the one you can hear on Deezer. And there was another database which was held by other people, in the same industry, which was about authorship and who was the author of a given song. So they used blockchain technology to make two databases which were not interconnected, which were not able to interoperate because they didn't want that it works. It was opacity of the music business. But they succeeded by recording in Hyperledger Fabric some couples between a song which is recorded and published on Deezer and the author of the song. So they could, by fetching the information on Hyperledger Fabric, they could get the link between the two databases. So it's a good example of something which works between two information systems and two databases. But then the SOCAN, which is the Canadian copyright organization, thought it was good also to have its own blockchain, but she didn't select the same. She selected Hyperledger Sawtooth to do exactly the same thing. So what happens? Worldwide, it doesn't work. There is no interoperability because they didn't take some blockchain systems which are able to interoperate at that stage. It was in 2017. So you have two examples. So what important is to have this TC307 standard to find what is common between Hyperledger Fabric and Hyperledger Sawtooth.
Okay, and as a follow-up, unless anyone of you would like to also add to what Jerome said? Yeah.
I'm always talking about a private company perspective. I think that it could not be a standard for everything. Currently, there are almost 1,000 blockchains around the world, known blockchain. Everyone typically is a different standard, a different model of managing something. I think that to be reliable on creating a business on which you are able to make some money, you need to have a way to have a plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D, and this is based on the fact that you are able to create something that can communicate with different standards, because this is the only way to survive in this fast-changing world. Considering now AI that is in creating a very fast path to new things, we need to be able to get a way to use several blockchain and maybe define a common standard that could be compliant for some reason to the GDPR, to something that we need to have because we are in Europe, but that will be able to make a business working.
Okay, so you don't think that having common standards among platforms would be beneficial both for the platforms, the
This
protocols
will
and the
be
users?
fantastic, but I think it's not possible because around the world there is someone that say from now on this will be the new standard. If you rely on something different, your business will close. That's why I think that you need to have something that is able to interact with several standards, enabling you to have the possibility to survive in the fast-changing world.
And Brent?
Yes, so how we usually split up our work if we're dealing with a new blockchain, we would start with the cryptographic primitive first and auditing this approach, then moving on to the protocol level code, and then into smart contracts and dApps and applications built with that. The pace of innovation in this industry is astonishing. It changes all the time. New cryptographic primitives applied to blockchain, new programming languages all the time. So we have to have split teams for each language, split teams for each department, like cryptography.
Yeah.
Perhaps a sentence or two regarding interoperability, because this is what you've mentioned. Just because we are experts, we tend to think that most interoperability comes from a chain to chain, but the reality is that the 90% of the cases is a blockchain to something else. Yeah. And this is really where the key is. So perhaps we need to be focusing more on how to interoperate with the external world, including to help regulators with better alignment and compliance, because ultimately standardization allows the clearer regulatory frameworks.
I love it because you always give me a pass to my next question. I really appreciate it. Okay.
We're not working together, sorry. We're not.
So what kind of regulatory recognition do you think would be required at EU level in order to have blockchain acknowledged as a technological infrastructure that can complement traditional systems at a national level? Anyone?
I think we're particularly impressed with the DORA regulation that's just come out in the EU. So this is now asking for the crypto, like Web3 native projects. It's kind of a marked change because previously they were used to having smart contract audited or blockchain protocol audited, going to mainnet, locking value, generating revenue. Now, under DORA, they have to look at their entire system. So what are they dependent on? Cloud infrastructure provider, for example, custodian, maybe one of these providers. And really, they have to analyze their entire system and identify where the risks are, make a plan to respond to those incidents as well. And as well, it calls for yearly penetration testing too, which is just great for us.
Thank you. Anyone else? Paolo?
I think that this is quite difficult, sorry about it, because a lot of things are changing very fast. We're talking about Europe, but on the other side, we have national laws, national rules and laws that are not common. In Italy, where I come from, the blockchain is not yet recognized as a trusted service. And this is very difficult because a lot of people are using blockchain for creating POC or creating new services in agriculture, everywhere. But the problem is that everything is only related to create a sort of environment for cryptos, because this is related to money. On money, you can get some fine for getting things away in a certain way. I think that, first of all, at a national level, blockchain as a global operative system need to be recognized. This is, I think, the first aspect, and this should be pushed by the UA, otherwise no one will move, because there are too many interests over there.
Yeah.
I would like to jump in and absolutely agree with what was just said. As a part of a consortium, we've been building the EBSI node in Bulgaria, and I was very happy because the process was straightforward, and we've been well told what to do, how to build the node, etc. So the help was magnificent until we got to the local government. This is where things just hit the wall, and we needed not to start an education. We started just like evangelizing from zero, and then after 1,000 battles, obviously we completed the project successfully. Then we realized that after 1,000 battles with the local authorities, various ministries, various institutions, that the knowledge is very low. So I must say that within these communities, we tend to say the word blockchain 1,000 times every minute, but outside of these communities, people still think that this is a speculative cryptocurrency. I very much like the idea that the ledger word is being used, not even the DLT, because many authorities find it to be quite difficult for them, but the ledger is not crypto, but digital ledger sounds really, really nice. If we can come up with this word, I think it's going to be fascinating. And then again, reinvest the time to educate authorities into this.
Yeah, I would like to emphasize the importance of governance because EU is trying to build up a new infrastructure for data, so the data space, etc. When we consider this kind of a new infrastructure, particularly for data perspectives, we need a new governance issues. So in order to address this kind of a governance, blockchain and DLT is just the infrastructural component. So without having this kind of a new database, it's not possible to support data infrastructure. But more importantly, if we really wanted to build up a new system for supporting new governance issues, these kind of governance need to be regulated by technology. So far, we just considered to set up building certain documentation for regulating various kind of issues. It's just a written text, but more importantly, in a cyberspace for data infrastructure, these kind of all governance issues need to be done by technology. So in this regard, very important keyword is governance by technology. We need to identify what kind of technical solutions need to be supported for governance. That's the really fundamental issues.
Thank you. Anyone else? Would you like to make
maybe yes. Yeah. It's a spirit experiment. So just assume now you have some national blockchains like Alastria ID in Spain, ID Union in Germany, and everywhere in Europe. Each country has its own blockchain system. So it's a layer at the national level. Assume now EBSI is the European blockchain that interconnect everything. So at first, so that it works, you need a standard that allows interoperability. But doing that, the risk you take is that you lose something for the trust, its security, because the more systems are interconnected, I mean heterogeneous systems,
yes,
the more security surface you increase. So the risk you have then is to have some cyber attacks. So it's not easy because on one way you could say, I put the same blockchain everywhere, it's privatized Ethereum 2.0 and that's it. And else you could say, I leave the countries through their own blockchain, but you have to bear in mind that you need an overall way to make them interoperate, and doing that, you increase the attack surface for cyber attacks.
Thank you. And that leads me to my next question, the risks of interoperability. And I think I will start with Brin on this one.
Yes, as Jerome was saying, when you increase the level of interoperability, you do introduce a much wider attack surface. And what we regularly see is that one part of the system will be upgraded, for example, and potentially an audit isn't done on that, or a pen test isn't done on that. But because it's integral to the entire system, it becomes an exploitable vector. We built a tool that is able to monitor and take like automated responses to lots of different threat vectors as well. When we started this product development, we did that because there was a lot of tools to investigate hacks after they'd happened, but there was not really anything to intercept hackers. So it's called Extractor. You can check it out on extractor.live. And yeah, over time, as the hacks and the exploits have developed and have got more sophisticated, we've been adding more detectors into this product as well. So for us, having a automated response system in place, if you have a product that deals with multiple blockchains, is absolutely essential. And I think as well a good sort of post-deployment solution after you've gone to market, after your product or your service is live, is to have a bug bounty program as well, because it's always cheaper to pay a white hat hacker than a black hat hacker.
Thank you.
Does anyone else want to add?
Maybe I think that there is something more that need to be done apart this technical and with a lot of expertise is just information on what is the ledger, the blockchain, because there are a lot of people that maybe are trying to buy or to create a crypto wallet and put some money in. Then maybe they go on a specific site, they get access directly in a Telegram group where there is a bot already speaking with AI and telling what to do. Okay, please share me your wallet address or something like this. And over there, a lot of money got defrauded. I think that at the local level, at the international level, so I'm talking about European, a strong information, before I was saying evangelization, need to be made. Otherwise, we will not move.
Thank you.
But not much of a risk, but the way I see the whoever started the with this saying trade wars and trade events happening these days. Obviously, Europe is building its own very distributed way of living, and it's perhaps a part of our culture to have a little bit of both the EBSI, the international network, the local network. So you can't say Germany, no, you won't be able to have your own network, use EBSI only, vice versa, of course. But what's really interesting is the biggest risk is how to build up a community of supporters, at least to me, how to make it as open source as possible, because I've heard it quite often during this discussion today, is that Europe might be open to more open standards and open source principles and open architecture principles, including open standardization for these efforts to be successful. This is what led us here, and perhaps this is what can take us to the future.
Thank you.
I think I can add a couple more risks. So going back to what I was saying earlier about access control and phishing being the major attack vectors now, we saw AI being used to spoof the voices of key team members for Coinbase. We saw that one of the former executives from Ledger was actually targeted and kidnapped about 3 weeks ago in France as well. So and hackers, when they do these kind of operations, they're trying to get access to accounts, right? They're trying to get access. It might not be just private keys that they're after. They're after control of organizational data and this kind of stuff. And we see like very long campaigns as well, 6-month phishing campaigns, trying to get, for example, North Korean hackers hired as developers in projects as well. So you've got to have really robust policies in recruitment, in data management, in protecting your own identity as well, within the team and organization.
Thank you. So we touched aspects of interoperability and potential risk. I would like to look into the aspect of trust now and discuss what's the potential added value of having auditing and oversight, and how is this going to make ledgers more trusted, actually?
Okay, how to get ledger more trusted? So you have to bring the proof of security. You have to bring the proof that there are some people behind the ledger to develop it. So clearly, if you take one of these 1,000 blockchain system with only 2 developers, it's not the good thing. We had a hack a long time ago with MTGOX. The guy was alone developing his platform, and it was a cryptocurrency exchange platform, so it doesn't work. So the community of developers is something which is really important. So you can check, it's quite easy because there is always a source code for developing the blockchain system. And you have always an open source community of developers. I agree, it's important. And you can clearly see that there are 1,000, 10,000. If you can see how many people are making some, what we call some commits. So if there are 100 people doing some commits, you are sure you have the community of developers. Then you can check which countries they are part of. Are they linked to some companies? You can make some security OSINT. It's a way to retrieve information on people and to make a cartography of the people who are behind a blockchain system. So the people behind is important, the governance as well. If there is only one entity which is managing the system, we have seen Ripple Labs in the USA with the SEC, which was attacked because they were alone and because also the funds they were creating with blockchain technology were considered that a way for earning funds from this company. But the main problem was that they were alone. So we need many companies behind a standard, or maybe many companies behind a blockchain system, many developers, so that it is adopted. It increases the trust and the robustness of the system.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to add?
Sorry.
Of course.
I think that the important thing, I'm always looking for private companies that need to use the blockchain for something. At the European level, there is a blockchain that has already been developed, unfortunately, with only 40 nodes currently, but they can improve and they can increase. They should create a system that is trustable by all the countries in Europe. They can use all the technology to create a real system that could be used. I think that we can start from this. We have already this asset that we can use. And this we can create and develop trust. For sure, maybe a company with 1, 2, 3 people is not able to create, let's say, a very stable blockchain. But they are on the market. Think now, maybe you've heard about these meme coins. So they are creating extra layer of cryptocurrency that are creating a lot of money movement. So I think that the first thing we can do at the European level is to have our own blockchain that could be affordable and that could be usable by anyone.
Interesting. Yeah, so there is a lot of blockchains out there, and a lot of them, the newer ones, the documentation is often really bad or non-existent in some cases as well. So this is a huge challenge for developers coming into these ecosystems and trying to build safe, compliant products, actually. If we could have some standardization around documentation and how newer protocols should be tested and audited before they go to mainnet and start to onboard developers, this would be very, very helpful, I think.
Thank you. Moving on. How can we standardize cybersecurity?
Yeah, I think, well, again, with good documentation, with having regular, or before products go to mainnet, having them analyzed by an auditor, and then also when upgrades are made as well, or new features are added. This is very important. And I think DORA has done a good job at implementing penetration testing every year, and threat-led penetration testing as well, which is like a red team of offensive hackers versus blue team of defensive. But it doesn't go far enough with regards to Specifically in blockchain technology, the different levels of code architecture that you have, from cryptography to protocol to smart contracts and dApps, and all of the interactions. So we need something very specific for blockchain to build on top of what we've got now with Mika and Dora. Yeah, and from our side, we're always happy to collaborate with anyone that would like to get our input and our data.
You wanted to say?
Yes, please. So we have to bear in mind that by essence, the blockchain was created by cryptographers. So it's more than 40 years of innovation which was compiled in one technology. And how we do that today at TC307, as mentioned in the previous panel, you take the best experts at ISO GTC1 SC27, the one who write the ISO 27000 series. You put them with the blockchain experts and you create a GWG4. So we have Julien Dranger in this room who will maybe talk about it. And you make them talk together. That's it.
Excellent.
Speaking of Dora, as a company, we have a couple of banks customers. And I must say that even for a small business dealing with a bank, it's always a hassle a little bit, you know, just completing all these questionnaires and complying with all this stuff. But after that, it's a music. I mean, I really can say that it's a very formal, very structured, while at the same time in other businesses not complying with Dora, not complying with ANIS 2, it's very difficult for them because there's not enough education, not enough knowledge, even not enough knowledge of existence of a standard in general. To their cybersecurity experts, Windows Update is the only security they got, and no sign of good practices. So again, it starts from education. I think it starts from schools. I think we need to restart a standardization at schools, speak about what we're doing here at ISO, and talk this more to students, just like I've heard this done quite often in Germany and of course in Japan as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I would like to ask, looking beyond the technology itself, what types of blockchain-based services do you think that small and medium-sized enterprises, which are, you know, the major type of enterprises in the EU, could develop in order to scale up? Yes, please.
I'm not a representative of SME or some industries. However, I would like to emphasize one particular keyword: decentralization. So we know very well blockchain is a decentralized technology. I believe decentralized come from individual users. So we need to first think about how we support individual users' demand. That's the really important starting point. Each SME or just developers, individual users also can be contributors to build up their small platform. So starting this kind of small platforms, we can constitute interconnect for scale up. So then we can eventually build up a large-scale platform. Currently, most of the giant companies like Google, Amazon, Meta, etc., they build their own platform with a very large scale, with so many number of participants. Just simply ask individual users to subscribe a service. It's not a good way. Now, individual users need to volunteer for supporting various kinds of new services. So lots of services can be collaboratively developed. We need to provide this kind of a common platform who anyone can contribute and then provide incentives based on their contributions. This is really, really important directions for supporting decentralization without having giant companies or regulators. So in this context, we need to start very small initiatives to easily support lots of individual users' demand or some particular software, just small software. We can easily interconnect multiple software. We can build very strong platforms, and then many people also can use this kind of platforms. Then so many number of new platforms can be generated. These are not really giant platforms, but small, very decentralized, distributed platforms. The next thing is how we easily combine them and then make a large one. So that kind of manner from the bottom-up approach might be quite an interesting point. So we should consider to encourage this kind of direction.
Thank you. Paolo?
For sure, the possibility to have some services on blockchain available even in Europe could be very helpful to several companies, because I'm talking about Italy. Almost 90% of the company are not small, very small companies. They are not able to afford cybersecurity, they are not able to afford SOC services, they are not able to afford for a lot of things. So I think that if we are able to create a standard model for getting blockchain services around typically services that could be managed by a blockchain, like trust, like immutability, a lot of things in terms of services could come out. And this, I think, should be the push that the European community should give to a single country.
Thank you.
I think going back to what you were just saying about funding, specifically for cybersecurity, it is possible to get grants from some blockchain protocol foundations for this specific area of funding. What I would love to see is that the EU would provide good funding for businesses that are MiCA compliant, DORA compliant, to set up and get these audits done. That would be fantastic. And again, it's an area we can optimize as well. I have even clients going through grants proposals that they put through during the COVID years, right? And it's still, the money's still not being dispersed in some countries. So we have a lot of optimizations we could make with EU bureaucracy. I think blockchain is a fantastic way to do that, but we need to build it in a safe and standardized manner.
Yeah, so maybe that when in an activity sector you have some actors which do not trust each other a priori and want to interconnect their information system to exchange data, the blockchain technology is the right solution with a strong governance. Maybe a consortium blockchain may be really well suited for this kind of use case. And these use cases are everywhere in all industries. So this is something that makes me feel that blockchain technology is clearly the future for such use case. Thank you.
I've always been a keen fan of using blockchain for supply chain. I know that many projects started, some of them were quite successful, some of them unfortunately failed for various reasons, including their poor governance, their consortia governance, not because I'm against the consortia, but because the consortia was badly managed. But if there's a startup, if there's a project which is able to tick all of the boxes make or use a technology which is compliant with the EU regulation, which is a hurdle for some of the blockchains, primarily with GDPR, and this is something that I've worked on the Blockstand on blockchain data management, off-chain and on-chain. But if this startup or project is able to tick the boxes, regulated well, secure, managed well, what you mentioned, and be user-friendly, I think very soon we'll be able to have, if not a full product passport, at least some part of the trade being well executed on a ledger technology.
Thank you. And I have one last question. What is the one thing you believe that the EU blockchain ecosystem should fight to do right in the next 12 months in order to scale trust?
Let me start. Let me start, because it's something that quite few people pay attention to. To me, is a slight improvement into user experience. I was thinking about your question. It's very, very interesting. But I would bet on improvement of user experience, including like projects like ERC 4337, make a more flexible account security. I would be betting on this. This project could improve obviously the user experience, reduce the risks, and make the blockchain more useful for a wider audience. Because for many of us, it's still a hurdle to use all the keys and multi-sigs.
Thank you.
For the next 12 months, I would like the European blockchain activated and available to be used by companies, first part. And the second part, make it known by the local government to be a trustful system. This should be the work.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think more programs for builders and developers coming into this ecosystem would be fantastic as well. You know, giving them support and education. We have some great ideas that we've been discussing today, but I think now putting them into action and educating the people who are going to be building these products is the key. So yeah, hackathons, this kind of developer-focused event for me would be very nice to see.
Okay, I would love that digital product passport, decentralized identity, and carbon credits are managed on a blockchain in Europe. Could be nice.
Sounds good. Professor, you're okay? All right, so I don't know if we have any questions.
Yes, we have some time for questions. Wonderful wish list and fully support. Any questions? Steffen?
I have only one question or two, maybe. You mentioned that there's the need for a trusted blockchain or to have blockchain as a trust service in Europe. This request was solved by the 30th of May 2024, because in this case the EIDAS regulation was published. And the EIDAS regulation in section 11 contains a qualified trust service for electronic ledger, which also covers DLT and blockchain. The standardization is done in CEN JTC 19 Working Group 1. If you want to know more, just ask Ignacio Alamio or me, because we write a technical specification on this. So exactly this request is already solved. My question to you would be, might it be helpful to adopt the certification framework from EBSI, well known for the trust services, also worldwide, and also other EBSI standards on PKI, etc., are recognized in Japan, in Korea, etc., because then we don't have to rebuild the world or to reinvent the wheel outside Europe?
Wants to take on the question?
Okay, if I understood the question correctly, I will answer with the story that we had and just finish the story. It's like Europe has its core, and then it's perhaps its suburbs, and many of us are living in the suburbs. It gets quite difficult for us to get the speed that it's in Brussels to make our own governments speak, and Paolo, you would concur with this. So Italy, being one of the locomotives of Europe, is also suffering from the same, perhaps, disease. So I'm not a regulation expert, but I think the technology coming from Brussels needs to come faster to our local governments, and this is where A does, because it makes it doesn't make sense if a private company like mine is coming to the Bulgarian government and speaks about ADAS, and they're all like, "What the heck you're talking about? Sorry, we're here to print passports still, and we're not interested into this." It takes ages for them to reconcile on this. So this is perhaps the problem.
Absolutely, I agree, and I was looking the introduction of the blockchain in Italy, how it was, let's say, analyzed and explained, and absolutely is still not yet usable as a trusted service. So this is the main aspect that need to be focused. You say, no, when we speak with the lawyers regarding trustability of document signed on the blockchain, a lot of lawyers don't trust, and they say, no, there's no regulatory that need to be used, and so we use we are using still the same rules we were always using. So this is the real world where we are taking in account, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Ricardo Jerome also wanted to say something.
Yeah, just
I have 3 more questions in mind.
So
but Jerome, please.
So yeah, the experts at ISO TC307 are gateways, and they are also making some interoperability with other standards like EBSI, ITUT. So this is the same experts. So sometimes we have some experts at ISO TC307 who are at EBSI, who say there is a standard at EBSI. So we should look at it at ISO TC307. So just to mention that there is also standard, some interoperability between experts.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation and all of your thoughts on this. It occurs to me that since we've been talking about interoperability and security of these ledgers, based on what you've said, it seems that there's the elephant in the room is that many of the deployed blockchain and DLT systems basically are very complex, and they're constantly evolving, and they try to deliver many services. And if I look at successful systems that have achieved interoperability, such as, say, the Internet Protocol and various other telecoms protocols, they have a characteristic that they're quite simple. And how do we achieve simplicity in a world where everyone wants their own particular chain to be dominant? How do we achieve something that we can all agree is a baseline standard? I would think less is more.
Okay, can I answer this? Sorry. We are in a auto world, okay? 99% of these vehicles use petrol, just a single source of engine. Petrol came, in the late 19th century, but these are all interoperable vehicles. They all interoperate on the same roads. Probably you know the pictures from Sweden when they've adopted driving on the right side, what happened, etc. Even a tiny little change, it costed a lot of efforts for them. Now, when you try to charge your electric car, how many plugs you have? I don't know. You tell me you have the Teslas. I'm still a petrol head myself. So perhaps a little bit of centralization into making the centralized decisions would be necessary. So perhaps we as a body might come up with at least 1 or 2 standards that might be global, which will the fittest of all, perhaps, that might drive the innovation. Otherwise, we might end up with 1,000 networks, and then interoperable 1,000 other networks to interoperate with the first 1,000.
Maybe that everything we described before seems complicated and the 1,000 blockchain systems, but as at the standardization level we have just adopted the common things between all these blockchain systems, I can tell you that the standards developed by TC307 are simple.
Okay, thank you. My question is for Petro comment about the poor governance in some of the main obstacles you see. My question is, do you think that this lack of quality in governance is regarding the technological aspect? It could be in chain or on chain, or it's more about the decision-making process, or let's say off-chain maybe conflict of interest in the business model, other kind of things that are impacting now already in the technological development. And the second point is if you think that if we harmonize, at least create a minimum baseline of quality in this decision-making process, we can help the industry to support from the standard viewpoint. Thank you.
So thanks for the questions. It's really nice. What I've seen as errors, as mistakes in the corporate world is that there's a new consortium, a spectacular, great ballroom, white ties, etc. Sorry, black ties, etc. But it ends up in dire straits because most of the first of all, it's very difficult for all the parties to be on the same page. Big banks, small banks feel that they cannot trust the big banks. The big banks are always changing the rules. So perhaps it's just like everywhere. It's who to trust, who are the big players, how to deal with them, how can the small players. Perhaps a little bit of regulation comes first. Perhaps a little bit of democracy. So probably the first few enterprise blockchain, not protocols, but projects failed because of this poor governance. Because not all of the parties were on the same table, not technologically, but making decisions about their future as a group, and also some of them were very much afraid not to be anti-regulation, to be perceived as forming a block of their own. Anyway, sorry. Did I ask this?
One final
Yep, quick one. The interoperability working group, we're looking for new work items. So what does the panel think about a standardized API or data model to interact with many or all blockchains? Is that a good idea, a good thing for an ISO standard?
From my perspective, it could be a great idea. A place where I can find API that could have different type of services with different type of blockchain. Absolutely a very interesting idea, because this could solve the logic of AD interoperability. You can create a reliable system, and this could be absolutely interesting.
Thank you so much to Tonia for moderating, to all the panelists. Thank you. Sonia. Thank you, Petko. I disagree with you on one point. The project didn't fail, they learned.
I'm sorry?
The project didn't fail, they learned.
Of course, yeah.
And again, thank you, all the panelists, but special thank you to Breen from Aachen, a proud member of INATO. Sorry, I had to mention that. Thank you. I had prepared a 10-minute speech before the coffee break. Of course, I will not do that. So I invite you all for a 15 minutes break. Take your coffees, and to be afterwards coming back for more 2 panels. Thank you, everyone. Please take your seats. Take your seats, please. Irina? Okay, you're there. So hopefully all the panelists for the next panel would already be in the room. Let's see that. So we are following up with the next panel that is on DLT standards supporting privacy and security. And to moderate that panel, I would love to welcome again on stage Irina Tal from Dublin City University to moderate and to invite the rest of the panelists. Serena, can you join me, please? Thank you. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So I would just like to invite the panelists, Robin, Julianne, Christophe, and Eric will join us online. Thank you very much for joining us. I would invite you to introduce yourselves.
Thank you, Irina. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Robin Rennick. I come from Ireland. I'm a researcher by trade, quite a diverse research background, but most of my research focuses on the intersection between technology, networks, and people. More recently, I've been researching the application of MiCA, and more specifically, the implications or the chilling effect on privacy-preserving technologies in the DLT ecosystem. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Julien Bringer, or Bringer if it's easier to pronounce. I'm a cybersecurity expert by my background, mostly. And since about, I would say, 7 years, I'm an entrepreneur in cybersecurity and blockchain-related topics and identity management. And I've been also in standardization since more than 10, 11, 12 years, I don't remember. And I happen to be in TC307, the convener of Joint Working Group 4.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Christophe Oscan from France. So my background, I have an engineering, telecommunication and network background. So I started in blockchain probably 10 years, 12 years ago now. So I discovered this technology by starting a mining rig and starting to mine Bitcoin on the house of my parents, I would say that. So at this time it was no, I would say, documentation, nothing. So I decided to create my company, Crypto for All. So with my brother, so who is in finance aspect. So when we decided to make it, because there is a lack of, I would say, paper, but also resources, technical resources. I joined the TC307 at the creation of this committee, and I am participating in working group 4 for security aspect, and also the working group 8 for tokenization aspect, which is also an interesting thing that I'm following. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Eric? We can't hear you. Probably you're on mute.
Okay. Erik Andersen from Denmark. I am currently sitting in the ITUT building in Geneva at a meeting here. And there are people around me, so there may be a little background noise. I will shut off my mic when I'm not speaking. And I am, besides participating in ITUT study group 17, that's on security. I'm also working in ISO IEC, JTT1 SC6, and also working on cybersecurity for the power industry in IEC TC57. So that's my current activities, and I'm editor of several standards. The most famous one is X509. That's the base specification for public key infrastructure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's kick off this session with an overview on the current landscape and also the gaps. So what would be the most impactful standards for privacy and security in blockchain and DLT today, and where do you see the gaps are? Whoever wants to start.
I will start, but I see the risk to mention all the standards you will, my fellow panelists would like to mention as well. There is the first one that has been mentioned in a Q&A just before this panel, which is about Ledger as a qualified trust service, which is very important and developed currently in GTC 19, very important for European application in the context of EIDAS for sure. Other ones, I think most of them are developed today in ISO TC07. I see a few that are really potentially impactful in the future. One is under development related to 2702. 2702 is the security control standard related to the 27000 series, which is widely used in information security management system. We are working on specifying the blockchain-specific security controls to be able to have at some point blockchain services that can be certified along the 27000 series. Similarly, there are standards developed also in privacy capabilities, privacy assessments in the group. This is kind of the same. There are standards already well known and developed, by the way, also by the same committee where 27000 series has been developed, related to privacy frameworks, privacy requirements, privacy assessment. And here, again, in Jean-Claude Cube 4, we are working on what is specific to blockchain. And as well, we enable organizations to have a way to ensure they can mitigate their risk with respect to privacy and protection of personal data, but also a way for the users, the buyers of those systems to know that things have been done correctly. There is another topic that I consider very important, but I will let Christophe probably talk about smart contract security as well.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So, so there is a lot of works, I would say, in security aspects, but also in privacy, in ISO. So I was a chance also to launch and to work on the smart contract security proposal to help organizations, but also all the third party to understand the risk behind using smart contracts. So we mentioned security for trust, we mentioned security for decentralization, security for privacy. So I think that the security aspect is something that push blockchain to be adopted, and now institutionals are joining, I will say, this technology. But there is I would say two aspects. So at the moment, like AI, there is a lack of standards. So there is some best practices, some useful tools for security, but we should agree on the process as well. So that's why a smart contract security topic was launched for development, code review aspect like audit, and holistic diagnostic methods to be sure that when you are developing, auditing, and then also deploying your smart contract, that all the life cycle and tools and process could be helpful for organization to have.
Thank you.
Well, I'll just talk about the gaps maybe quickly, because we've heard a lot about the standards.
Sure.
So in Europe, and I'll talk about it from a privacy context. So in Europe, we have data protection and strong privacy rights. As you're probably all aware, they're fundamental rights. But we also have to try and create standards that are harmonized with the legislative and regulatory frameworks. So we have three, or a trilogy, or the Holy Trinity, maybe some people may call them. We have GDPR, which is like a very strong and stable marriage. Yeah, it's very solid, it's very secure. We have Mika, which is like a new relationship. We're just starting to uncover what we like and what we don't like about it, but it's very exciting all the same, and we're happy to see what it might bring us in the future. But then we have the single rulebook, or AMLR, which is the anti-money laundering regulation. And that is sort of like an extramarital affair. Okay, it's slightly sordid, it's a little bit dangerous, but it's very addictive, right? So we have these three frameworks, and then us as standardization experts need to create standards that will help enact what the rules are in these frameworks. And I think that's sort of where we are today, right? So we have data protection, we have privacy, but now we're trying to understand what we need to do to ensure that we can enact MiCA and the new single rulebook AMLR properly. And to come back to the gaps, because I will get there, right? So as it stands, there are some gaps being created because we have language in MiCA and language in AMLR, which create a chilling effect on privacy-preserving technologies for the DLT space. We have some language around anonymity-enhancing functions, and we have some language around anonymity coins. And what that is doing, because of the risk-averse nature of the crypto asset ecosystem, is pushing private by default, and indeed data protection by design and default systems to the side. They're being marginalized because the crypto asset service providers don't want to take on the compliance burden or the compliance risk. So that's where the gap is. I'm hoping that some of the work in JWG4, which we're doing, the TS 24946, will sort of educate and inform around some of that language, especially around anonymity, pseudonymity, anonymity-enhancing functions, and privacy-preserving technologies. We're on working draft 2. We hope to move to a committee draft. I think that was decided today. So hopefully in the next year, it might be a bit clearer for all the stakeholders in the ecosystem.
Okay, thank you. You anticipated a bit my next question there. Eric, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I could mention a few things. I'm the editor of the Expert 9 PKI description, and I see PKI as a very providing security. It's important standard. That's the basic for security in protocols and everywhere, and also provide privacy. The gap, I think, is that PKI has been difficult in spreading to a big area. It works well within a country or confined area, but when we come to a wider area like the EU, there's a problem with the trust. I will come back to that later, I believe. And so we have a project going in ITUT and SE6 in ISO on what we call decentralized PKI based on blockchain, where the different PKIs in Europe can be interconnected using this DPKI function. That's what we are currently working on in ITUT and SE6, and I'm the editor for the project.
Thank you very much. So you are all SEEBLOCKS and/or Blockstand experts, and you just identify some of the gaps in this space. So I think we are all very much interested to find out about how your work addresses some of those gaps that we just talked about. Whether we are more focused on the Blockstand and SEEBLOCKS work, but also beyond that as well. So
I guess I can go first. I can tell a story, I suppose. I think if we talk about TS 24946, which is in working draft 2 stage, I think originally that was a PWI 12833. You'll remember it was probably pre-COVID. And I was actually the initiator of that and the first editor of it. But due to time commitments, resource commitments, and a very young family, I wasn't able to continue that work and take it to an approved work item. So it was only through the opportunity that I had through Blockstand that gave me the opportunity to get back involved. And now I've had the ability to be involved through the last 2 iterations and contributing to that standard, and hopefully will contribute as it develops further.
That's great.
As a convener, the more I dedicate time to my group and to support experts and to support liaising, connecting, communicating with other stakeholders, the more basically we get some traction, the more we mature some ideas or some concepts that we are including in standards, the more experts are supported and feeling able to do their work. And I think one key aspect is really about connecting the ecosystem. So thanks to the support of, in fact, both Blockstand and SEEBLOCKS, I've been able to really dedicate more time on this. I've been able to spend more time on various other committees in order to explain what we are doing, to detect whether there are some synergies, and also discussing with some other non-standardization bodies, like associations in Europe, various stakeholders, but also other international associations. Like, for instance, there is one initiative that has been created 5 years ago, Blockchain Governance Initiative Network, who has been successful in bringing in their discussions some regulators, some industry representatives, but also some core developers of public blockchain networks, which is something that we cannot really touch today in standardization bodies because they are not interested to join. Spending time with them, discussing with them, we have been able to establish a plan for them to join as a liaison with TC307 and for them to understand how they can contribute through their association within our work. So it's basically being able to support having more connection and kind of a global approach with all the ecosystem players.
Thank you.
So I will add some points regarding that. So in Europe we have I would say SEEBLOCKS and Blockstand, but also Standardised organizations that are helping I would say individuals, but also organizations to bring their experts to the ICT to participate. Because finding experts on blockchain, for example, there is a lot of startups, there is a lot of, I would say, companies that have their expertise, but they don't know how ICT is working. Basically, they don't know that ISO probably is launching a blockchain, I will say, initiative on smart contract security in the wallet aspect. So it's also a way to educate them and say, okay, so guys, you are from the open source community, so so you can come to the ISO and contribute, bring your also your expertise and be supported by, if you are European, by such organization. So I think that it's important also, and we have also in ISO some great occasion to speak with other I will say standardization national bodies. So we can meet also other experts that are in other organizations that are working in standards, and I think that it's a chance to have such things. So I have launched, for example, a contribution that was supported by Blockstand regarding the tokenization of real-world assets. So real-world assets, at the moment, it's a new market. So you have a financial expert that's saying that we are trying to tokenize financial assets, and all financial assets are securities. You have technical people that say, okay, no, it's utility approach, it's commodity approach. So standardization, I would say, specifically ISO, it's a technical organization. So I think that we have a power as well to make technical standard and say, okay, so in a technical perspective, the classification of such assets is using the same, we say, smart contract protocol. So we have also this possibility internationally to speak to each other and to agree about what is exactly such topic, for example.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Eric, you mentioned previously decentralized PKI. Would you like to give us more insight on your work on that?
Sure. One of the problems with having a larger PKI, a PKI that covers a great part of the world or the whole of Europe, is the trust. In a country, in a normal PKI domain, trust is established by what we call a trust anchor, which is an entity of everybody in the domain trust, to be honest. But when we spread it out to a larger area, it's difficult to actually have that trust also established in this larger area, because you may trust your own trust anchor, but you do not trust the trust anchor of your neighbors or those that are far away. And the approach we have taken then in DPKI is that we need to establish trust by consensus. That if a certain number of participants agree on things, we trust the outcome. So trust by consensus instead of trust by trust anchors is the main reason for going to a blockchain technology. And when we go to blockchain technology, understand that PKI as such is not changed. What we are doing is we are providing a network consisting of a blockchain that can interconnect current PKI domains. But the PKI domains will operate as they always been doing, issue certificates and things like that, and keeps status and so on. What we also achieve in this is that we now have in the blockchain the capability to store information about certificates, the DPKI information, so that in the blockchain you have in directory functions we have established also, we have the total picture of certificates within the area that has been interconnected using DPKI, that can be access of users that need that information. So that's the, and in addition, we have at least planned to incorporate access control to make sure that the information is only given to the right people. So I think that's the approach. This is a very quick overview because it's quite a complicated science. And I can also mention that we are planning on having a complete standardized blockchain. We are not using any of the current platform because it's an international standard. We cannot have a normative reference to something that's not under control of SDOs. So it's a major things we have started here, and we certainly hope will be useful. There are many areas where it can be used, but I think for the single market will be an important feature to have a PKI that's pan-European. There are, of course, also many other use cases. Yeah, I think that's...
Thank you very much. So on that note of future plans, let's continue to look a bit in the future and anticipate, new attack vectors in this space that standards should take into consideration. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so blockchain is bringing trust. So we discuss it also on the other panels. But there is also new attack vectors that should be considered. So we have, for example, the consensus algorithm. So you are using hashing cryptography using hashes. So I think that with quantum computing, it's coming. So I think that all cryptographical experts know that one day some algorithm will be broken. So we should also work on quantum resistant, I would say, topic. We have probably the interoperability aspect as well. So you are using blockchain, but it's not running on blockchain. So you have data that are not stored on blockchain. You are using, like say, EPFS system, decentralized, I will say, file system that are similar to blockchain, but they are not at all designed like this. So we have a challenge also to try to see which kind of vectors attack could be impact this technology and anticipate the standards as well, working with also other technical committees in ISO, but also with other organizations to be sure that we can anticipate this and create probably more secure standard.
Thank you. Any other thoughts on this?
There are different ways to look at the question of attacks. I mean, attacks on complex systems, there are always evolving threats on those systems. And I think blockchain as the others, they have to cope with those evolving threats landscape. Like, for instance, AI-based, AI-driven attacks, for instance. But something which I see very specific in the blockchain and DLT system is kind of having a decentralized way of working, decentralized governance, which means that to patch a system, to be able to fix an issue or to detect some threats, you need a coordination within your governance, in a way. And to be efficient, you need to automate your governance in a way. In particular for public blockchain and financial applications, I mean, we have seen tons of examples where if you are not able to fix in a few seconds, then millions, billions are gone. So automating, which means that if you automate your governance, then maybe the governance itself and the way you take decisions, the way you patch systems, the way you detect threats will be also the target for attacks. And those ones are going to be really major new attacks, attack vectors. And that's something very interesting to look at. It's still quite early for the standard perspective because we have to define the governance, we have to define the tools to monitor all of this, but I'm sure it will come. An early work that have been discussed, for instance, this week, which is coming from discussion in the crypto community world, crypto in the sense of cryptocurrencies, is about information sharing. How to share quickly information, intelligence, threats, detection, and potential vulnerabilities across different networks, how to ensure that we can at some point automate sharing of those information and processing those information quickly. I think that's really something to look at in the future.
Thank you.
I'd agree with both of those perspectives when talking about security. From a privacy perspective, I think we're starting to see an ideology of strong traceability between identity and blockchain and DLT transactions. And I think there's going to be big consequences for that from a consumer protection perspective, whether that's consumer profiling, behavioral profiling, targeted advertising, and then even if we look at the kind of black mirror, things like social credit stores and dynamic pricing. So I think we as a community need to be careful and try to understand how we can maybe create specifications or standards that try to mitigate some of those risks. Because due to the nature of DLT, which we all know, immutability, those records are going to be there, they're going to be there forever. And with some of the AI-based techniques, there's a lot of information that could probably be gleaned from data that we think may be protected now, but it certainly won't be in the future.
Thank you. Eric, did you have any thoughts on this?
Yes. We are different from our platform in the sense that we have not hard-coded into these specifications what kind of cryptographic algorithms are going to be used. for digital signatures, for and so on, and also the communication between the nodes, that we have not in the standard itself hard-coded what the cryptographic algorithms to be used, and that will then be determined at the time when you establish a network. You then customize the systems to use specific algorithms. And what is more important, one of the big risks we have in the future is that the threat from quantum computers, and they will break all the cryptographic algorithms we are using in blockchain today. So if anyone has bitcoins, I think it's a good idea to cash them in before somebody breaks the cryptographic algorithm used in the Bitcoin. So that's a warning. We have into the DPKI established migration capabilities so that you can make a smooth migration from current algorithms to new algorithms, and in the future that will be what we'll call quantum safe algorithms that is able to withstand the attack from quantum computers. But in general, we have made sure that we have maximum security everywhere, and that is our expertise to ensure that protocols and things like that have a high level of security. So that's what we are striving at. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. I think you're talking about the way of, being agile in the sense, in the way you're developing the standard, not to hard code the cryptographic algorithms, and you can simply pinpoint to a post-quantum cryptographic algorithm. So, in this space of being agile, what would be your thoughts about, making the standardization process agile enough to keep pace with the innovation? Because obviously, you identify a lot of attack vectors that we have to take into consideration. So standardization needs to be able to keep the pace with those. Any thoughts?
Yeah, so I think that we even if with AI, so it's bringing new attack vectors. So I think that there is a lot of probably we cannot imagine all the attack vectors exhaustively. But what we can try to draft on the standards, it's like we just said before, we have governance issue that is something needed on the organization. We have seen the Bybit hack just a few weeks ago. So they are using, I will say, a multi-signature scheme on the organization. They are using a ledger, a wallet. So it means that it's not only technological. We have vectors, human vectors as well. We have, I would say, technological vectors, and we have probably a new vector. It's AI. So AI can be also used to draft, to design new attack vectors. So in our side, I think that the best way is to probably segment these attack vectors and start to work with experts. Of course, we cannot have a standard that will cover all the attack vectors, but we can identify them. And like Julian said just before, we have some software engineers that are using some detection tools to notify when an attack is doing. For example, you are making a signature with your wallet, but you are not authenticate. So there is some, I will say, aspect that could be improved. But of course, the standardization it's needed on that space.
Do you think should be more, sorry, do you think it should be more focused on, community standardization, bringing more the developers and the key players at the table? Like for instance, in the smart, you did a lot of work in the smart contracts. So what do you think?
So
and what I'm missing is that kind of, vulnerabilities, database for smart contracts.
So I think that, for example, the CV, this is a common database for vulnerabilities. So for smart contract, typically, there is different methodology, different aspect to issue or to track smart contract vulnerabilities directly. The severity of also of the vulnerabilities. There is no standard regarding smart contract, so we need a standard to say, okay, so this vulnerabilities is critical. This one, it's not.
Yeah.
So I think that some people are experts on this specifically. So there is some organization working specifically on cybersecurity, on smart contracts, on key management. So we need to have them with us and say, okay, so instead of making an open source library, an open source database, come join us. There is existing, I will say, standards also working on that topic. So this is the challenge as well, to like a consensus to bring them to the table.
Thank you. Sorry, Julian, I interrupted you.
I like this question about innovation versus standards. I don't see them as orthogonal at all. It's, of course, sometimes it's slow, but at the end it depends on how much you're able to anticipate on the vision of the future. We are not able to capture everything for sure, but bringing diverse profiles, diverse backgrounds, diverse stakeholders representing different business areas, different regulatory areas, if possible, representing also the developers from the public blockchain networks, because they are not waiting for the standard for sure, at least not the standard from the official SDOs. This is a way we can anticipate. This is a way we can try to remain agile, leaving room, flexibility in the standard to be sure that we can cope with future evolution of the technologies, of the threats, of the business needs, and so on. And I think at the end, given that we are in Brussels, for instance, at the European level, having the support of the European Commission through projects like Blockstand and SEEBLOCKS is a great way to have more European experts around the table, and the more we'll see those kind of initiatives to bring additional experts on those standard committees, that will be helpful to anticipate and to be agile.
Thank you. Robin, some thoughts?
No, not many. I'm trying to imagine what agile standardization looks like. And I can't even imagine what it would be like. I just think, just very quickly, I think we have to find a middle ground. Like the DLT ecosystem or blockchain ecosystem has always rewarded experimentation, innovation. The first to market advantage is so large in that space, whereas standardization kind of has characteristics of like safety, security, stability, reliability. So it's finding the middle ground. I'm not sure that is, apart from asking people like Sal and Julian to work faster or work harder. I don't know what that is or what that looks like, but maybe, yeah, maybe. I'm not so hopeful. I think they're kind of antithetical, the two spaces.
Okay, thank you. Eric, would you like to add some optimistic thoughts on this?
Yeah, talking about smart contracts, what we are doing is that all information that comes from the certification authorities being part of the PKI in the country, everything is checked very thoroughly for validity and consistency and so on. And only what the local node can accept will be then transformed to transactions that's be running out through the network to be agreed upon. And we have also included an directory function, much like they have in the Fabric platform, where all information that has been validated by the nodes are stored and accessible by users. And it's of course a directory function that's replicated in each node. So information is locally available for the whole network in any node. So so that's the approach we have. So that there's no reason for having to check for revocation or things like that, because that's all in the database. If things have been revocated, certificate have been revocated, it's reflected in the database, and the information is there immediately as soon as the certificate has been deemed invalid. It will be revoked immediately. So we get a much more secure revocation function in we have today. So
Thank you. I liked that ending, much more secure. Thanks. Any questions from the audience before we wrap up?
Thanks a million. Thanks, Serena, and everybody. Just on the comment about agile standards, I think sometimes there's too much of a gap between the informal standards of things like ERC or protocol-based standards, and then the more formal consensus-based standards that we develop at ISO or CEN. I'm just wondering, do you think that's a gap? I know that was one of your questions earlier. Do you think that maybe the lack of joined-up thinking there is something that's a little bit like a gap?
My personal answer will be no, because I think that ERC, for example, 20, but there is a lot of ERC. So if you are checking, you know, all the ERC on Ethereum proposals, some of them are not used. So there is no market for such standards. So I think that yes. So there is I would say this is open source proposal. So when you are making an Ethereum proposal, so you issue it on GitHub. So you have to convince also other technical experts, developers, that there is a demand, there is a use case. So I think that standards organizations should come after that there is a market, because people here on the room, you are working on your own companies, or you are working for your companies directly if you are entrepreneurs. So you draft standards when there is a market. So I think that issuing issuing standards before having a market, it could be a waste of time. So because there is a lot of subject to covers, so we are rushing behind the market, I would say that, to bring standards. So I think that in our side, we are not too late on some aspects, but in other aspects we are late. For example, in security aspects in blockchain, so at the moment the technology is evolving very fast. So you have new blockchain protocols, new standards in terms of development, and we are saying, okay, so now we are starting a standard, for example, in smart contract security. So it will take probably 3 years to have a published, standards. Between now and 3 years, a lot of innovation was done on this industry. So our challenge will be to keep, I will say, such technical standards to say, okay, this one could be added or not to our work. So.
Thank you.
It's all a matter of perspective, if I may. It's a matter of perspective. What we call standard in the Ethereum community is absolutely not what we call standard in SDOs. So it's a matter of perspective, what we consider a standard or not, and what the target is. And in particular, I think for security evaluation processes, we know that it takes time to have something which is mature, to have a way to to be able then to have a process which is recognized by everyone in evaluation. But we know also that even for those standards, in general, even outside of blockchain, we have to evolve. Just because the technology, everything, the time to from design to deployment is so fast now that we have also to evolve, to automate, and there are a lot of discussion around this also with respect to Cyber Resilience Act in Europe currently.
Thank you.
Thank you for this. So thank you for your comments. And I wanted to touch on Eric's reference to security in revocation lists in the context of what Robin said earlier about privacy and the system design, the ideology of traceability in records. Do you have the sense that there are some trade-offs that we're not discussing as much as we should? Like, for example, the trade-off between actually dealing with certificate revocation, which I think many of us in this room understand is a pretty thorny problem, actually, especially when it comes to preserving privacy of end users or data subjects. How do we bring those trade-offs to the forefront so that we don't assume that certain kinds of solutions are possible when they're not, or assume that they're impossible when they are, especially given that we could potentially incorporate privacy-enhancing technologies or judicious use of delays and so on to mitigate the attacks?
Eric, would you like to take this one?
I'm not sure what to answer to this question. Yeah, sure. Security is a very important thing, and I think that's been neglected in some areas. But that was mostly to the previous question. I had some comment. What you're saying is that I think one of the things we could think about is applying the access controls. As I said before, we are including access control into the function that not everybody can get any information. So so that's one thing, and so yeah, that's what I had to say. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Can I try to give my thought on this? Education. As long we enter into discussion around complex cryptographic mechanisms, cryptographic protocols, it takes a lot to educate the potential adopters, users, those writing policies, those writing specifications. I started as my career in this field with a PhD in cryptography. I've been working on zero-knowledge proofs in the past outside of blockchain before it was known, and it was really hard to explain it. Now we have some applications, so at least someone is, some potential policymakers, some end users, some businesses are talking about it, but without necessarily always understanding what it is. And I think that's the same for many other privacy-enhancing technologies. So we need to be sure we educate, we show the benefits, we show maybe quite accurately the cost of implementing additional privacy measures. And fortunately, we tend to arrive now to have costs that are kind of reasonable to be able to deploy those technologies. So I think we just need to continue educate, and at the same time, of course, trying to integrate them in standards so that at some point they will be used.
Thank you very much. If there are any further questions, can I ask to liaise with our panelists?
Can I answer the the issue?
Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot what to say. Okay. What was your point before?
No worries, no worries. We are really constrained by time, so we need to wrap it up anyways.
Yeah.
As I said, if you have further questions, please liaise with our panelists. They are here. Don't let them escape. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, definitely. So thank you to the panelists. Thank you so much, Irina. And you're absolutely right. So they are available. I'm sure that are more questions that would come from the audience, but unfortunately we are a little bit constrained regarding time. So the next panel, and apologies for that, I have to, long day, have to check my notes. The next panel will speak about future blockchain standardization activities and actions. I think we've been hearing about it throughout the day, but I think it's a very interesting group of panelists that we gathered here. And I would love to call on stage Andrea Caccia, that would be moderating from Andrea Caccia from UNIFO. I think he spends all presentations to moderate this panel and to invite the panelists. Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you, Ricardo. So I'd like to call all the 5 panelists. So Emilio, Scott, Yves, Ismail, Justina, please. So I'd like to make this as easy as possible. Instead of having some guidance, I just prefer to explain why you have been chosen for this panel. So the idea was to have, of course, the European Commission, that somehow is also the main actor for today, but like institutions, we have international standardization, so the chair of ScienTC 307, the regional standardization, so Senelec, national standardization. Ismail, you are of course involved in everything, but now we are here because of UNE. And Justine for being somehow a part of Digital SME Alliance representing small and medium enterprises. So we are somehow intersecting different actors to speak about where we are and the future of standardization. So maybe we can have a first round, short round, to maybe your takeaways from today or takeaways from the week. We have, especially for TC307, what's your impression, in your experience, the most important things to set the scene, and then the second round is more about the future, so what you expect. So, how we want to start with Emilio? So we start with ladies first.
Okay, I see we are nodding ladies first, so I go ahead.
But ladies first, that's very last sentence. Today Emilio said we need young people in standardization, but we need women in standardization. We had chance, we had a lot of troubles to have gender balance for this meeting today, and this is not because we didn't want to have ladies on the stage. It's really difficult, and whenever I saw in my experience ladies participating to standardization, is always outstanding participation. So it's really a pity that you were really missing something. So now to you.
Thanks, Andrea. I think I'm talking for everything. Age, young expert, female. I think we had really interesting discussions today. I am surprised how many things we can say about blockchain standardization. I started very optimistically this morning, but now after the full day, I am surprised and positively. But perhaps one of curious takeouts for me today is that blockchain is a very strange animal in a way. It developed also within the standardization framework. I will look at this a little bit way back, not looking into very specific technical areas, at least not to begin with. But blockchain was not something what was brought to us by legislation at some point. It was something what really came from the community of entrepreneurs, of very specifically minded nerds, with certain ideals that happen to match very well European values. We discussed all of them today, the openness, the democratization of the system, no decentralization of data and so on. So it came from very specific mindset, from specific type of community. It was a big buzzword at some point when later on there are some saying that it's not interesting anymore, it's just crypto, now it's AI. But this is very superficial talk. The ones in the room here, we know that actually on blockchain, we started building very specific applications, and in a way, blockchain and DLT is becoming a very fundamental layer for certain applications and certain goals that we can achieve. So I think that really a lot contributes to the sovereignty of Europe, because when we saw that we have been building kind of separately our approach to how to manage digital identity, how to share very personal data across the EU and so on, and here it was the technical solution that was somehow out there. So I find it very, very interesting how this technology came into play and happened to serve the needs of Europe. So that's one of the important takeaways, and since I'm wearing also an SME hat, not just the Blockstand hat here, of course for SMEs this is a very good toy to play with, because we also discussed in some couple of panels back that for SMEs, it's due to the fact that there is still quite some interoperability. We can discuss if this works, this doesn't work, of course we need standards, but for SMEs, blockchain is still somewhere where they can come in. It's not fully dominated, it's not something inaccessible, impossible to do. It's something where they can come, innovate, build on the top, and interact with other technologies and with other blockchains as well. So I think today we have seen a lot of examples of that, and that's a very interesting debate to continue.
Thank you. I think it touched a number of interesting points on this. And indeed, we were discussing with Scott. This committee started with a lot of interest, but not exactly the direction. Now the hype on blockchain has gone. And what we have today is the most concrete part. So it's maybe lagging a bit to demonstrate to have some real value, but especially on outside, because we are here because we believe, of course, there is a great value. So I think that things are improving in this sense. Who want to take now the floor? Emilio?
Come, because you called me earlier, but of course you still has preference. So the take up for this and also the whole week, theme one, there is clear that there is interest in blockchain and support. You mentioned it. This is not something where the European Union has made a standardization request, but it comes from the market from there. Although there is a clear interest also from the administration, because it also provides public service. It shows the interest, for instance, we have seen the European blockchain service infrastructure that is being developed, where member states are present and supporting together with the European Commission. I see also that it's complex because there are many dimensions in the blockchain. So we have seen not only from the technological point of view, but also there is different sectors involved, so sustainability, financial, traceability, name them. And there is also some impacts on the regulation, at least in the European Union. So we have seen the electronic identity, the digital product passport, the Cybersecurity Resilience Act, again the Data Act, where smart contracts is mentioned in one article, and there is relation to DLT. So again, name them. So on the other side, we see that there is interest of stakeholders, but still there are mentions, and I have seen, to the necessity of having the whole value chain there. So we are trying to support through projects like Blockstand SEEBLOCKS or Standardised.eu. We will keep support for European standardization experts to participate in blockchain, but it's clear that there is a need. When you ask him about the future, we need to complete the present. And something also that I have seen a lot, we have seen activities, you mentioned it, at international ISO, regionals and CENELEC level, but there are also activities in ITU, in other SDOs related to blockchain. I think we need, because it calls for a lot of resources to follow all these activities. We need really to have a good cooperation between all the different stakeholders, between all the different communities, trying to avoid overlaps, maximize synergies, and really cooperate. So as if not, who say the agile, I have never seen an agile standardization. Well, there are some examples. But at least having a smooth standardization with the cooperation of everybody is what we call for.
Thank you, Emilio. Yves, please.
Yeah, thank you. First, I have to say this has been very insightful discussions today. So the key takeaways are there, a few ones. Of course, looking to the discussions today and the outcomes with the head and the glasses of JTC 19 of Sensenelec work, and also with some experience from the national and international standardization before joining Sensenelec in smart manufacturing at DKE. Very pleased to have heard the approach of use cases earlier, which I have learned is a useful tool for standardization to drive input for standardization. Everything is then depending on the quality of the repository of the use cases, of the quality of the use cases, understanding, common understanding. At least I think the international approach doesn't change much to the European one. Everyone needs to understand and speak the same language to push and drive the things. So use cases is certainly one of the key takeaways. Buzzword was collaboration is needed. I'm happy that for the European level we have the structures to live those collaborational models. I think for JTC 19 we discussed liaisons are crucial, internal liaison, JTC 24 with the DPP, ETSI, ITUT, these things need to be correctly set up, and then JTC 19 could also work successfully without further delays, hopefully, to provide the deliverables in time. We have solutions with the European Commission now. ISMEA calls for inclusion of several stakeholders. Yeah. Education qualification, of course, is always crucial to standardization, national-wise, international-wise. Still of course, we're lacking of resource comparing to global competitors. We talked about China, the opportunities that they have. We have tools on the national level, on the European level to foster education qualification, but maybe it's not enough. Maybe it needs to be more particular. I think that's things that need to be discussed. And of course, from my point of view, it's a call for participation. JTC 19 has started its groundwork, I would say. And to all of you that are interested in standardization, of course, you can help to shape the necessary standards. There is a seat at the table in JTC 19 to join the work, and the seat is free from now on. So feel free to join that work, definitely. So for my take.
Thank you very much. Ismail, please.
Thank you, first of all, for this invitation. For me, being with this kind of panelists is really a pleasure. And I will be a little bit spicy. As a collective entrepreneur and in our business, I was one of the lucky people in the world that in 2011 understood what was blockchain. Because of Cybersecurity Campus, I assisted and I understood it. And I like this explanation about the blockchain is an animal. And here is my spicy, okay? An animal has got a body, right? And inside the body, there are organs that make your body function, and functionalities that are outside of the body, like my skin. I can prune my hairs, and I can take my dress, and this is something that the Data Act is missing. And the smart contract definition is missing the in-ledger situation. These smart contracts that the Data Act is attacking or trying to define are just on layer, and perhaps something regarding the off layer. But what about this in-ledger? Because this is another kind of smart contracts. are not well identified in the European Data Act. And this is something that in ISO is something that during the last year and a half, I have the honor to defend a project from INATPA that we have presented in regards of the governance of DAOs. And I am extremely motivated, not because I belong also to the open source space and we work with different kind of cypherpunks and cybersecurity situations, but I am trying to evangelize and try to fix this missing part about the in-chain or in-layer situation. And that would be one message that we are receiving literally great contributions. The good thing of ISO is a multidisciplinary group of individuals. Yeah. So you listen not only the legal eye or the cybersecurity eye, even lecturers or educators, and also philosophers. So blockchain is diversity. And this is something that we have in ISO TC 307.
That's very true. And also, I like the point about smart contracts. We just decided to reopen the revision of our vocabulary that, by the way, has been adopted as European standard. So this means that the vocabulary of TC 307 is the vocabulary of each SEN member, not only SEN, but also the members. So, and SEN members are the same, are part of the members of TC 307 because it's a regional standard organization. So really, and working on the definition of smart contract, we had problems because there are differences within the Data Act, as you said, with the definition international. There are still something missing. So it's really something where we need probably to come again, and that's the best place is the international table, indeed. And this, of course, is the ball for you.
Nicely set up, Isabel. Where we are now, well, firstly, it's a privilege to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is an utter privilege to be the chair of ISO TC 307, and for one reason. It is the experts that I get to work with are brilliant and come from 44 different countries as participating members and 18 further countries as observing members. What does that bring? The easy answer is it brings diversity. And Julian, you mentioned it in the last panel. I thought everyone's going to steal my speaking notes. You nearly stole, except the whole spicy thing lost me, mate. But the diversity is different to just, I come from a different place, and clearly you can tell from my accent, I come from a different place. I come from the Indo-Pacific. But it's a diversity of context. And where that really strikes me is when we are in Europe, and it's a very different context. And the reason I say it's a different context is because I am not a technologist, I'm a lawyer, and I've been a financial markets and systems lawyers for 30 years. I see more than one standard in this world. I see these beautiful technological standards that you brilliant people produce. Amazing. But it's not the only standard that I see in society that we all serve. Another standard there is the law itself. And that is a wacky standard. I can say that as a lawyer because it is, as Dr. Mark Staples pointed out to me, again, a fiction, but it's a very powerful fiction. That actually serves another set of standards, which are commercial standards, which actually fits into the business world. And that's really important to make these work. And the legal world knows they have to fit into the business world and vice versa. We actually have regular meetings on making those standards work. And then in some countries, in some jurisdictions, regulatory standards are completely different again. There is a separation, a clear separation between law and regulation, especially if you're from a common law country. Why do I mention all of that? It's because as you discuss standards, and standards in blockchain in particular, which can be used in so many different parts of our society and economy, to understand the difference in context is absolutely critical. For some places, it'll mean we are actually setting the law here. For other places, we are not doing that at all. And this is a really powerful discussion, and I think that the reason I feel a privilege in leading TC 307 is that conversation happens. And that as we are discussing technical details and other things, the actual emergent phenomena which comes from this is, I understand more about your place. And actually, to make these standards work internationally, we have to make them work in all of these places. So I think we are getting there. Data is culture, and it doesn't respect any borders. So we are going to have to make sure that we do have at least respect for some kind of harmonization internationally. It's a really big job, but by goodness, I think the fact that we can recognize that even when we use the same words in different places, we mean different things, that's a very, very powerful way to get this to happen.
I very like this. I think that standardization in my personal growth was one of the really game changer, I will say. It's really helping to understand each other, understand different positions, different cultures, is somehow automatic. So you have a goal, but you reach some side effect that even more than the goal itself. So we can keep the same order. Justina, what do you think about future actions, so that the core of the, what in your opinion are the next steps? So the sun is some,
I definitely think of the next step, it will be a cocktail drink after the conclusions. Besides that, I think there are many areas that we discussed today of how standards would develop and what should be maybe missing gaps in standards. So that was very interesting, and that you might see partially also in the conclusions. But perhaps what for me is a very important takeaway is something quite unique that we managed to do through these projects, and that is something what should be sustained, and I believe we will try to do, which is a community, and in a way that it's not just community of standards experts that had been there, because yes, guys, you've been there. I know we are doing this also in light of ISO plenary week. So yes, there have been many experts, but what has changed now is that on one hand, we have met those entrepreneurs, those blockchain professionals that had not been in standards before, and we had managed to bring them in. Also with big help of you, Andrea. I know that you personally have been behind some of them. So this is one thing. The other thing is that what we've been doing through these years is that we put together those that are technical but rather come from business stand, and then come from technical perspective, and then also the policy dimension to that. So we've done this through certain governance structures within the project, but we also try to do it through community events, through meetings to discuss this wide angle. And this is also something what is happening today here, right? So I would like to see the continuation of that, where we are not kind of in our silos talking just technology that I do, what my company does, and technology that the other friend is doing, but with capacity of zooming out of it, seeing the big picture, seeing the synergies, the collaborations out there between different standardization bodies, but also with, as you very rightly pointed, with the legal framework behind, and also with what's happening globally in the world and how technology can serve also the society, economy, and not just pure purpose of technology. So this is how I would wrap the entire event and the feeling for the way ahead.
Thank you, Justina. Emilio.
Yeah, thank you, Andrea. Future. Well, let's start finishing the present.
For the action, there is a rolling plan already.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Now you have destroyed my point. No, indeed, we have the ICT standardization rolling plan. It was presented this morning, and there you can see what the European Commission thinks about the standardization needs, and you have a full chapter on blockchain. Please have a look at that, and you will find most of the things that Justina was mentioning, and we have talked about, like cooperation. I still think that we need much more cooperation, because I was participating in the liaison meeting of TC 307, and then you see the different activities that stakeholders, SDOs are doing, and clearly I think we need to insist, you mentioned as well, on the cooperation and liaison between the different standardization organizations, so we have an agile. We will find also something important, and again, the support to the different dimensions of the blockchain, and also the alignment with the EU policies and regulation. And this is important that we keep. There is a concrete action there in the rolling plan, and it's important. Why? You have also mentioned that, Scott. It's because we want the standards to be implementable. So if they are not, for instance, aligned with the GDPR, then it will be difficult to be implemented in the European Union. It's not that we want to impose our regulation to the world, but we want the standards to be implemented also there. So we are very glad to see this week that there was a point on how made access to blockchain or digital ledger information in respect of the GDPR. Things like that, we need to continue working on that. But again, the future is really, again, call for experts to participate and cooperate between all the different SDOs and associations.
Thank you. Yves, please.
Should I say future 26 ICT rolling plan? Yeah. Just be ready for it.
We have started now.
Of course, no. It's a bit too easy then for the future. Well, again, with the classes of JTC9 and the Sense project manager, well, I would say we definitely close future is need to quickly finally set up the working infrastructure of JTC19 properly. That means inclusion of liaisons, partner, fixing, making this collaboration not only a dream or in the theory, but then working mode. Also related to qualification promotion of the work that JTC19 or the whole blockchain community is doing also for standardization, to address, to win new and more experts for also the work, because we are also have for new work item proposed to get adopted, you need a certain number of members participating, and then you need to get rid of these risks by having a bigger pool of commitment and participation, of course. I find that points still, and again, of inclusion of use cases and how that could work also with JTC19 and so in collaboration with TC307, quite interesting. Well, yeah, and then bringing the work program to work finally, because this is what is it about for the close future. Last point was on, I like to point the discussion on agile standardization. First discussion, of course, of what is agile standardization. Is it only de facto standards, where there's de jure standards, kind of consensus-based? As I said, I worked quite long in DKE in the sector for smart manufacturing. That was an ongoing topic for years. What can the standardization bodies do? Because it's them getting asked from the industry, from the politics as well. What can you do? What can you design for us as a faster project, but still having the same amount of reliability like a standard? That is the difference. Why does the standardization process take so long? You have to include, at least in Euro 27 member states and the partner institutions. So you need to, on the international level as well. So you need to find a structure that is speeding up, but still giving the industry the feeling, or everyone with this as well, okay, this is still quality for presumption of conformity, if we talk, for example, about harmonized standards indirectly. But it is still a thing that is to be figured out what is the best option. If we have one, like IC pass system or national specifications, which represents the same thing, then good, but I think this is still a way to go, to have a good working solution for everyone.
Looking at what happened in the last years, I think that Sen should really try to stay at the speed that the Commission is asking us for.
If you look at to the international level, you might have
to work on this. I say we because
mid solutions like PASS or on the IEC side, on the ISO side, and this is something that we don't really have in place in Sense. Well, it depends also to criteria that we have to meet, and it's still something that we have to design together.
Keeping the values we have. Ismail.
Okay. Future is now. Carpe diem. Future are my niece and my goddaughters. When I watch them, 5 years old or 5 months or so on, these are the future. This is the future. And they don't care about the policy, they don't think about that. And we are very conscious with all the regulatory affairs. We are too much going over there, and to be honest, I don't know where I will be in 2026 when EIDAS finally go to next level, right? Or other kind of regulation, or perhaps in MiCAR 2, or I don't know. But future are and is standards, because future is now. In my opinion, law by its imperative, is mandatory, should be technologically neutral. And standards are a kind of the combination to implement the law. In other words, all the discussions in all the working groups in TC 307, we have a discussion about normative references, legal references, and so on, and that is not standards. Really, that is not standards. And it's very important to distinguish what is the facto situation and what is happening in the jure situation, because this is really what is impacting to allow the implementation of law in terms of a multi-jurisdictional consensus, because this is what is the governance of a blockchain. Should be a multi-jurisdictional situation. Otherwise, we are not tackling the reality of this animal. That is my opinion. Future is now. Let's build it together.
Good point. Please, Scott.
Let me continue with the idea of context. Our future context is uncertain. This is internationally, it's an uncertain world. Some assumptions I've had for most of my career, I realise now were presumptions, and things are changing. Fortunately, for those of us from the Indo-Pacific who have lived in a fragmented world all of our lives, this is somewhat not unusual, but it is unusual to see the fragmentation go broadly across all hemispheres of the world. What does that mean? What that means, in my view, is that it is even more important for the standards community to work out what is needed by those who they serve. It's a time to listen to what is actually needed from standards, not what you would like to be needed. That's always business failure, to just pretend that people like what you want, but what is actually needed. And part of it does actually come on to what Ismail said about it is going to be very difficult if standards impose normative references and are trying to impose laws on different places. Today is not, the future is not the place where we have that kind of commonality working. Let me give you an example of where this happened. The last time pre-COVID, my entire world turned upside down in the financial crisis. And I was involved with commercial and legal standards bodies, and we had to just stop. We had all these exciting things to do and all these wacky financial products, and we had to stop because internationally only one thing counted now. The fact is, when we had disputes on multi-billion-dollar contracts, we had inconsistencies between the Supreme Courts of various countries, we had to create a forum to actually have commonality of shared knowledge between the leading courts of the major financial systems of the world. So we just stopped everything and all those industry bodies and created this system because our clients wanted this. They didn't need a whole bunch of words from us anymore. They needed to have commonality of that knowledge. I'm not suggesting we need that in the blockchain world, but the idea of, I should start listening to the people who are going to be implementing this, and what do they need from this uncertain world? And that requires, I think, all of us to just lift our eyes up a little above our own context and see actually what is the environment that our customers are going to be living in if they are cross-border customers. So I think the community itself is in an incredibly powerful spot to address that. The shared understanding, the shared values are there. It's a very good foundation to do that, but there's going to be some listening involved because I think the world is changing very fast, and I do personally believe some of the solutions for this changing world will rely on the foundation of standards in relation to blockchain and distributed ledger technology.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all the panelists. I don't want to add anything because I think you really give, as you are supposed to do, a different perspective, but in the end I think that we have an animal, as you said, one, not many. It's just different views on the same topic. Is there any question? I don't see anything online.
Spicy animal.
Please.
So even if it seems like a roast, it's not a roast, but so
Thank you very much. I didn't hear anything, honestly, very sad in this panel about sustainability. Okay, you are speaking about now and the future, sorry. The definition of sustainability for United Nations is how we can solve today's needs without compromise the future. So I heard some ideas, maybe some little points, but if we're, Justina mentioned about the need of engage SMEs, the need of defend, let's say, the economic ecosystem and think on the different viewpoint, the different actors, the different needs, okay? So we are in Europe, sorry, I understand that it is an international ISO level, but if Europe doesn't speak about sustainability, not only environmental, not only the Green Deal, not only the energy consumption, the use of natural resources and blah, 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 so it's not only this. Also economic and social aspect of the technology, because at the end of the day, if we want to push the adoption of of blockchain, we need to understand the scale of the technology. So the main problem SMEs are facing is the cost of the technology. So it is something very clear. It is, I understand that the European Commission was aware about it. So we need to have infrastructure, public infrastructure, to develop solutions. You cannot ask an SME, hey, create one blockchain network for develop any solution. It is not possible. So it is exactly the same bottleneck we have on AI, on new technologies. So we need the support of the finance, of the, let's say, public institutions to create this infrastructure, this public infrastructure, in a similar way we comment this morning, and then left the opportunity small players to develop applications, solutions, and then let's defend the single market that at the end of the day is what we are looking for from Europe. To achieve this, of course, we need a minimum, let's say, a baseline of quality that should be developed by a standard, of course, but the standards are here to reduce uncertainty, to help all the players participate at least, so each company then can focus on the efforts on what really matters, so where they can create bigger impact. So I don't think that is carpe diem the idea. We need to think that also in the future, but not in the future only on the environment, in the future of new generation that, as you mentioned, Justina, is quite important also on create capabilities on this CEO of small companies. They need to understand not only the technology, also the market, also the business, also the competitors, and the most important, how cooperate, even standardization bodies. We need to be aware of the obstacles. So we cannot compare SEM procedure or ISO procedure with EBSI procedure. So if you want, we cooperate between us, then let's understand our procedure, our timeline in standard development, and then we can be more pragmatic in the definition of potential collaboration. So I could expect also that we comment today about the future, but also on sustainability aspect, as you mentioned, gender balance for sure, and the inclusion of new generations, that we have a very good pilot, so let's work in this direction. Thank you.
And the question?
Thank you.
The question is, what do you think? Because you say nothing,
okay.
so okay.
Okay, yes, I was expecting the question. Our SMEs don't have that problem in sustainability for technology. We have other problems in terms of understanding the sustainability, for sure, but not the sustainability in regards of the cost of technology, thanks to the open source. Yes. Sustainability is something that it's something that we need to think about it, but don't criticize Bitcoin because of the consumption, because you don't know what the miners are doing, and perhaps are building and generative situations with microalgae, photobioreactors. I can give you and invite you to come. Zero net mining situation. So sustainability has got different angles, and I like what you said. And innovation management, you are a killer over there. So help us to understand that, because I concur with you in that aspect.
I mentioned sustainability as the first dimension of blockchain, and I fully agree with what you mentioned. Sustainability, at least for the European Commission and the European Union policy, is a very important dimension. You know that we have emphasized a lot in our policies in the twin transitions, so digital and green. And this is where sustainability, and in this case, it's both of them at the same time. So yeah, we need to that. You know that we are very much supportive of looking at sustainability of blockchain DLT, not only because it fits with this green policy, but also because it's important to promote and to incentivize the use of blockchain. We have seen a lot of misunderstanding with the possible huge consumption of blockchain, and at least within policy makers that identify with a particular cryptocurrency and think, okay, this is not feasible because it's got a lot of consumption. So that's why it's important to have a standard that shows that sustainable blockchain, sustainable DLT is feasible. And that will also, we believe, bring forward the use of the application. So definitely, yeah, it's an important dimension, and we are happy that you are looking into that.
And legal sustainability, very important, because there are a lot of laws, some of them are obsolete.
Well, we can say that sustainability has a number of dimensions, different dimensions. So it was mentioned, for example, the sustainability in terms of small and medium enterprise to access, and if you don't have standard, you cannot have a standard way to access common infrastructure, and so on and so on. So standards are really somehow by design can, not always, but can deal with sustainability for sure, and have to.
Yeah, just a very quick comment, being a lawyer, who I'm in practice, and I deal every day with implementing blockchain within the intersection of law, regulation, and standardization. Just want to say that following from what Scott said, I just want to say that, of course, standards do not impose law. Standards are not law, but they are not supposed to ignore it. Otherwise, we will not be using it. And when we have clients and we need to advise them, and we know that we will end up in court, because I saw some people, when Scott said that, they were shaking happily their heads that standards are not law. This is not good, because of course they are not, but if we end up in court, I want to see my client winning. I want to see my client not being locked in a court procedure that will never end, and he will be damaged. Therefore, I would never allow my client to use any standards that are not compliant with laws and regulations. So that's just for you to know. Thank you very much.
What?
No question,
no
just
question?
a comment. Just a comment.
It's
so
just
not
a law.
to ignore
I can give you an advice. I can give you an advice. If you go to court, whatever lawyer in the world, it doesn't matter. It's the magistrate.
We have room for one more question. If not, perfect. Thank you so much to Andrea. Thank you so much to the panelists. Thank you for the comments, of course. Any questions? You're free to go. Yes, the judge decides.
We are cooking the lunch.
So, these 5 are done. So who wants to go? please indulge there. Okay, so so this was the last panel of the day. I wanted to call on stage Justina from Blockstand and Rita from SEEBLOCKS to recap a little bit of the day. I know that they will be short. Please bear with us. We are almost there at the finish line. So Justina, Rita, the floor is yours.
So we are, does it work? Yes. So we are really the last thing that separates us from the cocktail. So I think, Rita, we jointly agree we are quick. We would like to summarize a little bit of what have been discussions today, since we know that we had some turnover of people joining us after ISO's sessions and coming and going. So we want to briefly put some emphasis on a few points that we discussed today. Perhaps we will not conclude on the latest panel, because it just happened, I guess. We all heard it, and the panel was quite concluding for the event as well. But we start from the beginning of this morning, Rita?
Sure. So I'll use this micro. So we had a total of 8 sessions. A lot was discussed, so let's recap, as Justina said. So I start with digital wallets, which was moderated by Irina. It took place here at this room. So main conclusions are that, standards are crucial to establish a blockchain-based infrastructure. However, within this field, digital wallets, there are difficulties in adopting blockchain, and people are aware of this. So this is a topic that still needs to further discuss to be better aligned. This part needs pilots, and successful pilots are already underway. So this kind of gives hope that this digital wallets part will develop further in a nice way. Also, important to mention that regarding the centralized digital identity, so the role of blockchain is still being debated, but there are some concerns within transparency because it may conflict with GDPR here in Europe. So this is a topic that still needs to be further discussed in the next months. Challenges. So there are issues to be debated regarding confidentiality, privacy, interoperability, security, and one very important topic is that the digital wallets need a smooth user experience. Without a smooth user experience, the adoption decreases. So this is a very less technical point, but needs to be focused on. We're looking to the future. So the European Union can leverage its position to shape the digital wallet standards and enhance its overall digital sovereignty, but it needs to emphasize on open standards and open source. Both these topics, don't forget. And one important point, which was mentioned more than once, is that the standardization community in blockchain is aging. So we need more people to be involved on this, and for that it's important to make available training opportunities and materials, which are a thing that both Blockstand and SEEBLOCKS aim to contribute with the visualization tools both projects have, and also the training academy on blockchain that we have available. So this is the digital wallets. Irina. What?
Justina.
Justina, sorry. Many names today.
No
Apologies.
So our second panel happening today was focusing on digital product passport. I don't know if slide is correct. Can we? And here this is where we had a very big focus on sustainability, Belen. You laugh, I know you've been there for that. And I think overall the discussion focused on benefits of digital product passport. So benefits for the consumer to make informed enough choices, but also benefits for businesses and for society as well. Because having access to all the information that DPP can provide, businesses and especially small companies have immense capacity to, first of all, innovate and provide solutions that are more tailored, more focused on specific already existing products. Second, it opens way for secondary markets, for sale markets, in which we can upgrade the products, we can recycle the products, we can redo them, and that also of course, immensely contributes to sustainability, besides also the fact that it provides all the sustainability-focused information already within the data in the DPP. So these were, I think, interesting discussions when we had also examples on batteries, which greatly also showed to us that what happens when there is lack of willingness to fully share data, and how where this could go if that silos would have been overcome. So that's another interesting point from the session. And then importantly, I think very interesting point was there that it's not fully technology neutral. Can it really be? Given that we understand that that would be quite a dystopian situation if there was one centralized point collecting all the data from all DPPs that are out in the world. So should the DLT be the only solution that is prepared for trust and transparency? That was also discussed in the panel and can give you some food for thought.
Thanks, Justina. Next session was focused on digital finance. So it was an interesting panel. It took place downstairs because it's nice when we have a panel where people are more or less aligned, have the same point of view, but in this case we had different points of views about this topic, so it was quite nice. So, but long story short, what are the takeaways of what was discussed? So in this field it's very important to have part of standardization efforts, different professionals, so not just from tech people, but also people from law and from industry, okay, to develop these standards within digital finance and cryptos. Challenges for the future. So it's important to, there was the words used were move capital into innovation. The thing is, there are different regulations like MiCA, it was mentioned, it's a very nice regulation, but it's not being adopted, it's not being implemented. So there is this problem in moving whatever was developed to be used to bring innovation into the market. So we should focus on that to the future. The stakeholders need to be ready for that. And is also to have, it's important to regulate, but not too much, to give the sector to breathe a little bit, and also also allow that, to have some flexibility and openness. So we need to regulate, but also don't allow that risks that can arise can do whatever they want in the sector, okay? So we need to, not 80, neither 8, that's an expression that we use a lot. Also, an important thing is that, so the European Union is clearly innovating a lot in Web 3.0, but European Union should improve the exposure of the infrastructure, the products, and the regulatory frameworks they are fostering innovation. This needs to be promoted further. They cannot be just on the shelf, okay? So there is an effort that needs to be done on these fields. And once again, it was mentioned before, all these points need a smooth user adoption, user focus. So if whatever is being developed it doesn't have a good user experience, it compromises the development of this sector. And this is the overview of the digital finance. And Justina?
Yes, EBSI was our next focus today.
Yeah.
And this provided us an overview of, this provided us a good overview of what is happening within EBSI, what are the developments, what are the next steps ahead, and some interesting peculiarities of EBSI. So, there are a lot of side discussions. I know, is it efficient enough? Is it fast enough? Is there enough of coordination, governments of EBSI? But that's not important. I think what we really learned from this panel today is that EBSI is a very interesting nature because it's something what is done by industry, collaborating well with member states and decision makers without those telling industry what to do and how to do. But at the same time, this is something what creates building blocks that allow us to use these core layers of technology to implement use cases, and then we can see also through EBSI how these use cases could look like. So that is a model how we could also play around with other technologies, and I think this is a very interesting part of EBSI. And looking ahead to the future of EBSI, of course, there were discussions on what needs to be done further, but besides that, we also got some information about the next steps through forming EDIC.
Okay. So Justina mentioned about the use case, and our next panel focus on the ECG, so use case were also mentioned. So they are very important to provide inspiration and to use as benchmarks, so to give ideas and inspiration for other players to also take focus on this topic and think how blockchain can have an important role on this point. But one thing it was mentioned hardly is that blockchain is actually more energy efficient compared to a technology like artificial intelligence. So we are on a good path, but there are still improvements to be done, and they are being considered and focused on. Also, in order to blockchain contribute further to this topic, is important blockchain join forces with other technologies like artificial intelligence once again, or big data. And one expression that was used, I quite liked a lot, which blockchain should be a Swiss knife technology. For me, it was interesting from a personal point of view, because I grew up with, my dad, he uses this Swiss knife all the time. When I was a little girl, I needed something to be fixed. The Swiss knife will do magic, and he still carries it. It serves for many different solutions. And in fact, blockchain should be kind of a Swiss knife for this field. And it's a expression I really liked a lot. It should serve multiple functions, IoT, agriculture, supply chains, and so on and so on and so on. So it's a very democratic tool, technology in a way it can serve many different people. But still, on this session, it was mentioned the sustainable goals from the United Nations. And in fact, it was quite interesting because it was mentioned that already exists over 200 blockchain solutions to support each one of the goals from the United Nations. So this is very good, it's very promising. And then there are also several key initiatives which are mapping how blockchain can contribute further to this topic. But again, looking about the future, the use cases were already mentioned by Justina on the previous session. They are also important here. Use case should be presented and promoted and be used as a benchmarks. And in fact, if in case you don't know Blockstand, they have in their research area in the website some use case and best practices. They are already published. More will be published soon. The same on SEEBLOCKS, the section on use case. So then the idea will be to make these available so people know what is the potential is available out there. So that's what can be done. Then, another point. Regulatory sandboxes were mentioned, and they can have an important role for blockchain to be tested along with different technologies and applications. Another point that was mentioned more than once, not on this panel, is the quantum topic. So a blockchain can have an important role within the quantum technology. So maybe future standards within blockchain should take into account the potential that comes from quantum technology. And this will be it. And Justina, next session.
Thank you. So next session was for me really a storm of different ideas about interoperability and trust enabling through ledgers. I would say we will share the notes and slides to all the participants, so no worries on that. I will leave you with a few diverse ideas, with a couple of them that I found it thought-provoking while I was listening to the panels, and indeed there were really many. So on one hand, what we have heard is that the biggest blockchains are not the ones that are done in Europe. We are not born in Europe, and we know the global situation. So how should we make all of that interoperable, and how important interoperability is to make sure that we don't arrive to a situation where we are locked into a specific blockchain ecosystem? On the other hand, should we have a one European blockchain ecosystem that would be fully open and available for everyone? Would this be an answer? Something to think about after this panel. Then we had also an interesting comparison saying small businesses, for sure, we cannot afford to implement one blockchain system and then suddenly learn that it's not interoperable with something else we are working with. But once we say that, should we only think of interoperability between blockchain systems, or is this also blockchain versus other systems out there, and how can standards help us to resolve that challenge? So these for me were two curious lines of thinking, but the panel had way more.
Thanks, Justina. And to close, before we give the floor again to Ricardo, so the panel focused on DLT standards supporting privacy and security, going straight to the challenges. So there are lack of standards within artificial intelligence, which are having an impact within blockchain. So this means when developing standards on blockchain, we need to work closer with the artificial intelligence people. So that's an important outcome. Then, the fact that the EU has different data protection regulations, it requires a coordination between all of these regulations when developing standards, which are closely related to them. Then, which was already mentioned before, it's very important to get input from the open source communities, and also to ensure that standardized blockchain is independent from algorithms and other platforms. Again, challenges now going to the future. It's important that within blockchain and the privacy and security, that we anticipate potential new developments. And again, here we are talking about the quantum technologies, because these can have an implication on security within the blockchain, okay? So this is a very important topic. Then we need to protect the technology against threats, and for that it's important to share information. Again, another point, agile standardization processes are needed, so those same standards keep updated with the quick development of all the other technologies that are just developing everywhere. Another point is, again, artificial intelligence, their vectors need to be considered. And to close, it's important to not just have standard and heavy techie folks within these standardization efforts. We need to involve developers and also organizations from cybersecurity. They need to be also involved and have a voice in these discussions. And to close, it's important there is a common vision between all these players that deal with blockchain, from the technical, from the user, and so on and so on. And then, again, to close, if we develop standards, people need to be educated. They need to be educated in terms of these standards exist, and besides, they need to be able to implement those standards, because if they know they exist and they cannot use them, what's the point, right? So we should also have an important focus on education for the future in order to ensure that blockchain is further adopted and developed. And this was a rally recap of the day. Thoughts? No?
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, can you?
Yes.
Sorry. Now for the 30 minutes keynote. Now, look, I think you said it all. Fantastic day. My job here is to recognize and thank everyone that contributes for this to be a reality. So please let me start. And if I forget someone, please apologies for that. So, of course, thanking AutoWorld for receiving us, providing this magnificent venue for us, and the teams at AutoWorld, GSP2, and the catering. Also, thank you so much. Then, thank you to, again, Agoria, in the person of Jelle, for accepting to be mobilized for this, for getting the ISO hosted here in Brussels during last August. I thought it was standardization, people took vacations, apparently no. So thank you to Sen and Senlec for welcoming, of course, and hosting the ISO TC307. And thank you, ISO TC307, in the person of Scott Farrell, for being with us today and honor us with his insights. From the projects, from SEEBLOCKS, thank you, Rita, Gabriela, John Favaro, Matilda, Knut, Irina, Simone, Fiona. From Blockstand, thank you, Justina, Serena, Gabriele, Andrea Caccia, Andrea Raffaele. Yes, we had two. No, not important. Veronica, Carla, Maitene, Ismael, our Bara, that is unfortunately is not here with us, And finally, Cynthia, thank you so much, because also this event, the success of this event is due to your engagement on this, and I think it's your first, right? So you've done very, very well, and I'm very proud of my team and all in the consortium. Thank you to the European Commission, to DG Connect, Pierre, Marro, Emilio Dávila, Fabrizio Benini. Thank you to Digit, to José Manuel, that has been extremely collaborative with us. Thank you to DG Growth, to Joachim Schwering. Finally, thank you to all the experts that composed the two consortiums. Thank you to all the participants that were here in the room. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for the online participants for your attention. And finally, just one quick remark from my side. Yesterday I had the opportunity, and I said that I would do this, so I'm doing it. I asked in an informal, socializing, like the experts, I learned this week. Socializing, I asked to a standards expert what drives them individually to actually be so engaged, be so passionate about it. And she said to me, it's delivering on the big technological picture in a safe way. So I will leave you with that, and I invite you for a cocktail, and thank you again, everyone.